Chapter 1, Blushing and Heart-Pounding Scenes. Help me, and I'll make it up to you later. The woman's voice was cold but unquestionable. The next moment, Ning, who was in the darkness, felt cold lips attacking his lips. A woman's kiss is immature but domineering. Then, before he could react, he fell into the abyss along with the woman. In the early morning, Ning frowned. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the furnishings around me, my breathing involuntarily became rapid. He is reborn. Reborn to the moment when all the tragedies have not happened yet. Looking at the stunning face of the woman sleeping beside him, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Bingyan, I'm back. I will never let you down again in this life. Subconsciously, he raised his hand and gently stroked the woman's delicate face with his fingers, as if he was touching a rare treasure. In his previous life, he devoted all his attention to his fiancée Wang Xinyao. Not only did he kill his adoptive father who loved him the most, but he also used Lan Bingyan to make the Wang family the richest family in Yuncheng. After that, he said the most heartless words to Lan Bingyan and broke off all ties with her. However, soon, he watched Wang Xinyao fall into the arms of another man, and then her legs were chopped off. He didn't expect that Lan Bingyan, such a proud person, would rush over as soon as she learned that his legs were chopped off. Then, Lan Bingyan ordered people to chop off the hands and feet of Wang Xinyao's parents. Then, with an expressionless face, she ordered people to torture Wang Xinyao to death. He still remembers how painful and desperate Wang Xinyao was when she knelt in front of her. He clearly remembered that Wang Xinyao looked at Lan Bingyan as if she was looking at a devil. However, this woman who regarded all living beings as ants, after destroying the Wang family, looked at him with a hint of caution in her eyes. He had never thought that such a noble and arrogant woman would have such a look. However, Lan Bingyan's act of destroying the Wang family seemed to have touched the bottom line of the country, or perhaps what he said to Lan Bingyan really broke her heart. He hadn't seen her since then. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. The next moment, Ning suddenly remembered the experience of being caught in bed by Wang Xinyao on this day in his previous life. This incident in the previous life was spread out, and although it was quickly settled by Lan Bingyan's thundering means, it still damaged her reputation to a certain extent. Ning glanced at Lan Bingyan, who was still sleeping soundly, then quickly got up and put on the clothes that were scattered around him. Then, he climbed through the window to the balcony of the next room. Right at this moment. Bang! Lan Bingyan's door was suddenly kicked open from outside. Then, Wang Xinyao's heart-wrenching and weak voice rang out in the room. Ning, how dare you do such a thing to disgust me? The piercing scream made the sleeping Lan Bingyan frown, and then she suddenly opened her eyes. The moment Wang Xinyao's gaze met those icy eyes, her heart suddenly tightened. What kind of eyes are those? It's peaceful, yet it seems as if there's a ferocious beast living inside that can eat someone at any time. Not only Wang Xinyao, but also her parents and the rest of the Wang family who were following behind her all paused in their breath the moment they saw Lan Bingyan. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Well, that. The king's father looked at the bed where only Lan Bingyan was lying, and opened his mouth cautiously, as if he wanted to explain something. Go out. However, before the king's father could continue speaking, an extremely pleasant but extremely domineering voice suddenly sounded in the room. Okay. The king's father nodded in response almost subconsciously. After saying that, he quickly led everyone out of the room. The moment the door was closed, Wang's father and everyone in the Wang family subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Who is that woman in the room? Her aura is so terrifying. Wang Xinyao said with lingering fear. The king's father frowned and said, it seems that she might be the daughter of a top wealthy family in the country. Ordinary people can't have such momentum. Dad, weren't we sure that Ning went in last night? How come he wasn't there? Hearing Wang Xinyao question, Wang's father showed some confusion on his face. After a brief pause, he turned to a member of the Wang family beside him and said, go check the room Ning entered last night and see if we found the wrong one. After a moment, the Wang family came back quickly. Master, we have checked carefully. Ning did enter the room we just found, but the woman we found for him is gone, and... As he spoke, the Wang family member looked at Wang Xinyao, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Wang Xinyao felt the man's gaze and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and what? And last night, Master Mufeng went into the next room with a woman and never came out. Boom! When Wang Xinyao heard this, it was as if something exploded in her head. The next moment, she suddenly rushed to the next room like crazy. A few minutes ago, when Ning Che climbed to the balcony of the next room, a blushing and heart-pounding scene was playing out inside. Ning Che immediately raised his phone and started recording. Of course, it's not that he has this kind of fetish, but mainly because of the man in the room, who is Mu Feng, the man Wang Xinye loves to death. Ning Che never thought that where he was hiding, he would actually see Mu Feng working hard on another woman. He was even more surprised by the woman in the room. It turned out to be Lan Bingyan's third sister, and also the mastermind who drugged Lan Bingyan last night. At this time, the third Miss Lan, who was about 30 years old and of ordinary appearance, had already put on her clothes and was standing beside the bed. She took out a Lan's bank card from her bag and threw it on the quilt that Mu Feng was covering himself with. You performed well yesterday. This 30 million is your reward. Mu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard 30 million, but he did not pick up the bank card immediately. Instead, he shook his head and said, I'm the one taking advantage of this kind of thing, how can I take your money? The woman just sneered disdainfully. I don't want anyone else to know what happened last night, understand? Mu Feng nodded quickly. Don't worry, Miss Lan, I won't say anything nonsense. The woman nodded slightly and left the room without any regrets. Almost at the moment the door closed, Mu Feng picked up the bank card and kissed it with excitement. The bank card of the Lan family. Only the direct descendants of the Lan family in the imperial city can have it. I'm rich. I, Mu Feng, am rich. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. Along with the knock of the door came Wang Xinyao's anxious and worried voice. Brother Mu Feng, are you in there? Ning Che was worried that Wang Xinyao would notice something unusual and look at the balcony, so he immediately saved the video and returned to Lan Bingyan's hotel room. But at this moment, there was no trace of Lan Bingyan in the room. Ning Che suddenly remembered Lan Bingyan's physical condition after she woke up in her previous life, and immediately rushed out of the room. At this time, Lan Bingyan just walked out of the hotel gate. For some reason, her little face gradually turned pale. Her steps became slower and slower, and she even seemed to be shaking slightly. Just as she staggered and almost fell, a hand grabbed her arm. At the same time, Ning Che asked gently, Are you okay? Chapter 2, Taking off Lan Bingyan's clothes again? The moment Lan Bingyan's eyes met Ning Che's face, her body stiffened slightly. At this moment, a figure of a young man hidden deep in her memory seemed to flash before Lan Bingyan's eyes. Ning Che looked at Lan Bingyan's face, which was as pale as paper, and did not notice the strangeness in her expression. Miss, I know Chinese medicine. Your condition is very dangerous now. You need to find a place to receive treatment immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he said, but acupuncture requires taking off clothes, so let's go back to the hotel first. On this day in her previous life, Lan Bingyan almost passed away due to a recurrence of a heart attack. Even though he managed to survive, he still suffered serious sequelae. By chance in his previous life, he learned a kind of acupuncture called 9 needles of heavenly medicine, which could cure Lan Bingyan's illness. However, when Lan Bingyan heard Ning Che's words, her expression suddenly turned cold. Laugh. At this moment, a RV suddenly stopped in front of the two people. Then, Lan Bingyan's assistant quickly got out of the car. Miss. When he saw Lan Bingyan's expression, he quickly took out a pill and fed it to Lan Bingyan, and then carefully helped Lan Bingyan into the RV. Ning Che saw that Special Assistant Shin was about to close the car door and quickly squeezed in. I'm a doctor. Your young lady is in a very bad condition and needs immediate treatment. Ning Che said seriously. Special Assistant Shin frowned. I have already given Miss medicine, no need. However, before he could finish his words, he caught a glimpse of Lan Bingyan frowning in pain. Ning Che rushed to Lan Bingyan's side immediately. While holding Lan Bingyan's pulse, he asked Special Assistant Shun. Is there any silver needle in the car? Yes, but... Before Special Assistant Shin could finish, Ning Che interrupted him anxiously. It's nothing, but your young lady's life is in danger. Bring the silver needle here immediately. Special Assistant Shin seemed to be frightened by Ning Che's tone. He nodded almost subconsciously. Okay. After saying that, he quickly took out a box of silver needles from the spare medicine box beside him and handed it to Ning Che. At this time, Ning Che had already flattened the chair under Lan Bingyan. After taking the silver needle, he looked at the clothes on Lan Bingyan's chest and directly instructed Special Assistant Shin, turn around. Special Assistant Shin was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he looked at Ning Che with eyes full of vigilance. What are you going to do to my young lady? Special Assistant Shen asked nervously. Ning Che looked to be in his 20s, and he really couldn't believe that Ning Che knew medical skills. Ning Che was immediately amused by Special Assistant Shen's words. What? What can I do at this time? I just asked you to turn around, not to get out of the car. If I do something to your lady here, can you not notice it? However, Special Assistant Shin did not give in. What if you have seen my young lady naked, and you still can't cure my young lady? Wouldn't you be taking advantage of her? Ning Che. We had already taken all the advantages we should have last night, okay? But of course he couldn't say that. Seeing that Lan Bingyan's condition was getting worse and worse, and Special Assistant Shin was still stalling for time, Ning Che gritted his teeth and said, If anything happens to your young lady, I will be buried with her. Can you turn around now? Special Assistant Shin saw that Ning Che had no intention of joking, hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned around and threatened. Well, if anything happens to my young lady, the Lan group will never let you go easily. Ning Che breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Special Assistant Shin finally turn around. He looked down at the unconscious Lan Bingyan, and without hesitation, he immediately ripped off the clothes on Lan Bingyan's chest. Chapter 3, The Affair is Exposed. Looking at the blue and purple marks on Rushue's skin, Ning Che cursed himself as a beast in his heart. Then he quickly cleared his mind and took out 3 silver needles from the needle box. With a flick of his fingers, 3 silver needles accurately pierced the 3 acupuncture points on Lan Bingyan's chest. If someone was standing nearby, they would be amazed by Ning Che's technique. After all, even today's great medical experts may not be able to achieve this level. A few minutes later, Lan Bingyan gradually woke up from her coma. Ning Che breathed a sigh of relief and began to organize Lan Bingyan's clothes. However, when he met Lan Bingyan's slightly cold gaze, his hand couldn't help but tremble. With this tremor, he pressed down almost subconsciously. Then, I felt my hands were smooth like mutton fat jade. However, the next moment, he felt a gaze as sharp as a knife. Ning Che's body trembled almost instinctively, and the next moment, he withdrew his hand with a guilty conscience. Lan Bingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a turbulent undercurrent hidden in her eyes. How does it feel? Ning Che's breathing suddenly tightened, and at that moment, he suddenly had the illusion that he would not see the sun tomorrow. Well, your condition is quite complicated. You need to have acupuncture every day, otherwise you may die at any time. So if you kill me because I took advantage of you, we may have to die together. Of course, Ning Che didn't dare say the following words because he was afraid that Lan Bingyan would think he was threatening her. Once a day? Is this an excuse you made up to get along with my young lady? Just when Ning Che was about to break out in a cold sweat, Special Assistant Shin's life-saving voice, like the sound of nature, came out. Ning Che immediately moved towards Special Assistant Shin's position and said with a dry laugh. If your lady's illness was so easy to treat, it wouldn't have developed to this extent, right? Special Assistant Shin was suddenly speechless. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Ning Che was considering how to escape from Lan Bingyan's presence, his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the father on the caller ID and pressed the answer button almost instantly. The next moment, the slightly anxious voice of adoptive father Ning Zhantian came out. Che-er, where are you? Dad, what happened? Ning Che frowned and asked when he heard his adoptive father's serious tone. Ning Zhantian on the opposite side hesitated to speak, and finally sighed and said, You will know when you come back. Good. Ning Che put down the phone and was about to say goodbye and leave. However, before he could speak, Lan Bingyan asked directly, Where is your home? Ning Che subconsciously gave the address. After he finished speaking, he finally reacted and said a little embarrassedly. Miss Lan, you need to rest now. I can take a taxi back by myself. On the way. Ning Che. If he had not been to Lan Bingyan's residence countless times in his previous life, he would have believed it. But since his wife insisted on sending him off, there was no reason for him to refuse, right? Half an hour later, the RV stopped not far from the Ning family's door. As soon as Ning Che got off the car, he saw a group of Ning family members led by Ning Zhantian standing at the door. Special Assistant Shin wanted to drive away, but heard Lan Bingyan say, Wait. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Xinyao, who was standing at the door of the Ning family with a look of disdain on her face, and her eyes became noticeably colder. At this time, Ning Che had already walked in front of Wang Xinyao, Wang's father and other members of the Wang family. Without waiting for Wang Xinyao and the Wang family to say anything, Ning Che sneered and said, Why, are these wild men getting together and coming to my house to cause trouble? In his previous life, after Wang Xinyao knew that the person he had a relationship with was the powerful Lan Bingyan, in order to take advantage of him, she not only did not cancel the engagement, but on the surface, she treated him very well. But in this life, Wang Xinyao failed to catch him and Lan Bingyan in bed. He knew without thinking that with her profit-first personality, she was obviously here to cut off ties with him. When Wang Xinyao heard Ning Che's words, she froze in place. Doesn't Ning Che love me to death, and even want to dig out his heart and give it to her? But now, what did she hear? Is the person in front of me still the same bootlicker? But the next moment, Wang Xinyao reacted and was like a sudden explosion. Ning Che, who are you calling a wild man? Brother Mufeng has been valued by a big shot of the Lan family. That big shot gave him 30 million just as a gift. This is an asset that a loser like you cannot earn in your entire life. If he is a wild man, what is a waste like you? Ning Che was slightly startled when he heard this. In his previous life, Mufeng never dared to expose his affair with Lan Bingyan's third sister. But the next moment. Chapter 4, Open up the meridians and find your wife. But the next moment, Ning Che thought of Mufeng just got the bank card with 30 million yuan. Wang Xinyao rushed in to catch the adultery, so it was normal to see the bank card. I think Mufeng made up a random excuse to make the Wang family really believe that a big shot in the Lan family was interested in his abilities. Little did he know that what people were attracted to was his skills in bed. Ning Che glanced at Lan Bingyan in the RV, and when he looked at Wang Xinyao, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the third young lady who drugged Lan Bingyan in the previous life would be beaten to death by Lan Bingyan tomorrow. In this case, Mufeng and the Wang family who have attached themselves to Mufeng will probably end up in trouble. In the car, after Lan Bingyan felt Ning Che's gaze, the look in her eyes when she looked towards Wang Xinyao seemed to have a bit more murderous intent. Ning Che felt his wife's gaze and immediately gave her a soothing look, fearing that his wife would be in a bad mood, and directly ordered all the Wang family members to be chopped off. Chair, what do you think? Adoptive father Ning Zhantian looked at Ning Che and asked. Ning Che smiled slightly. I already have someone I like, so the engagement must be cancelled. As he said that, he glanced at Wang Xinyao and said, besides, I find it dirty that such a vicious woman is willing to stick to me. Wang Xinyao's face suddenly changed. Ning Che, if you want to play hard to get, you have to know when to stop. You have to know that once our Wang family uses brother Mufeng to gain the attention of the Lan family, it will only take a word to destroy your Ning family. Ning Che just looked at her calmly and said, I hope you won't regret what you said today. Wang Xinyao seemed to have heard a very funny joke. Regret? If I, Wang Xinyao, regret anything I said today in the future, I will be cut into pieces and die a miserable death. After saying that, she turned around and left without waiting for Ning Che's response. Ning Che looked at Wang Xinyao's back and suddenly found it a little funny. In her previous life, Wang Xinyao was indeed cut into pieces by Lan Bingyan. In this life, I don't know if she will follow the same path as in her previous life. Father Wang looked at Wang Xinyao's actions and shook his head with a wry smile. Alas, I have spoiled this child. I would like to apologize to brother Ning on behalf of Xinyao. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and quickly left with the Wang family. Master, is it true that the Mu family is related to the Lan family? Uncle Ning Che looked at the backs of the Wang family members and said with a worried look. Ning Che smiled and said, don't worry, uncle. Even if Mufeng really hooks up with someone from the Lan clan won't deal with us. As for the Ning family's loss of face because of me today. 3 months later there will be the 5 generations family competition, and I will regain my face in the competition. After he finished speaking, all the eyes of the Ning family fell on Ning Che, and there was something hard to describe in their glances. Everyone knows that their young master is a good for nothing with a bad blood. How could he actually say that he wanted to save face in the clan competition? Could it be that? Chair, you wouldn't be fooled by the girl from the Wang family, right? Uncle Ning looked at Ning Che with worry on his face. Ning Che just smiled at Uncle Ning then turned to look at the Ning family and said, don't worry, I'm sober now. As for the truth of what I just said, won't you all know it in 3 months at most? After saying that, he looked towards the RV not far away, and happened to meet Lan Bingyan's gaze, and immediately revealed a very bright smile. Lan Bingyan glanced at him calmly, then told assistant Shin calmly, drive. Ning Che watched Lan Bingyan's RV leave, not caring whether she was looking at him or not, and said with his lips, wait for me to find you tomorrow. The next morning. Crack. With a slight cracking sound, the first meridian was suddenly connected. Ning, whose body was covered with silver needles, suddenly opened his eyes full of ecstasy. From then on, his meridians were no longer useless. Moreover, it would take an ordinary person at least 10 days to open up the first meridian, but it only took him one night. In his previous life, he started practicing at the age of 42 when he found the ancient medical classics in an immortal's tomb. He had already missed the best age for practice. At this moment, his 20-year-old body is several times stronger than that of his previous life. Then, he looked at the box of medicinal herbs in front of him. Last night he used up all the medicinal herbs he had saved. From now on, the difficulty will increase exponentially every time a meridian is opened, which requires an almost terrifying amount of medicinal herbs to assist. Ning sighed, I have to start working hard to make money. Ning got up, washed, and went straight to Lan Bingyan's residence. Because Special Assistant Shin greeted the guard, Ning walked into the villa gate smoothly. Chapter 5 Lan Bingyan, kill me if you have the guts. For some reason, he always felt that the villa today was a little different from when he came here in his previous life. On this day in his previous life, Ning did not come to find Lan Bingyan, but was trying his best to comfort Wang Xinyao. However, he heard that Lan Bingyan's third sister was beaten badly by her in her previous life, so it seemed that he might have a chance to see it with his own eyes. As Ning entered the door, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face. Then, a female voice that was trying hard to suppress fear came from upstairs. Kill me. Lan Bingyan, if you have the guts, just kill me. Ah! A shrill scream followed. After the scream, the woman screamed like crazy in extreme pain. Lan Bingyan, you have already killed the second and fourth sisters. If my third sister dies in your hands again, do you think those old immortals in the clan will let you go? No matter how capable you are, what does it matter? You were born with the wrong gender after all. There has never been a precedent of a woman being the head of the Lan family. Ha! Ha ha! Kill me! Lan Bingyan, kill me if you have the guts. Hearing the screams that sounded like the roar of an evil spirit, Ning hesitated for a moment, but still walked up to the second floor along the spiral staircase. As we got closer to the second floor, the smell of blood in the air became stronger. Ning stepped onto the last step and looked forward using the giant vase at the foot of the stairs as a cover. There was a mottled blood stain on the ground, as if someone had dragged a bloody person from the stairs to the center of the second floor. Following the blood trail, a woman covered in blood came into Ning sight. The woman's right arm had been chopped off from the armpit, her left arm had been chopped off in half, and her left and right legs had been chopped off from the knees. Small streams of blood were still spreading from the broken limbs. Around her, there were pieces of flesh and severed limbs. The picture is extremely bloody. I'm afraid that any ordinary person would be unable to control the urge to vomit after seeing such a scene. However, for Ning who had seen countless big scenes in his previous life, this was still within the acceptable range. His gaze passed over the woman who had been tortured beyond recognition and looked at the woman opposite her. Lan Bingyan sat quietly on the rosewood chair in the middle of the hall, her slender jade-like fingers tapping lightly on the chair handle that was glowing with a cold light, and her eyes looking at the woman were indifferent without any ripples. Beside her stood several bodyguards wearing the same dark blue clothes, who seemed to be Lan Bingyan's confidants. Under the watchful eyes of Lan Bingyan and several bodyguards, the woman's roar became weaker and weaker. Finally, she panted softly and begged in a low voice. Bingyan, please give me a quick death because I am your biological sister. She had not begged for mercy until this moment. It's not that she is so tough, but she knows that even if she kneels down and kowtows, Lan Bingyan will not let her go. She knew too well how cold-blooded and heartless the woman in front of her was. The moment she decided to drug Lan Bingyan, she anticipated the consequences of the plan's failure. But under the temptation of huge wealth, she decided to take a gamble. But she didn't understand. She had clearly successfully administered the drug, so shouldn't Lan Bingyan have died of a heart attack? Why did she not only survive, but also look like nothing happened to her? But the answer to this question no longer has any meaning to her now. At this moment, her only wish was to stop enduring this inhuman torture. Lan Bingyan glanced at the dying woman calmly, her perfectly curved red lips slightly parted, and her voice seemed to contain no human emotion at all. Stop the bleeding. These two simple words made the woman's pupils shrink suddenly. She understood that Lan Bingyan wanted to stop her bleeding, not to save her. The purpose is to prevent her from dying and to carry out a new round of torture after her body has recovered a little. So cruel. Lan Bingyan is not human. Demon. She is a demon from hell. The woman subconsciously squirmed back, looking at Lan Bingyan as if she were looking at a ferocious beast. No. Don't. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, give me a quick death, please, please. However. Chapter 6 Lan Bingyan, do you want to continue taking off your clothes? However, amid the woman's pleading, the bodyguard closest to Lan Bingyan slowly walked towards her. The woman looked at the man who was getting closer and closer to her in horror. Boom! Her mental support seemed to collapse in an instant, and she suddenly began to scream desperately. Fifth brother. It was fifth brother who gave me the idea. He asked me to drug you. He said you would definitely have a heart attack after being drugged. If you die of a heart attack, the people in the tribe won't investigate further. Moreover, he asked me to take a video and send it to the media, so that you would completely lose the possibility of inheriting the Lan family, but I didn't dare to take the video. Lan Bingyan, I was wrong. I swear I will never do the right thing against you again. In this life, the next life, or the next life, I will never do the right thing against you. Give me a quick death, please give me a quick death. Lan Bingyan looked down at the woman on the ground calmly, until the woman's voice became weaker and weaker, then she spoke slowly. Help her. The bodyguard who had already walked in front of the woman nodded slightly respectfully to Lan Bingyan, then grabbed the woman's neck, and then. Crack! With the sound of a broken neck bone, the woman's body fell down softly. Clean it up. After saying that, Lan Bingyan slowly stood up and walked towards the staircase room. However, before she had taken a few steps, her eyes suddenly caught sight of Ning who was standing at the stairs. Suddenly, the pair of long legs that were slowly moving forward paused for a moment. Ning saw that he just bumped into Lan Bingyan and said with a smile. I'm here to give you acupuncture. I just came up and didn't see anything. Although no one with any brains would believe the second half of the sentence, for Ning it didn't matter whether Lan Bingyan believed it or not. He was just making it clear that he would not spread rumors outside. Lan Bingyan looked at Ning whose eyes showed no trace of fear, and there was a hint of something different in her eyes. She nodded slightly to Ning come with me. After saying that, she walked past Ning and went downstairs along the stairs. After Ning followed Lan Bingyan into the room, Lan Bingyan locked the door. Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Ning eyes subconsciously fell on Lan Bingyan's chest, and his expression was obviously a little unnatural. In his previous life and this life, he had only experienced the first time with Lan Bingyan twice, and both times were in complete darkness. As for the acupuncture yesterday, it was also performed when Lan Bingyan was unconscious. Lan Bingyan is sober now, and she has just killed someone. Although Lan Bingyan didn't kill that man personally, he still couldn't help feeling a little weak. Lan Bingyan saw the unnatural look on Ning face, and the corners of her lips seemed to curl up slightly. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Lan Bingyan's question suddenly rang out in the quiet room, and Ning was obviously stunned for a moment. Lan Bingyan, is this teasing him? After experiencing that night with Lan Bingyan in the previous life, Lan Bingyan often stayed by his side in the name of being responsible for him, but her attitude was always cold and she had never said such teasing words to him. He didn't know whether Lan Bingyan knew that it was him that night, but it was undeniable that he preferred their current relationship compared to their previous life. Ning smiled and said, if I can catch Miss Lan's eye, I will be extremely happy. Lan Bingyan looked at Ning calmly for a few seconds, as if she was thinking about something. But in the end she did not answer, but walked to the big bed in the room and sat down. Ning took out a silver needle from his pocket, hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Maybe you need to take off your shirt. Lan Bingyan nodded and took off her shirt very naturally. Soon, she was left with only a tube top on her upper body. The situation was urgent when the acupuncture was performed yesterday, and Ning didn't have the mind to watch it carefully. At first glance today, Ning breathing involuntarily became rapid. Lan Bingyan has extremely fair and smooth skin, like the finest jade. Hidden beneath the slender neck was the most beautiful eye-shaped collarbone Ning had ever seen in his life. And below the collarbone is a sea blue tube top that is so thin that it is almost transparent. This tube top is not made of thick sponge material, only a thin layer of cloth, but it makes Lan Bingyan's figure look even more proud. Further down, there is a clearly visible vest line. At this moment, Ning breathing became uncontrollably rapid. It has to be said that after experiencing the scene that was like a Jura hell just now, Ning was probably the only one in the entire Xia kingdom who still had the mind and courage to admire Lan Bingyan's figure. Lan Bingyan looked at Ning whose eyes were fixed on her lower abdomen, but she did not get angry. Instead, she opened her red lips slightly. Do you want to continue taking it off? Chapter 7. Are you going to support me? Ning Che nodded without hesitation. Yes, it will be more convenient to give the acupuncture if you take it off. It's not that he wants to take advantage of others, it's just that his current cultivation level is too low, and taking it off will allow him to perform acupuncture more accurately. Lan Bingyan didn't move when she heard that, she just stared at him. Only when Ning Che felt scared by what he saw did he slowly take off the only piece of clothing he had left. Ning Che looked at Lan Bingyan's skin, which was as white as jade, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. Can we start? Lan Bingyan took in Ning Che's expression, and no emotion could be seen in her slightly narrowed eyes. Ning Che nodded quickly and began acupuncture treatment. Compared to his calmness and concentration during yesterday's emergency, Ning Che this time was even more focused, with his eyes on the silver needle from beginning to end. Compared to Ning Che's tense spirit, Lan Bingyan was much more relaxed. Her eyes were always focused on Ning Che, and it was unknown what she was thinking as her eyes moved. 10 minutes later, Ning Che pulled out all the silver needles from Lan Bingyan's body. After Lan Bingyan wrote down the amount of 1 million on a check, she suddenly looked at Ning Che and said, "You were publicly rejected yesterday, and I need a nominal boyfriend. If you agree, then, in addition to the 1 million yuan for treatment, I will give you 10 million yuan a month. How about that?" Ning Che, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped where he was. He never expected that Lan Bingyan would make such a request. Lan Bingyan in her previous life had never said such a thing. Ning Che raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you going to support me?" A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Lan Bingyan's lips. Although it was very shallow, it was enough to captivate the whole country. "You can think so, so do you agree?" Ning Che. Just like that, she became a gigolo who relies on her looks to make a living? However, the sponsor is so good looking and gives him money, so he doesn't seem to be losing out. Ning Che's eyes slowly moved down from Lan Bingyan's face that brought disaster to the country and the people, and he tried hard to control his increasingly rapid breathing. "So, do you need me to fulfill my duties now?" Lan Bingyan did not answer directly, but raised her hand and added a 1 in front of the check amount of 1 million, and then handed it to Ning Che. "I'll pay you 1 month's advance first." "That's 11 million. Ning Che looked at the check and did not feel any embarrassment about being kept. Moreover, he now needs money to purchase a large amount of high-grade medicinal materials. This more than 10 million can temporarily solve his urgent needs. He took the check directly, then held Lan Bingyan's cold little hand and said with a smile, "Then, thank you, Mr. Sponsor." Lan Bingyan felt the warmth of Ning Che's palm, glanced at Ning Che indifferently, and did not pull her hand back. Ning Che felt Lan Bingyan's slightly cold gaze, and also understood that the financial sponsor had no intention of asking him to fulfill his duties at this time, and he couldn't help but sigh with regret. At this moment, Special Assistant Shen, who was out on business, happened to walk into the villa hall. When he saw Ning Che and Lan Bingyan walking out of the room, he suddenly froze in place. His gaze was fixed on the two peoples holding hands. He subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard. But the scene in front of him did not change at all. Ning Che's dirty hands were still holding his young lady. At this moment, Special Assistant Shen felt that his whole world had collapsed. How is that possible? Doesn't his lady instinctively hate being touched by men? He still remembers that 3 years ago a man deliberately touched his young lady's hand. The young lady did not leave the bathroom that day and washed her hands hundreds of times. The man who touched the lady's hand had his entire right arm chopped off by someone on the same day. But now, his young lady was actually holding hands with a man. Moreover, the man's arm was still intact on his shoulder. Most importantly, the lady didn't look reluctant at all. What happened during the short time he was away? Under the gaze of Special Assistant Shen, Ning Che took Lan Bingyan to the door of the villa, and then let go of Lan Bingyan reluctantly. "I'll come see you tomorrow, and call me if you need anything." After seeing Lan Bingyan nod, Ning Che nodded slightly to Special Assistant Shen as a greeting, then turned and left the villa. It was not until Ning Che's back disappeared at the entrance of the villa that Special Assistant Shen suddenly woke up and walked quickly to Lan Bingyan's side. "Miss, what are you and Mr. Ning doing?" "Boyfriend." Boom. These 3 short words exploded in Special Assistant Shen's ears like thunder. What did he hear? His daughter has a boyfriend? He never thought that there would be a man in this world who could be worthy of his lady. He never thought that there would be a man who could catch the eye of his young lady. What's more, I didn't expect that not only did he have one now, but he was also the notoriously useless young master of the Ning family. This world is so mysterious. Before Special Assistant Shin could recover from his shock, he suddenly heard a message alert from his cell phone. After reading the content, he quickly spoke to Lan Bingyan. Miss, the person in charge of the Lan family in Yuncheng has prepared a banquet. Welcome to Yuncheng. Decline it. Before Special Assistant Shin could finish, Lan Bingyan spoke directly. Special Assistant Shin was not surprised by Lan Bingyan's interruption and quickly explained. I know you don't like this kind of occasion, and I had already turned it down for you, but the old man just sent you a message asking you to attend, saying that he has prepared a surprise for you. Lan Bingyan narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard this, and after a brief pause, she said calmly. Okay, I will attend and prepare an invitation letter for Ning. Yes. 2 hours later, after making inquiries from many sources, Ning came to the Yuncheng Art Building where a rare medicinal materials exhibition was being held, carrying the checks for 12 million that Lan Bingyan gave him yesterday and today. What he didn't expect was that he actually ran into Wang Xinyao and Mu Feng. At the same time, Lan Bingyan's RV stopped not far away. Special Assistant Shin looked at the only black diamond invitation to the banquet in his young lady's hand and was really confused. Miss, it's just an invitation letter. I can just deliver it. Why do you need to come in person? In fact, he had a feeling that the young lady had not originally intended to come, and seemed to have suddenly changed her mind when she heard that Ning Che's ex-fiancée was also coming. But, he thought about it carefully and felt that it must be his illusion. His young lady is enough to crush all the women in the world. There is no way he would worry about being outdone by an ex-fiancée. Just when Special Assistant Shin had this thought, Wang Xinyao and Mu Feng, who were not far away, were already standing opposite Ning Che. Ning Che looked at Mu Feng with a smile and said, Mr. Mu, I heard that you have gained the attention of a big shot of the Lan family. Congratulations. Of course, he was not congratulating Mu Feng for being valued. After all, the third lady of the Lan family, who valued Mu Feng, had been reduced to ashes by his wife. What he was mainly congratulating was that Lan Bingyan did not intend to thoroughly investigate the hotel staff that night. Otherwise, Mu Feng, who slept with her third sister for a night, would probably end up in trouble. When Wang Xinyao heard Ning Che's words, she immediately raised her chin, then picked up an invitation letter and waved it in front of Ning Che. Do you know what this is? It's the platinum level invitation to the Lan family banquet. It's second only to the black diamond level invitation that only appears in the Imperial City. There are only 10 of them in the entire banquet. Chapter 8 Ning Che, given by my girlfriend. Inside the RV, although Special Assistant Shin couldn't hear clearly what Wang Xinyao was saying, he recognized the Lan family's invitation letter, and from Wang Xinyao's attitude he could tell that she was definitely showing off. He immediately looked at Lan Bingyan and asked, Miss, do you want to go over and deliver the invitation now? Lan Bingyan said, No hurry, let's go down and take a look first. After saying that, she put on a black mask and walked out of the RV holding the black diamond invitation letter. Ning Che did not notice that Lan Bingyan was not far away. He looked at the platinum invitation letter in Wang Xinyao's hand and said with some surprise, Platinum level invitation? How did you get it? He remembered that Mu Feng did not receive a platinum level invitation letter in his previous life. When Wang Xinyao heard Ning Che's question, her disdain grew even stronger. That big shot from the Lan family gave brother Mu Feng a Lan family bank card with a limit of 30 million. We just went to the Lan family mall to spend some money, and the manager directly gave brother Mu Feng a platinum level invitation letter. You, a loser, will never get an invitation of this level in your lifetime. Ning Che heard this and said meaningfully, Oh, I went shopping. He knew without even thinking that Mu Feng was probably bleeding from heartache. In his previous life, Mu Feng never took out this card. He always pretended to be poor and kept making money from various women. Now that Wang Xinyao knows that I have a bank card with 30 million yuan in it, it would be strange if I don't spend it to death. Mu Feng obviously didn't want to mention the bank card. He immediately looked at Ning Che and changed the subject. Ning Che, if I remember correctly, you are not good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, medicine, martial arts. You don't know anything, but you still want to come to the art exhibition? Isn't it embarrassing to come here? Ning Che smiled slightly when he heard this. Are you confident that your artistic level is higher than mine? Without waiting for Mu Feng to speak, Wang Xinyao said directly. Of course. How could brother Mu Feng be inferior to a loser like you? Ning Che did not refute, and said to Mu Feng with a smile. How about this, you can choose anything to compete with me later, and if I lose, you can set the conditions. If you lose, give me 10-100-year-old herbs and the platinum level invitation in your hand. He was not very interested in this invitation, but if someone from the Ning family could attend the banquet with an invitation of this level, it would undoubtedly enhance the status of the Ning family. Mu Feng was obviously stunned when he heard Ning Che's words. He said that something was wrong with this boy today. Was it because Wang Xinyao came to cancel the engagement and he was so upset that his brain went haywire? Ning Che, 10-100-year-old herbs are worth at least 10 million. Although the market price of a platinum level invitation is only 1 million, there is no demand for it. Don't even mention you. Even your father may not be able to come up with so much money, right? Hearing Mu Feng's slightly sarcastic words, Ning Che directly took out the 2 checks that Lan Bingyan gave him from his pocket. If I lose, these 2 checks are yours. The moment he saw the amount on the check, Mu Feng was stunned. Ning Che, a notorious loser in the Ning family, actually had a check for 12 million on him? But the next moment, he noticed the Lan Group logo above the check. Mu Feng subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Lan Group? Ning Che, how did you get connected with the Lan family? How did you get the Lan family's check? Ning Che smiled faintly when he heard this, his expression unable to hide his pride. My girlfriend gave it to me. Not far away, Lan Bingyan saw Ning Che's expression and curled the corners of her lips slightly. Mu Feng was stunned again when he heard Ning Che's words. He really didn't expect that Ning Che, who had always been timid and cowardly, had just broken off his engagement yesterday and had a new girlfriend today. Soon, Mu Feng seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes when he looked at Ning Che. It doesn't take much thought to tell that someone from the Lan family who would fall in love with a loser like Ning Che and give him more than 10 million right away must be an elderly wealthy woman. I guess he is not only old, but also ugly. Thinking of this, Mu Feng looked at Ning Che's face, which had been covered with acne since puberty, and felt a little regretful. After all, judging from the contours of this face, if it weren't for the acne, even he would probably feel ashamed of himself. He felt that he was at a disadvantage by sleeping with a woman in her 30s, but he didn't expect Ning Che to be even more desperate than him. If it's really for money, you can give up anything. Ning Che felt Mu Feng's gaze and could actually roughly guess what he was thinking, but he didn't care too much. As for his face, although he could use the 9 needles of heavenly medicine to easily cure the acne on his face, the acne on his face in his previous life caused him a lot of trouble after it disappeared. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make the pimples on his face disappear. Ning Che felt Mu Feng's strange gaze and frowned as he asked, "Do you want to bet?" "Of course I bet. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken?" As he spoke, Mu Feng looked towards the young man who was walking towards them not far away. The young man was in his 20s, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses that almost covered half of his face, and did not look outstanding. However, Ning Che still remembers that 3 years later in his previous life, the young master of the Rong family in front of him amazed everyone at an event. At that time, he was wearing a pure white suit, and his short golden hair sparkled in the sunlight, making his delicate and 3-dimensional facial features extremely impactful. However, even though he has amazing looks, he has always been hidden behind the scenes. With his genius talent in writing lyrics and music, he has made his secret wife Lu Tingting the most powerful diva in the country. However, such a handsome and talented man committed suicide by jumping into a river in the 2nd year after Lu Tingting became the queen of pop. As for the reason, it was that his secret wife Lu Tingting cheated on him. The person who cheated on him was Mu Feng, who was standing next to him at that moment and whom he always regarded as a good brother. At this time, Rong San and Lu Tingting had not yet married. Although the 2 families have already made an engagement, Rong Can respects Lu Tingting's feelings very much and is pursuing Lu Tingting madly. However, Lu Tingting has long been in love with Mu Feng, whom Rong Can regards as a good brother. If Mu Feng hadn't been keeping Wang Xinyao hooked at the same time, the 2 of them would probably have gotten together long ago. But even though Mu Feng hadn't officially been with Lu Tingting yet, he had given her a lot of sweet things. Thinking of this, Ning Che looked at Rong Can and couldn't help but reveal a sense of shared fate. While Ning Che was thinking, Rong Can had already walked up to Ning Che. Feeling Ning Che's gaze, Rong Can subconsciously frowned. "What's that look in your eyes?" For some reason, he felt that something unknown to him was growing in the dark. Chapter 9: The Favor of the Lan Family's Big Shot? Ning Che gave Rong Can a meaningful smile. "You will know soon." As he said that, he turned to look at Mu Feng and asked, "Do you want him to compete with me?" Mu Feng smiled slightly. "That's right, Rong Can will compete with you. If he loses, I will give you 10-100-year-old medicinal herbs and a platinum level invitation. If you lose, just give me the 12 million check in your hand." Although he was confident that Ning Che, this loser, was no match for him, but 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs were not a small number. To be on the safe side, he naturally had to bring out Rongkan, who was extremely accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Wang Xinyo was speechless when she saw Mu Feng being overly cautious. But she felt that Ning Che would not agree. After all, although Ning Che was a little stupid, he was not a complete fool. However, the next moment. Okay. Ning Che agreed readily. In his previous life, he was restless in the later stages of his cultivation. An expert advised him that he could calm his mind by practicing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After nearly 100 years, he had achieved great success in calligraphy, painting, poetry, medicine, and even the use of poisons. The masters at that time were vying to become his disciples. Although he knew that Rongkan's artistic level was among the best in the entire Yunqing, compared to him, he was nothing. When Wang Xinyao heard this, she instantly looked at Ning Che as if he were a fool. It was a shame for her to think that she had been engaged to such a fool. But then she thought, this is more than 10 million. Ning Che, this fool, is rushing to give her money, there is no reason for her to refuse it. After Rongkan heard the conversation between Ning Che and Mu Feng, he couldn't help but ask, what are you competing for? Mu Feng smiled and said, Ning Che wants to compete with you in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You can choose which one to compete in. If he loses, he has to give me 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. He paused, then continued, as long as you can win, I'll give you 2. Hearing this, Rongkan looked at Ning Che with disdain on his face. A piece of trash like him is worthy of me competing with him? Ning Che raised his eyebrows, are you so confident? How about we make a bet? Also bet on 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Winning 1 is a win, winning 2 is also a win. He never has too many rare medicinal herbs. Rongkan saw that Ning Che was not joking and sneered. Okay, I'll bet you 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Although his father is the director of the medical bureau and his grandfather is a famous miracle doctor, who would complain about having too much money? Ning Che was eager to give him money, so why would he refuse it? Then Ning Che followed the two of them into the art building. After entering the room, Ning Che immediately found a table with paper and pen, picked up the pen on the table and said to Mu Feng and Rongkan. After all, this is a bet worth more than 10 million. Let's make a written agreement. Mu Feng and Rongkan looked at Ning Che, who seemed worried that he would cheat if they lost. Their expressions were somewhat indescribable. They really didn't know where Ning Che got the confidence from. However, Ning Che's actions were exactly what they wanted. They were also worried that Ning Che would deny it, so they would feel at ease with a written agreement. Just as the three of them put down their pens after signing, many young people who were familiar with Mu Feng or Rongkan gathered around them. Isn't this young Master Ning? Master Ning has always been a man who never leaves the house. Why did he dare to leave the Ning family today? I guess young Master Ning's meridians are blocked, so he wants to come here to learn about culture. Although there are only 5 medical and martial arts families in the west of Yunqing, there are quite a few medical and martial arts families in the whole Yunqing. Almost all the medical and martial arts families in Yunqing know that Ning Che is a waste with bad meridians. It can be said that the appearance of Ning Che brought psychological comfort to many children from aristocratic families who had poor talent in martial arts. They naturally found it fun to belittle Ning Che, which made Ning Che more and more inferior as he grew older. Otherwise, he wouldn't have regarded Wang Xinyao, who brought him a little warmth in his vague childhood memories, as his only ray of light. Ning Che's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the people around him. Some of them were almost like nightmares in his previous life. His gaze paused on those people's faces for a moment, and a cold light flashed in Ning Che's eyes. What is this? A bet? Suddenly, one of them looked at the 2 gambling contracts on the table. 1,000-year-old wild medicinal herbs? A check for 12 million? Seeing the contents of the bet, everyone around was stunned. The next moment, everyone's eyes looking at Ning Che suddenly changed. Ning Che, are you crazy? Ning Che looked at everyone looking at him like a madman, and swept his gaze across the faces of the young men who had insulted him the most, and said with a smile, anyone want to join? After hearing Ning Che's words, the shock on everyone's faces gradually faded, replaced by slightly rapid breathing. Although the Rong family is not a medical or martial arts family, because Rong's father is the director of the Yunqing Medical Bureau, Rongkan is familiar with many people from medical and martial arts families. Almost everyone present knew how profound Rongkan's attainments in literature were. No one thinks Ning Che can surpass Rongkan in literary attainments. So why don't they take part in this sure-win bet? Only. Ning Che, when did the Ning family have so much money? We bet so many 100-year-old medicinal herbs with young Master Rong and young Master Mu. If we bet with you too, can you afford to pay if we lose? That is, if you lose and cheat, who should we turn to? Listening to the questioning voices around him, Ning Che smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about this. We know each other well. Even if I can escape, the Ning family can't. If I really lose, the Ning family will pay you back every penny of your bet." Seeing this, Mu Feng immediately chimed in, not knowing why. "You don't have to worry about young Master Ning not being able to pay the compensation if he loses. He is favored by a female figure in the Lan family. Even if he can't afford the compensation, I think that big shot won't ignore it." When the people around heard Mu Feng's words, their expressions suddenly changed when they looked at Ning Che. Lan family? Ning Che was actually favored by the big shot of the Lan family? Chapter 10: The Big Gamble. But soon, the shock in everyone's eyes turned into suspicion. Why would Ning Che, a good-for-nothing who is neither good at literature nor martial arts, be favored by the Lan family? The key is that the other party is a woman. Soon, eyes fell on Ning Che's face covered with pimples. Suddenly, many people's eyes flashed with understanding. They heard that before Ning Che had acne, his face had attracted many girls. I think the other party either has seen his previous appearance, or has seen through these pimples that Ning Che has a good foundation and thinks that he can cure his face. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Either contempt, jealousy, or envy. In a corner not far away, Special Assistant Shen looked at the reactions of the crowd and couldn't help but frown. "Miss, they seem to have misunderstood. Do you want me to?" Lan Bingyan raised her hand slightly to stop Special Assistant Shen from saying the next words. Then, a clear but pleasant voice came from behind the mask. "Let's see what Ning Che is going to do first." Almost as Lan Bingyan finished speaking, a young man with a slightly wretched appearance opposite Ning Che suddenly spoke. "Okay, I'll bet with you. I have a lot of medicinal herbs at home, so let's bet on 200-year-old herbs. How about that?" When Ning Che heard this, a dark light flashed in his eyes. The person opposite was one of the people who had insulted him the most cruelly before, Lu Fangzi, the second young master of the Lu family. Perhaps because of his lack of talent, Lu Fangzi took out his resentment on Ning Che, and found a tiny sense of satisfaction by stepping down Ning Che. Ning Che looked directly at Lu Fangzi and said with a smile. He started with 200-year-old medicinal herbs. Young Master Lu is really bold. But if I lose, there are still people from the Lan family to help me. If young Master Lu loses, can he really come up with so many medicinal herbs? The economic strength of the Lu family is comparable to that of the Ning family. Not to mention Lu Fangzi, even his elder brother Lu Fangrui, who is highly respected by the family, might not be able to come up with more than 20 million. But, is it possible for a loser like Ning Che to win? You just said that we all know each other well. Even if the monk can escape, the temple cannot. Besides, my Lu family has to keep its reputation. If we really lose, we will definitely not deny our debt. Ning Che smiled and nodded. Since young Master Lu has said so, I don't think the Lu family will be so shameless as to refuse to pay the debt, but for the fairness of the bet, let's make a written agreement. Of course, no problem. Lu Fangzi agreed readily. Ning Che, add me in, I'll bet you 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Add me in, I also have 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Seeing that Lu Fangzi had taken the lead, the people around also made bets with Ning Che. However, due to various concerns, except for Lu Fangzi, the other 8 young men who stood up made a bet with Ning Che on 100-year-old medicinal herbs. When the last document was signed, even Ning Che, who had experienced many ups and downs in his previous life, was a little excited. These people, together with Mu Feng and Rongcan, have a total of 120 100-year-old medicinal herbs. In his previous life, he had wasted a lot of time getting the century-old medicinal herbs, but in this life, he got them on the second day after his rebirth. It seems that God is helping him. And just when Ning Che was signing the gambling agreement with everyone in the Ning family. Master, something bad has happened. A member of the Ning family who was in charge of intelligence matters hurried to Ning Zhentian's residence. Looking at the middle-aged man stumbling over, Ning Zhentian, who was sitting at the table handling clan affairs, couldn't help but frown and said, "What's the rush?" The middle-aged man didn't dare to say anything nonsense and quickly said, Ning Che made a bet with many children of medical and martial arts families at an art exhibition in the city center. If he loses, he will probably lose more than 100 million. Ning Zhantian suddenly stood up from his chair. What did you say? Patriarch, please go over and take a look. The young master has lost. Even if we sell the entire clan, we can't afford the compensation. Come on, follow me. Ning Zhantian did not dare to hesitate at all and hurried to the art exhibition where Ning Che was. At this moment, he quickly concluded that Ning Che was being plotted against. He had already made up his mind that even if it meant sacrificing his own reputation, he would not let anything happen to Che. Ning Che sighed. After signing the agreement, Ning Che looked directly at Rong Kan and asked, "What do you want to compare?" At this moment, the look that Rong Kan gave Ning Che was truly indescribable. To put it more precisely, it's like looking at a prodigal son. Even if he is kept by the wealthy woman Lan, no matter how rich he is, he can't withstand such treatment. However, since Ning Che was vying to give him money, there was no reason for him to refuse. After a brief pause, Rong Kan spoke. If we compete in playing the zither or calligraphy and painting, it is inevitable that personal subjective aesthetics will be affected. Let's compete in chess. Everyone around who participated in the bet frowned subconsciously when they heard Rong Kan's words. Although they knew that Rong San was good at chess, they also knew that his greatest artistic skill was not chess. However, thinking that Rong Kan's opponent was the loser Ning Che, everyone tacitly did not object. Okay. Ning Che agreed very readily. To him, it didn't make much difference what Rong San chose. Soon, the two sat down at a chess table. Everyone immediately gathered around. Since I chose what to play, you go first in this game. When Ning Che heard Rong Kan's words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Rong Kan has the demeanor of a gentleman. Good. Ning Che did not refuse and directly picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard seemingly casually. 2 minutes later. This speed is crazy, right? Ha ha. Even the best Go masters wouldn't be able to beat this move. The expressions of several young men who placed bets could not conceal their excitement. It was not for any other reason, but because every time Rong Kan made a move, within 3 seconds, Ning Che's piece would have landed on the board. Apart from the speed of machines playing chess in man-machine games, they have never seen real people play chess like this. At this time, the chess game between Ning Che and Rong Kan was projected onto the large LCD screens around them. Special Assistant Shen looked at the chessboard on the big screen and shook his head. What on earth is Ning Che trying to do? The speed at which he plays chess shows that he is aiming to lose. However, Lan Bingyan beside him showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. No. He didn't mess around. Special Assistant Shen was stunned, his face full of disbelief. No, he didn't make random moves? How is that possible? Not only does he play chess very quickly, but the pieces he places on the board are also all messed up. Lan Bingyan looked at the chessboard on the screen, a smile spreading across her eyes. Just wait and see. Maybe there will be a surprise. Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Shen's doubts intensified. At the same time, the young men from noble families around Ning Che couldn't help but speak up. There are people who play chess this way. I've really learned something new. Ning Che, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. I said Ning Che was here to give us money today. It seems like he's really good. Ning Che listened to the sarcastic voices around him, frowned and turned his head to look at everyone. If you want to continue watching, just be quiet. If you don't want to watch. Having said this, Ning Che paused. The next moment, an extremely cold voice came out of his mouth. Just get out. Chapter 11, Come to support my son. The moment Ning Che finished speaking, the originally noisy environment suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Several of the young men closest to Ning Che couldn't even control themselves and took a step back. Not only everyone else, but also Special Assistant Shen, who was not far away, was stunned. This kind of aura, he had only felt it from the young lady. How could a pretty boy like Ning Che have such a powerful aura? Lan Bingyan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Ning Che seemed to be giving her surprises all the time. Wang Xinyao's gaze towards Ning Che also changed. For some reason, she felt that Ning Che seemed to have changed since yesterday. But soon, she shook her head vigorously. Illusion. It must be her illusion. At the same time, when the people around Ning Che came back to their senses, their expressions changed. At that moment just now, they actually felt an emotion called fear towards Ning Che, the notorious waste. When Lu Fanza realized this, a hint of embarrassment suddenly flashed in his eyes. As if to cover up something, his face suddenly turned cold and he scolded in a cold voice. Ning Che, do you really think I gave you face? Ning Che's expression suddenly became even colder. Although he had just opened up a meridian, with the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, he might still be able to fight against Lu Fangza. But before Ning Che could do anything, Lu Fangza was suddenly pulled aside by someone next to him. The worst thing about playing chess is being interrupted. Wait until they finish playing before you say anything. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at the others around him. Everyone, be quiet. Keep quiet until this game of chess is over. He has opened up 9 meridians and is the strongest among all the people around him. The people around him didn't say anything due to his strength. Ning Che saw that everyone had quieted down and his gaze stayed on Lu Fangza for a few seconds. He then turned his attention back to the chessboard in front of him. However, as the chess pieces fell one by one, there were still some whispers around. You are a mess. How dare this lousy chess player compete with others in chess? I guess he can't even beat a 3-year-old. I don't know who gave him the courage. I suddenly regretted not joining the gamble just now. However, there are exceptions among the many voices. Why do I feel something is wrong? I always feel like Ning Che is planning something. After this person finished speaking, there was a moment of silence around them. But soon, someone frowned. Imagination, right? He is a lousy chess player, how can he be capable of making plans? But having said that, everyone felt a little strange as they looked at the chessboard that was almost filled with chess pieces. After all, in their opinion, with the huge gap between Rongkan and Ning Che would lose before the chess pieces were even halfway through the game. Why does it rain for so long? What no one noticed was that Rongkan's expression had become extremely solemn at some point. No one can feel Ning Che's chess skills more clearly than him, who is Ning Che's opponent. At first, he also thought that Ning Che only knew the basics of Go. But as the chess pieces fell one by one, and as the traps he designed were easily avoided by Ning Che, he clearly felt that Ning Che was not as weak as he thought. In fact, at this moment, he actually had the illusion that he might lose this game to Ning Che. But soon, Rongsan confirmed that the illusion was just his own illusion after all. Bang! As another chess piece fell. Rongkan looked at Ning Che opposite him and smiled slightly. Ning Che, you are going to lose. When the people around saw this, they couldn't hide their excitement. We're going to win. Rongsan is going to win. The person who suspected Ning Che was plotting something also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like it was just my illusion. Not far away, Special Assistant Shen looked at the chessboard on the big screen, smiled at Lan Bingyan and said, Miss, you guessed wrong this time. Lan Bingyan shook her head slightly, not necessarily. After saying that, she looked at Ning Che who was not far away. He is smarter than you think. Special Assistant Shen was obviously dumbfounded when he heard this. What is the lady talking about? Why can't he understand? Ning Che is obviously going to lose. Even at this point, can he still make a comeback? At this moment, Ning Zhantian, who had hurried over, suddenly stopped not far away. Cheer is going to lose? It seems that Cheer has really been cheated. Thinking of this, Ning Zhantian immediately walked quickly towards the people surrounding Rongkan and Ning Che. Cheer, what are you doing? Ning Che, who had just picked up a chess piece, suddenly paused. Turning to look at Ning Zhantian who had a stern expression, Ning Che immediately smiled and said, Dad, why are you here? If I hadn't come here, these brats would have swindled all my family's wealth away. Thinking that Ning Che had made such a big bet with someone on impulse, even though he had always doted on Ning Che, he felt a little angry. He has already decided that when he brings Ning Che home, he will put Ning Che in solitary confinement for at least 3 days to let him reflect on his actions. After speaking to Ning Che in a cold voice, Ning Zhantian announced directly to the people around him. Today's bet doesn't count, let's all go. Everyone was about to get more than 10 million, but suddenly encountered a stumbling block. How could they just let it go like Ning Zhantian said? The bet doesn't count? Uncle Ning, this is a signed bet, how can you just say it doesn't count? Uncle Ning, you are an elder after all, you can't do such a thing of taking advantage of your age. That's right. This is a matter between us juniors. If you, as an elder, want to interfere, wait until the bet is decided. Ning Zhantian's face gradually darkened as he looked at the people who showed no intention of giving in. There was no way he could just watch Ning Che finish the game of chess and lose more than 100 million. Just as he was considering whether to take Ning Che away by force, a sturdy middle-aged man walked over quickly. Ning Zhantian, you look even more majestic after not seeing you for a long time. There was some sarcasm in the middle-aged man's words. The person who came was none other than Lu Fan's father, the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the medical and martial arts families in the west of the city. Like Ning Zhantian, he was also the first to receive the news that his son had placed a huge bet with someone. The difference is that he didn't come here because he was worried that his son would lose. He expected Ning Zhantian to come and stop his son from winning money and come to support his son. The result was exactly what he expected. As soon as he came over, he saw the old man Ning Zhantian taking advantage of his seniority. When Ning Zhantian saw the person coming, two words flashed through his mind uncontrollably. Oh no! It would have been fine if he was facing a group of younger generations, but now even the head of the Lu family, who was as powerful as him, had arrived. I'm afraid today's matter won't end well. Thinking of this, Ning Zhantian turned around and glared at Ning Che, then sighed helplessly and said, Master Lu, what happened today was just the children's mischief. How about we let it go today and come to your house with gifts to apologize someday? Patriarch Lu laughed when he heard this. If I remember correctly, Patriarch Ning is 20 years old this year. He is an adult and should be responsible for his own actions. Chapter 12 Rong Kan, I lost, and I admit it sincerely. As everyone expected, facing Ning Zhantian's surrender, the head of the Lu family showed no intention of giving in. 20 million. Unless there's something wrong with his brain, there's no way he'll give up. Just as the head of the Lu family finished speaking, several figures walking with the gait of dragons and tigers came over quickly. Yes. Young Master Ning is already an adult. He should bear the consequences of the bet he made. Brother Ning, you regretted your decision right when you were about to win. This is not what a gentleman does. Since young Master Ning dared to make the bet, I think he is capable of bearing the consequences. Now that the outcome is uncertain, Brother Ning should not be too anxious. The young men from the noble families who had made a bet with Ning Che around them all showed joy in their eyes when they heard these people's voices. Their family has arrived. At this moment, they could already imagine the countless praises and attention they would receive after winning so many century-old medicinal herbs for their family. Suddenly, everyone looked at Ning Che as if they were looking at a lucky star. If it weren't for this idiot who proposed such a big bet beyond his ability, how could they have become so famous? Ning Zhantian looked at the aggressive attitudes of the family heads and knew that he might be powerless to turn the situation around today. He turned his head and glared at Ning Che again. No! How could 3 days of confinement be enough? When he gets back, he must let this prodigal son take a good look at why the flowers are so red. Ning Che couldn't help but feel a little amused when facing Ning Zhantian's gaze that seemed like he wanted to eat him alive. I guess my father has already cursed all his ancestors in his heart. I just don't know if the people he greeted included himself. However, in order to prevent his father from teaching his son a lesson in public, Ning Che did not dare to add fuel to the fire. He ignored Ning Zhantian and looked at the heads of the noble families who came over and said, Since all the uncles are here, and they all approve of our bet. So, after this game of chess is over, will the bet be fulfilled according to the outcome of the bet? The head of the Lu family took the lead and said to Ning Che, Of course. If young Master Rome loses this game, we should compensate him for the herbs. But if young Master Ning loses, we should also compensate him for the herbs. Ning Che nodded, but for the sake of caution he looked at the others. Do the other uncles have the same attitude? Nature. Seeing everyone nodding, Ning Che felt relieved. The way things have developed now, it seems that all his planning has paid off. Because of his experiences in his previous life, he understood too well the behavior of the heads and descendants of these aristocratic families. It can be said that the reason why he played the game to the point where anyone with a discerning eye thought he would lose was entirely intentional. He made his moves so quickly because he was worried that the family heads would come too quickly and might find out something along the way. And if Ning Zhantian and the other family heads had not arrived in time, he would have delayed for a while and waited for them to come. He has been planning. What they are waiting for is the moment when all the family heads agree to the bet. And at this point, he could finally stop worrying about these people cheating after losing. After all, he understood how much importance the family reputation attached to those old antiques in the medical and martial arts families. Of course, the most important thing is that although 10 or 20 million would be painful for these medical and martial arts families, it is far from enough to cause serious damage. Well, since you uncles have said this, I don't think you will do such a shameless thing as to go back on your word. After he finished speaking, Ning Che smiled faintly. He didn't say any more nonsense and simply raised his hand to pick up a chess piece. Bang! The sound of chess pieces colliding with the chessboard suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Along with this voice, Ning Che asked with a hint of smile. Just now it seemed that everyone thought I would lose, so what about now? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the fallen black chess piece, and then moved to the entire chessboard. Boom! The next moment. It was as if something exploded in the minds of everyone around. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. Not far away, the astonishment on Special Assistant Shen's face froze instantly. Surprisingly, his young lady was right again? Beside him, the smile in Lan Bingyan's eyes was even more intense than before. It seems more interesting. At the same time, the tense atmosphere at the scene was finally broken. How is it possible? Finally, a voice filled with endless shock and astonishment sounded. This voice was like a stone breaking the calm surface of a lake, and everyone around suddenly came to their senses. However, even after coming back to their senses, the astonishment on everyone's faces did not diminish much. After all, no one expected that Ning Che's move would instantly reverse the situation on the entire chessboard. After a long while, everyone gradually came back to their senses. But even at this moment, everyone found it difficult to accept. The white chess piece, which originally had the advantage, was completely defeated because of one piece. Young Master Rong, you lose. Ning Che looked at Rong Kan, who was staring at the chessboard opposite him, and spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Rong Kan raised his head slowly, somewhat stiffly. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes when he looked at Ning Che. What there is just endless disbelief. Although chess is not his best sport, he is confident that throughout the entire Yunqing, there are no more than 5 young men under the age of 30 who can beat him. But at this moment he was absolutely certain that Ning Che's chess skills were better than his. Moreover, it is not just a little bit strong. Rong Kan slowly closed his eyes, sighed and said, I lost. Moreover, I am convinced. The moment Rong Kan finished speaking, the place suddenly fell into dead silence. No matter how unbelievable it was, Rong Kan's words undoubtedly told them directly. They lost. It also meant that 10-century-old medicinal herbs worth over 10 million were going to be lost to Ning Che. Some of them opened their mouths, but could not utter a word. How about another round? After a moment, a trembling voice came from someone's mouth. The moment this voice fell, the young people around who were participating in the gambling game came back to their senses. Right. One more round, best of 3. Everyone knows that young Master Rong is not best at chess, so best of 3 is fair. Ning Che ignored the people who were playing tricks in public, and instead looked at the heads of the noble families who had ugly expressions, his attitude still humble and polite. I have just confirmed this with all the uncles, and they also want the outcome of this game to be decided directly. I think the uncles have to save face too. They wouldn't do something shameless like admitting defeat and playing dirty. The expressions of the few people who were originally hesitating whether to cancel the contract on the spot suddenly froze when they heard this. Ning Zhantian also came back to his senses from his shock at this moment. He looked at Ning Che with undisguised joy in his eyes. Good boy. It seems that this guy was not cheated by others at all, but was planning to cheat others from the beginning. The most important thing is, it was successful. More than 100 million. Not to mention Ning Zhantian, even his father probably had never seen so much money. He really is worthy of being the son of Ning Zhantian. He wanted to see which blind person would dare to look down on his son after he returned home this time. Chapter 13. He is worthy of being the man who can be with the rich lady of the Lan family. At this moment, the head of the Ning family completely forgot who wanted to take Ning Che back to teach him a lesson and then lock him up in a small dark room just a moment ago. Exhaling a breath of extremely refreshing air, Ning Zhantian looked directly at the heads of the families and said, Ha ha! You are all well-known figures. If you lose face just for 10 medicinal herbs, your family's reputation of 100 years will be ruined in an instant. As soon as Ning Zhantian finished speaking, the hot-tempered head of the Lu family immediately stood up and spoke in a cold voice. Who said I want to go back on my word? Since I have agreed to the bet between the two juniors, I will pay a lot of money. But having said that, his heart was bleeding. Other families only bet on 100-year-old medicinal herbs, but his useless son bet on 20. Now all the family assets are gone. After saying that, the head of the Lu family looked at Lu Fangzi, whose face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, the head of the Lu family, who had just praised his son, wished he could kick this useless guy to death. Lu Fangzi felt his father's murderous gaze and subconsciously shrank his neck. He is feeling extremely aggrieved now. Who would have thought that this useless guy Ning Che actually had such a strong talent in Go? Moreover, this loser is too good at pretending. He pretended to be so cowardly before that he fooled him. Thinking that he had been fooled by the waste that he had always stepped on, Lu Feng's eyes turned cold when he looked at Ning Che. Don't let him find the opportunity, otherwise he will beat this kid so hard that even his mother won't recognize him. Ning Che felt Lu Feng's cold gaze and just glanced at him indifferently. Then, he looked at the family heads with a smile and said, "Uncles, you came in a hurry today, so I understand that you didn't bring the lost herbs and money. However, I hope that your bets can be delivered to the Ning family within 2 days." As he spoke, Ning Che glanced at the few family heads who seemed to be trying to delay, and then spoke. "You all know that the check for 12 million I took out came from the Lan family. Naturally, the things you lost to me also came from the Lan family. If I don't see what you lost to me in 2 days, the Lan clan will pursue you. I hope you can withstand the Lan clan's wrath." Not far away, Special Assistant Shen was speechless as he listened to Ning Che's words. "Is it really okay for you to praise yourself like this in front of my lady?" However, he cautiously glanced at his young lady beside him, only to find that the young lady was not angry at all. There seemed to be a bit of doting in her eyes. What was going on? Lu Feng's gritted his teeth and said, "Ning Che, do you really think being kept by a rich woman is something that will bring honor to your family?" Ning Che smiled even more brightly, with a hint of arrogance in his smile. "It's just a normal relationship. My girlfriend loves me and likes to give me money to spend. There's no reason for me not to spend it. After all, not every girlfriend is so gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and generous, and she is willing to spend money on me." "Ah. You don't have to be too envious." Special Assistant Shun. He felt that he needed to learn a lot from this flattery. The children of the noble families around. Why didn't they know before that Ning Che was such a shameless loser? Do you think it's such an honor to be kept by an old, ugly rich woman? However, Lu Fengzi thought that if he followed his father home today, he would definitely get a beating, so he stared at Ning Che and gritted his teeth. "Ning Che, I didn't expect that I underestimated you. How about a competition with me? If you win, I'll give you another 200-year-old herbs. If you lose, I'll just give up the 200-year-old herbs I gave you. How about that?" Ning Che raised his eyebrows. "This is, losing 200-year-old medicinal herbs is not enough, and you are rushing to continue sending him medicinal herbs?" However, before Ning Che could speak, Ning Zhantian suddenly held his shoulders. "Chair, stop while you're ahead." Ning Che nodded obediently after hearing this, then looked at the people around him and said, "Let's stop here today. I heard that the first prize for the art competition in a week is quite good. I will go and participate in that competition. If you uncles want to win back what you lost to me, you are welcome to prepare the 100-year-old medicinal herbs. We will continue in 7 days." Upon hearing this, the family heads, who were originally heartbroken because of the loss of a large amount of medicinal materials, suddenly felt ecstatic. From what Ning Che said, it seems that he still wants to bet with them whether he can get first place in the competition. If this is the case, there is really a possibility that they can win back what they lost today. You know, there is no age limit for that art competition. They heard that many famous old gentlemen in Yunqing would participate. Unless the sun really rises from the west, Ning Che will never be able to become the first place in the competition. As for Ning Che's purpose in doing this, when several of them thought of this, suddenly an idea flashed in their minds. Ning Che was worried that having offended so many noble families, the Ning family would not be able to survive in Yunqing in the future. So he has to find another way to return what they lost today. As for why he asked the two of them to prepare the things they lost and send them to the Ning family, I think he didn't want people to think that he didn't even dare to take the things he won, and thus look down on the Ning family. Therefore, asking them to prepare and send the things they lost to the Ning family was just a formality. Doing so can even make them feel that they owe the Ning family a favor and enhance the Ning family's reputation to a certain extent. What a broad mind, so calculating. After thinking things through, several family heads suddenly felt enlightened. And the way they looked at Ning Che could not help but show a little more appreciation. I really didn't expect that the young master of the Ning family, who was born with a useless vein, could be so wise. He is worthy of being the man who can marry the rich lady from the Lan family. Such a person, even if he cannot practice martial arts, his future achievements will probably not be low, right? Ning Che looked at the joy that was hard to conceal in everyone's eyes, and he couldn't imagine what these people were thinking. But he naturally wouldn't expose this beautiful misunderstanding. Thinking of the art competition in a week, Ning Che couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. He remembered that in his previous life, the first prize of the art competition was awarded as a work of art. It was not until several years later that the winner found out that it was actually an astonishing treasure in the martial arts world. Originally, he would definitely participate in the art competition. If he could also extort some money in medicinal herbs from these family heads, he would naturally be very happy. In that case, I will go back and prepare the medicinal materials for my son to lose to young Master Ning. They will be delivered to your house before tonight. As expected, a good father will have a good son. The Ning family master has given birth to a good son. I'll go back and prepare the herbs first. Of course, I hope to see young Master Ning at the art competition in a week. Master Ning, I never thought your son had such a talent. See you in 3 days. Soon, the family heads who were originally full of resentment said hello to Ning Zhantian, and then either carried or dragged their good-for-nothing sons out of the exhibition hall. Soon, the only people left were Ning Che and his son, Mu Feng, Rong Kan, and some passers-by who had come to watch the fun. As for Wang Xinyao, she saw that the situation was not good and was worried that the Wang family would be implicated, so she found an excuse to leave in advance. Mu Feng watched everyone leave, then he moved closer to Ning Che and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Ning Che, we are brothers after all. Rong Kan and I are betting with you. Although he, like those who left, felt that giving Ning Che the medicinal herbs was just a formality, there is always a chance of something happening. Moreover, his father was not among the people who just came over. He had no doubt that with his father's hot temper, he would skin him alive if he heard that he lost 10 medicinal herbs. However, before Mu Feng could finish, Ning Che interrupted him. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. I don't think young Master Mu wants to owe me such a big favor, right? Chapter 14. Don't you understand what people are saying? Mu Feng's face froze. Although he knew that it was unlikely that he would not take out the medicinal herbs, he did not expect Ning Che to be so direct. But of course he couldn't break up with Ning Che at this time. Ning Che looked at Mu Feng's deflated look, and a smile with a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. He directly extended his hand and said, I can give you some time to prepare those 100-year-old medicinal herbs before sending them to you. Give me the invitation letter now. Mu Feng's face looked grim. He thought for a moment and laughed dryly. This invitation was given to me personally by the manager of Lan's department store. He will also attend the banquet. If other people are seen holding this invitation to attend, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on the Ning family, right? Ning Che smiled slightly. It's okay, we are not afraid. After saying that, he directly snatched the invitation letter from Mu Feng's hand and stuffed it into Ning Zhantian's hand. Dad, here's the invitation letter for you. Do you want to go by yourself or arrange for someone from the tribe to attend the banquet? It's up to you to decide. Ning Zhantian looked at the invitation letter in his hand with a look of shock on his face. This is a platinum-level invitation to the Lan family banquet, which only has 10 of them. In order to increase the Ning family's influence, he has always wanted to attend a banquet hosted by the Lan family. However, almost no one would sell invitations to the Lan family banquet, and he couldn't find a way to buy one even though he wanted to. But now, his son not only got him an invitation, but also a platinum-level invitation? Didn't this happiness come too suddenly? Mu Feng looked at Ning Zhantian, who was unable to conceal his excitement, and tried to force a smile and said, Ning Che, it's almost noon. Can I treat you and Uncle Ning to a meal? After having a good meal and a good drink, he sent Ning Zhantian away and gave Ning Che some wine. He didn't necessarily have to return the invitation letter. Besides, he has the final say on when and how to give the 10 medicinal herbs. Ning Che raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He suddenly moved closer to Mu Feng and spoke in a low voice that he thought only the two of them could hear. Yesterday I happened to pass by the mall and saw you and Lu Tingting shopping. She said at the time that she had reserved a table for lunch today a month in advance and wanted to go to the top steakhouse in the central mall with you. My dad and I can't be the light bulbs. What a coincidence, yesterday in his previous life, he really happened to run into Mu Feng and Lu Tingting who were behaving ambiguously in the mall. Out of curiosity, he followed the two for a while and just happened to hear them say that they were going to eat steak today. It was also because of this that he considered Mu Feng and Lu Tingting a couple. So even though he noticed some clues in his previous life, he never suspected that there was something going on between Mu Feng and Wang Xinyao. What did you say? At the side, Rong Kan, who had just been focusing on studying Ning Che's chess layout, suddenly raised his head, stared at Ning Che and asked. Ning Che was stunned for a moment when he heard this, as if he felt that he had spoken softly enough just now and did not expect Rong Kan to hear it. Mu Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Mu Feng, did you really make an appointment with Tingting to have lunch together at noon today? Rong San's voice was noticeably trembling. Mu Feng is his best brother, so he naturally knows that Lu Tingting is his fiancée, and he also knows that he has been pursuing Lu Tingting. Even some of the methods he used to pursue Lu Tingting were suggested by Mu Feng. But what did he hear now? Not only did Mu Feng go shopping in the mall with Lu Tingting yesterday, but Lu Tingting also reserved a steak restaurant a month ago to have lunch with Mu Feng. Rong San, things are not what you think. Tingting just treats me as a brother. Yes, he just treats me as a brother. I'm trying to get closer to Lu Tingting and speak well of you in front of her so that you can get closer. I didn't tell you because I wanted to give you a surprise. I have to say, Mu Feng's brain works very quickly. Faced with such direct evidence, they were able to quickly come up with a reason that seemed almost flawless. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Rongsan was not a fool. Oh. I treat you as my brother? Tingting has been telling me that he has someone he likes. It's you who has been telling me that. It's just her testing me. Thinking of the love-struck expression on Lu Tingting's face when she told him that she had someone she liked, and thinking of the words that Mu Feng, their good brother, had said to him, Rong Kan felt like an idiot. A fool who was deceived by his good brother. Rongsan, you really misunderstood me, Before Mu Feng could finish his next words, he felt a huge force hitting his abdomen. Bang! With the sound of a body colliding with tables and chairs, Mu Feng's body flew more than 1 meter away and fell heavily to the ground. Mu Feng, don't appear in my sight from now on, otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Rong Kan turned around and left without even looking at Mu Feng. But at this moment, Brother Mu Feng. A female voice full of anxiety and worry came from the direction of the hall entrance. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful figure rushing towards them. Suddenly, many passers-by who knew Mu Feng and Rong Kan showed a look of anticipation on their faces. After all, they all recognized the person. This person is none other than Lu Tingting, the martial arts genius of the Lu family, whom Rong Kan was pursuing but ended up getting together with Mu Feng. Brother Mu Feng, how are you? Lu Tingting ran to Mu Feng and quickly and carefully helped him up. Rong Kan looked at Lu Tingting, whose heart was full of worry about Mu Feng, and his heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. After being helped by Lu Tingting to a chair nearby, Mu Feng endured the pain in his abdomen and said, I'm fine. Although Rong Kan did not come from a family of medicine and martial arts, he was able to open up several meridians because of his father and grandfather. Mu Feng was caught off guard just now and was kicked pretty hard by him. Lu Tingting felt so distressed when she saw Mu Feng's face turning pale with pain. She immediately turned her head angrily and looked at Rong Kan, who had a gloomy expression, and asked coldly, Rong San, how dare you hit Brother Mu Feng? Rong Kan looked at Lu Tingting's emotionless eyes, and the pain in his heart became even more severe. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, the only word that came out of his mouth was yes. Rong San, don't you understand what people are saying? How many times have I told you that I don't like you? I already have someone I like. Why can't you understand? It's fine if you keep pestering me, but why do you have to attack Brother Mu Feng? Rong Kan felt so heartbroken listening to Lu Tingting's merciless words that he could hardly breathe. He took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Tingting with some difficulty and asked, Why didn't you tell me that the person you liked was Mu Feng? When Lu Tingting heard Rong Kan's question, her anger intensified. Why? Because Brother Mu Feng doesn't want to lose you as his good brother. Because he cares too much about your brotherly relationship. If you weren't worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it, how could Brother Mu Feng not have agreed to be with me until now? He has done so much for you, and you still want to hit him? You are a beast. Rong Kan stared blankly at the girl in front of him whom he had liked for many years. At this moment, he seemed like a fool. Every word Lu Tingting said was like a knife, cutting his heart with every knife. He didn't expect that more than 10 years of love and companionship would end up like this. On the side, seeing that the fire was almost ready, Ning suddenly said, Lu Tingting, I remember that you and Rongsan were engaged. I think you've changed your mind. Why do you act like Rongsan is the third party? Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting immediately turned around and looked at the person who spoke. When she saw that the person who spoke was the loser Ning, her face immediately became even colder. However, because there were many people watching, he was worried about affecting Mu Feng's reputation, so he replied, All I have for Rong-san is the feeling between a younger sister and a younger brother. As for the engagement you mentioned, Rong-san and I have never had any so-called engagement. This is just a rumor that some people think we are a good match. I fell in love with brother Mufeng 5 years ago. Today I am putting my words here. In this life, I, Lu Tingting, will not marry anyone other than brother Mufeng. When Lu Tingting finished her last sentence, Rong Kan's heart was already bleeding. He looked straight at Lu Tingting, the smile on his lips was pale and bitter. I will not marry anyone other than Mufeng. Ha, good, a good one who will not marry anyone but Mufeng. Chapter 15 I'm not that cheap. Having said that, he no longer wanted to face Lu Tingting here, and immediately walked towards the hall exit in a daze. Seeing this, Ning Che quickly put away his phone which was recording. After making sure there was nothing wrong with the video, he looked at his father who was also eating melons and said, Dad, those people should deliver the herbs to the Ning family soon. You go home first and I'll go over and take a look. After seeing Ning Zhantian nod, Ning Che chased after Rong Kan's departing figure. After walking out of the exhibition hall, Rong Kan randomly chose a direction and stumbled all the way. Ning Che looked at Rong Kan, who was completely out of his mind, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Rong Kan now looks exactly like he did in his previous life when he saw Wang Xinyao throwing herself into Mu Feng's arms. It has to be said that Mu Feng's ability in picking up women is indeed beyond his reach. However, Mu Feng's behavior is like walking on a tightrope. If nothing unexpected happens, the scene of the car rolling over must be very exciting. Thinking of Lu Tingting's deep love for Mu Feng and Wang Xinyao loyalty to Mu Feng, Ning Che suddenly began to look forward to whether they would still be so affectionate towards Mu Feng after they knew each other's existence. Oh, by the way, his phone still has the video of Mu Feng fighting with the women in bed yesterday morning. I wonder what the two women's reactions will be after seeing that video. Special Assistant Shen looked at the backs of the few people and looked at Lan Bingyan beside him inquiringly. Lan Bingyan immediately followed him. Let's go and take a look. About an hour later, Rong-san walked to a lake. It is already past 1 in the afternoon. Maybe because it is summer and the weather is hot, there is no one by the lake. Rong-san stopped at the edge of the low guardrail in front of the lake, staring blankly at the lake ahead. Slowly, he moved slowly. Rong-san, what are you going to do? Just as Rong Kan was about to jump down, Ning Che's voice suddenly came into his ears. Rong Kan turned his head subconsciously when he heard that. When he saw Ning Che walking towards him, he immediately frowned and asked, Why are you here? Ning Che looked at him and said with a smile, I'm afraid you'll default on your debt. If you die, won't my 100-year-old medicinal herbs be wasted? Rong Kan frowned. Who said I want to die? No? I thought you were heartbroken and wanted to commit suicide. Oh. You are a useless person born with a broken meridian, but you are still lingering on. There is no way I will die before you. Ning Che raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The next moment, he suddenly raised his foot. Bang! As the sound of a heavy object falling into the water was heard, the unsuspecting Rong Kan was kicked directly into the water by Ning Che. Ning Che, are you crazy? Gulp. I can't swim. Gulp. Gulp. Ning Che looked at Rong Kan struggling desperately in the water and smiled faintly. You won't die before me? Do you still think so now? Help. Gudu. Ning Che looked at Rong Kan who was desperately asking for help and continued. Didn't you want to jump just now? I'll let you feel what it feels like to jump. Calm down in there first, and I'll rescue you when you feel more relaxed. Ning Che's voice sounded a little intermittent to the drowning Rong Kan, but he basically heard it clearly. Feeling the cool lake water pouring into his stomach and the suffocating feeling of facing death, Rong Kan suddenly became afraid. He tried his best to shout to Ning Che on the shore. I don't want to jump anymore, save. Gudu, go up. Gudu. Ning Che saw that it was almost time, so he jumped into the lake. 5 minutes later, Ning Che brought Rong Kan, who had drunk a lot of lake water, to the shore. After catching his breath on the shore for a long time, Rong Kan finally felt that he had recovered a little. He then looked at Ning Che and said with gritted teeth. Ning Che, I, Rong Kan, will remember this kick today. Ning Che rolled his eyes at him. Don't act like you have an enemy. I'm doing this to help you, right? Rong Kan was so angry that he laughed. Help me? Oh, thank you so much. Ning Che didn't argue with him and just asked him, Lu Tingting has publicly announced that she has never liked you. You won't continue to stick to your engagement with her, right? I'm not that cheap. Ning Che nodded in surprise when he heard this. But if the information I received is correct, in 5 days at most, the large order issued to the Yunqing Medical Bureau will fall into the hands of the Lu family, right? Once the Lu family gets the order, even if your engagement with Lu Tingting is cancelled, the Lu family will have gained the benefits they deserve. Maybe it was a benefit of rebirth, but everything about his previous life was clearly engraved in his mind. Including the recent few days in the previous life, Rong Ken's father, Rong Shangdong, the director of the medical bureau, handed over a huge medical order to the Lu family. And because of this order, the Lu family soared from a third-rate family in Yunqing to the ranks of Yunqing's first-rate families in just 3 years, and even eventually became one of the top 10 wealthy families in Yunqing. Now, although Rong Xiangdong has not yet officially signed a contract with the Lu family, the intention of cooperation and a lot of preliminary work have been finalized and cannot be easily changed. He kicked Rong Ken down just now, firstly to teach Rong Ken a lesson for his rude words to him, and secondly to give Rong's father a strong dose of medicine. When Rong Ken heard Ning Che's words, a solemn look appeared on his face. Of course he knew about the order between his family and the Lu family. That was a major project that their family and the Lu family had been preparing for more than 3 years, and the manpower and material resources invested in it reached an astonishing number. It was impossible to terminate it just because Lu Tingting unilaterally announced that she didn't like him. Moreover, if something went wrong with that order, not only would the Lu family suffer huge losses, but his father might also suffer. But if the order falls into the hands of the Lu family, given Lu Tingting's attitude today, his family will suffer considerable losses in the long run. Unable to think of a solution, Rong Ken subconsciously looked at Ning Che. What do you think I should do now? Of course, even though he asked this, he didn't have much hope for Ning Che. After all, although Ning Che won him in chess today, the impression that Ning Che was a waste had already been deeply rooted in his mind. What should we do? The order may be signed with the Lu family at any time, so of course we have to take action immediately. Rong Ken looked at Ning Che's confident look, and his heart calmed down a little. He asked quickly, what action? Ning Che directly extended his hand to him, give me the phone. Rong San subconsciously searched his pockets. Then he took out the water-soaked cell phone. I pressed the power button and, as expected, the screen went black. Ning Che touched his nose a little embarrassedly, and then took out his cell phone. Give me your dad's cell phone number. Before the order was signed, Rong Ken did not discuss the issue of compensation for the mobile phone with Ning Che, and directly told him his father's mobile phone number. Ning Che dialed the number Rong Ken gave him. Soon, a rather elegant middle-aged male voice came from the other side. Hello, who is that? Uncle Rong? Rong Ken is so depressed that he wants to commit suicide. We are at the northeast corner of West Lake in the city. Rong Ken is emotionally unstable right now. Please come over and take a look. Ning Che's tone revealed his undisguised anxiety. Chapter 16. The Lu family really raised a good daughter. Rong Shangdong on the opposite side was stunned when he heard Ning Che's words. Although he was usually quite strict with Rong Ken, he knew that his son was by no means a weak person, and he could not think of anything that could bring his son to the point of seeking death. He glanced at the caller ID and asked suspiciously, who are you? Ning Che listened to Rong Shangdong's still calm voice and naturally guessed what he was thinking. He quickly said, I am Ning Che, Ning Zhantian is my father, there is no need for me to lie to you, you will know the reason why Rong Ken is so depressed when you come. Rong Shangdong no longer hesitated after hearing this, okay, at most 20 minutes, wait for me. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone and rushed out of the house. After Ning Che saw the call was hung up, he looked at Rong Ken who was frowning because of his call. He didn't explain anything and spoke directly to Rong San. Lie down and stay in the same half-dead state you were in before I came over. Rong San subconsciously and obediently lay on the ground. I have to say, even though I was soaking wet, it felt pretty good to relax and lie on the soft grass in the sun. But at this moment, Rong Ken naturally didn't have much leisure to enjoy the comfort of basking in the sun. He couldn't help but look at Ning Che and asked, what do you want to do? Although he had a rough guess in his mind, in order to avoid revealing any flaws later, he still had to ask clearly. Ning Che looked at Rong Ken, with a fox-like smile on his face, your father loves you very much, right? Yeah. Rong Ken nodded almost without hesitation. Although his father was usually a bit strict, he never doubted his father's love for him. So what do you think he will choose between your life and the order from the Lu family? Rong Ken couldn't help but give Ning Che a blank look. Isn't this just asking nonsense? But he also understood what Ning Che was going to do. But he was still a little worried. Do you think this will really work? Ning Che sat next to him and patted his shoulder. You'll know if it works if you try it. Rong Kan nodded and said nothing more. After his mind was cleared, he couldn't help but think of Lu Tingting. About 15 minutes later, Rong Shangdong and Rong Kan's mother rushed over. Ning Che looked at Rong's mother, who came unexpectedly, and felt more confident of success. He looked down at Rong San, whose condition was not much better than when he was about to jump into the river, and nodded with satisfaction. Given the dead look on his face, if the child was their biological child, it would be impossible for the two people who came over to remain indifferent. Mother Rong looked at Rong Kan, who was lying lifeless on the ground, and her whole body was shaking with heartache. She rushed to Rong Kan's side immediately, tears suddenly welling up in her eyes. Kan, how are you? Don't scare your mother. Rong Shangdong glanced at his son lying on the ground, his expression not looking good either. But he is a man after all, and it is impossible for him to hug Rong-san and cry like Rong's mother did. He looked directly at Ning Che. Young Master Ning, what happened? Ning Che did not explain the reason directly, but looked at Rong Shangdong and asked. You should also know that Rong-san likes Lu Tingting, right? How could I not know? Their engagement was arranged by me and Patriarch Lu. Is what happened to Kan today related to Tingting? Rong Shangdong is a big shot after all. Just by listening to Ning Che asking a question, he roughly guessed the cause of the incident. Ning Che nodded. It is indeed related to Lu Tingting. Although Rong Kan likes Lu Tingting has never had any romantic feelings for Rong Kan. She has always liked Mu Feng, whom Rong Kan regards as a good brother. Moreover, the two of them have been together behind Mu Feng's back for a long time. How is that possible? Tingting is obviously interested in Kan. Rong's mother, who was beside Rong Kan, had a look of disbelief on her face when she heard this. The Rong family and the Lu family are old friends, and Lu Tingting is always very close to Rong Kan every time she comes to the Rong family. If they hadn't seen that the two children were attracted to each other, they would never have arranged marriages for the two children. Rong Shangdong also frowned when he heard what his mother said. Yeah. Is there any misunderstanding here? Ning Che smiled when he heard this. Misunderstanding? There is indeed a misunderstanding. Lu Tingting just announced in public that her engagement with Rong Kan was just a rumor. Rong's mother was even more unconvinced. It's getting more and more outrageous. Tingting has always been a well-behaved and sensible child. How could she say something like that? Rong Kan, who was lying on the ground, sighed helplessly when he saw that the two of them didn't believe him at all. As expected, even if he told his parents what happened today, they wouldn't believe it. Seeing that both of them believed that Lu Tingting was well-behaved and sensible, Ning Che couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had developed a good habit of recording videos when he had nothing to do after his rebirth. He directly opened the photo album and clicked on the video he had just recorded in the exhibition hall. This is the video I just recorded. You can take a look at it first. As he spoke, Ning Che handed the phone to the two of them and pressed the play button at the same time. The next moment, Lu Tingting's voice was clearly heard by Rong's parents. Rong-san, don't you understand what people are saying? It's fine if you keep pestering me, but why do you have to attack Brother Mu Feng? If you weren't worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it after you knew it, how could Brother Mu Feng not have agreed to be with me until now? You are a beast. All I have for Rong-san is the feeling between a younger sister and a younger brother. As for the engagement you mentioned, Rong-san and I have never had any so-called engagement. This is just a rumor that some people think we are a good match. I fell in love with Brother Mu Feng 5 years ago. Today I am putting my words here. In this life, I, Lu Tingting, will not marry anyone other than Brother Mu Feng. By the end of the story, Rong's mother was so angry that she was shaking all over. If she hadn't seen this video, she would never have dreamed that the girl who was so considerate, well-behaved and cute in front of her could actually say such vicious words. What a so-called engagement is just a rumor. What a man who will not marry anyone but Mu Feng in this life. Good. What a great Lu Tingting. Although Rong Shangdong was not as excited as his mother, judging from his tightly clenched fists, he was not calm either. At the end, he slowly exhaled, and said with a sigh in anger. The Lu family really raised a good daughter. Ning Che looked at Rong Shangdong and asked, Uncle Rong, Rong Kan and Lu Tingting's engagement doesn't need to continue, right? Rong Shangdong snorted coldly. There's no need for our Rong family to rush to put our warm faces on other people's cold butts. Chapter 17. The head of the family is here. But, you and the Lu family are about to sign a medical contract, right? If you break up now, that contract. Many noble families in Yunqing knew about the medical order, so Ning Che brought it up directly without worrying that Rong Shangdong would suspect anything. Rong Shangdong's eyes narrowed immediately. Even if I, Rong Shangdong, don't become the director of the medical bureau, I will never give that order to the Lu family. When Ning Che heard the words he wanted to hear the most, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. He did not hide his purpose of helping Rongsan and spoke directly. Besides, you thought that the Lu family was your future-in-laws, so you probably gave up a lot of profits, right? My Ning family's business is highly compatible with the Lu family's. If you quietly change your partner to my Ning family, you will get more profit than before. And the losses suffered by the Lu family are enough to make them pay the price for not educating their son well. Upon hearing this, Rong Shangdong's gaze fell on Ning Che and he stared at him deeply for a few seconds. He was just confused. He had never heard how close his son was to Ning Che before, so he didn't understand why Ning Che helped his son so much. Now he finally understood what the plan was. Good boy. He was actually plotting against her. Ning Che felt Rong Shangdong's slightly sharp gaze, and smiled calmly as usual. What do you think, Uncle Rong? Rong Shangdong looked at Ning Che's calm attitude, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had not seen Ning Che much before, but he knew his well-known reputation is a waste. But today it seems that the rumors are not true. This guy really has some skills to make him willing to be plotted against. After hesitating for a few seconds, Rong Shangdong looked at Ning Che and said, I'll go back and think about it. If it's not a big problem, I'll contact your father tomorrow. Ning Che felt relieved when he heard that. Rong Shangdong's words undoubtedly meant that he agreed with his proposal. With this order, the Ning family will be able to move to a higher level in a short period of time without any unexpected accidents. Then, Ning Che glanced at Rong Kan, who was still wearing the huge black-framed glasses. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard someone say in his previous life that Lu Tingting was a bit obsessed with looks. Rong Kan, wearing these glasses, is naturally not as good as Mu Feng. But if I take off these glasses and then change my clothes, it may not be the same. Considering that Rong Kan might be of use to him in many things in the future, Ning Che decided to help him. However, Ning Che also knew that Rong Kan needed some time to calm down. He was not in any hurry. Afterwards, Ning Che asked Rong Kan for his number and told him that if he had nothing to do tomorrow, he would invite him out to relax. Then he said goodbye to the three of them and returned to the Ning family. Young patriarch, you're back. As soon as Ning Che entered the Ning family's gate, some younger members of the Ning family immediately surrounded him. I didn't expect the young master to be so powerful that he actually won so many 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Young patriarch, the Zhao, Zhou, and Zhang families have already sent the herbs for you. The patriarch told us to take you to the family reception room when we see you back. Ning Che paused in his steps. The living room? Well, it seems that the uncles and aunts in the clan want to discuss the matter of medicinal herbs with you. The cousin closest to Ning Che nodded. This cousin is his second uncle's only son, named Ning Chang. He is 17 years old and just started practicing a month ago. However, in just over 40 days, he had already opened up the third meridian the day before yesterday. Currently, his talent is considered to be the strongest among the younger generation of the Ning family. At the same time, he was also the only peer in Ning Che's memory who looked at him without any strangeness. Even though he showed extraordinary talent in cultivation, his attitude towards him remained as friendly as ever. Ning Che nodded to Ning Chang, and then quickly walked towards the clan's reception room. Before I even walked into the door of the reception room, I could hear the praises from the uncles and aunts inside. We underestimated Ning Che before. Yes. Although Ning Che is not talented in martial arts, he has such chess skills and has successfully calculated so many families. He may not have a bright future. These herbs can be regarded as solving the urgent problem of the family. Once these herbs are sold, the recent problem of financial shortage in the family can be solved. After hearing the last person's words, Ning Che couldn't help but shook his head. As he guessed, these people planned to sell the medicinal herbs he won to make up for the family's deficit. However, he never thought of selling any of the herbs he won. Of course, he also knew that the family's medical clinic and martial arts school had been rather quiet recently, and the income was not very good. However, after Rong Shangdong changed the partner for that huge medicinal materials order from the Lu family to the Ning family's small problem was easily solved. It's just that I heard that the young master is going to participate in the art competition in a week and continue to gamble with those people. Are you really going to return these herbs? Just as Ning Che was about to step into the door of the reception room, his uncle's slightly worried voice rang out. Ha, there's no reason to return something that was sent to you. Ning Zhantian, who was sitting in the main seat, finally spoke. But, if we don't return it, we will offend so many families at once. If they all attack the Ning family together, how can the Ning family afford it? Uncle Ning's tone was full of worry. Didn't he also want to keep those medicinal herbs? However, the consequences of leaving it behind may not be something the Ning family can afford. After Uncle Ning finished speaking, the living room suddenly fell into silence. Indeed. It would be fine if Ning Che only defeated 1 or 2 families, because the Ning family was on the right side and naturally had nothing to fear. But if a dozen families worked together to deal with the Ning family might lose more than they gain. The young master is here. Ning Che walked slowly into the reception room in the silence. When the uncles and aunts saw Ning Che, they immediately greeted him. From their tone, it can be seen that their attitude towards Ning Che at this moment is obviously much better than before. At least, those looks no longer looked like they were looking at a complete waste. At the same time, many people also discovered that Ning Che's temperament seemed to have changed significantly. For example, in the past he always walked with his head down and didn't dare to look anyone in the eye, but at this moment he held his head high and chest out, emitting a natural confidence. It seems that since Wang Xinyao came to cancel the engagement yesterday, their young master has really changed. Chair, sit down quickly. Ning Zhantian looked at Ning Che with a smile, raised his hand and patted the seat next to him. Ning Che smiled and nodded to Ning Zhantian, then walked over and sat down beside Ning Zhantian. In the past, everyone would probably frown when they saw Ning Che and Ning Zhantian sitting together in the main seat. But at this moment, everyone looked calm and obviously had no objection to where Ning Che sat. After Ning Che sat down, Ning Zhantian spoke first. Chair, what are your plans for the art competition in a week? Chapter 18. What does the young patriarch want to bet on? When the uncles and aunts of the Ning family saw that Ning Zhantian asked their doubts directly, they all focused their attention on Ning Che. Ning Che smiled faintly when he heard this. Since someone is eager to give me money, I will naturally not take a penny less. The moment he finished speaking, all the uncles were stunned. What Ning Che meant by this was to tell them that it was impossible for him to return the medicinal herbs he had received. Moreover, looking at his confident look, he seems to be planning to win first place in the art competition. However, Uncle Ning's brows furrowed more and more when he heard this. Young patriarch, let's not talk about the fact that there are many famous veterans in the art competition. It is not easy for you to win the championship. Even if you really win the championship and win some 100-year-old medicinal herbs, my Ning family may not be able to eat them. The other uncles and aunts nodded when they heard this. Not to mention that Ning Che could win more herbs, they didn't dare to eat all the herbs sent by the families. Ning Che felt the tangled and worried gazes, but he didn't rush to explain anything. He just asked. All of you uncles should know about the huge pharmaceutical order between the Yunqing Pharmaceutical Bureau and the Lu family, right? All the uncles and aunts were stunned when they heard this. They were completely stunned by Ning Che's question. Aren't we discussing whether to accept these medicinal herbs? Why did it suddenly switch to that order? Young patriarch's question is quite interesting. Among all the medical and martial arts families in Yunqing, who doesn't know about that huge medical order? Yes. The Lu family couldn't take up that order by themselves, so they held an open bidding before. My Ning family also participated at that time, but unfortunately we lost in the end. If the Ning family can be selected, although they can't eat meat like the Lu family, they can still drink soup. Even if they can only drink soup, it is very likely that the Ning family's strength will be further improved. The last person said, as if he suddenly realized something, and suddenly looked at Ning Che with surprise. Young patriarch, you are not going to reach a cooperation with the Lu family so that the Ning family can participate in that order, right? When this person finished speaking, everyone looked at Ning Che with a hint of hope in their eyes. If it was before Ning Che won the medicinal materials of those families, they naturally would not believe that Ning Che had such great ability. But at this moment, Ning Che's aura seemed to have undergone a drastic change, which made them feel a glimmer of hope. After all, everyone knows the importance of that order. If this could be a piece of the pie. Thinking of the huge benefits, everyone's breathing quickened. However, under the eager gazes, Ning Che shook his head. I don't want the Ning family to beg for food from the Lu family. When all the uncles and aunts saw Ning Che's denial, they couldn't help but sigh and thought that their previous thoughts were a little funny. What are they thinking? Even though Ning Che had changed a lot after Wang Xinyao broke off the engagement, it was impossible for him to get involved in such a big event. After all, the soup given by the Lu family is not something that a small Ning family like them is qualified to drink. Uncle Ning shook his head in self-mockery, then picked up the teacup beside him and prepared to drink some tea to calm himself down. However, at this moment, Ning Che's calm voice once again reached everyone's ears. What I want to do is to let the Ning family take over the order alone instead of the Lu family. Quiet. The moment Ning Che finished speaking, the living room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Bang! After several seconds, the sound of a cup lid falling to the ground suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Uncle Ning didn't bother to pay attention to the debris on the ground. He looked at Ning Che with a look of astonishment on his face. What did you just say? Ning Che glanced at the stunned faces around him and said with a smile. Originally, I wanted our Ning family to take over the order alone, but after thinking about it carefully, I think our Ning family may not be able to take it. If we can make those families that lost to me become one of the partners of this order, I think they will not bother about those herbs anymore. When all the uncles and aunts heard Ning Che's words, the looks they gave him became somewhat indescribable. They did not doubt that if those families became partners in this order, they would still keep their eyes on the medicinal materials lost to Ning Che. After all, even if you just follow the lead, you can get more than just tens of millions. The most important thing is that the subsequent orders brought by completing this order and the expanded network of contacts are huge benefits. It can be said that if those families could really participate in this order, let alone asking Ning Che to return the medicinal herbs they lost to him, even if they were asked to give Ning Che some more 100-year-old medicinal herbs, they would probably scramble to send them over. But the premise of all this is that the order can really fall into the hands of the Ning family. But how is this possible? The Lu family used up all their wealth and clan resources for that order. Rong Shangdong, the director of the medical bureau, also spent 3 years managing this order. They had even heard that the two sides had decided to sign the contract in 3 days. You can say that. Unless Rong Shangdong is crazy, that order would never fall into the hands of anyone other than the Lu family. After a moment, Uncle Ning looked at Ning Zhantian and said helplessly, Master, young master, I'm afraid he was upset by what happened yesterday and started talking nonsense. Seeing this, the uncles and aunts around nodded in agreement. Yes. I hope the young master has not been provoked by Wang Xinyao and has done something bad to him, right? Not to mention other people, even Ning Zhantian, his biological father, had a strange look in his eyes when he looked at Ning Che. Chair, this kind of thing is no joke. This son really gave him a big surprise today. But there will never be any major changes in the order between the medical bureau and Lu's. He never dared to dream that the order might fall into the hands of the Ning family. Ning Che's eyes swept across the faces full of suspicion. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of anger because of everyone's distrust, but the curve of his lips even deepened. How about making a bet? Let's bet that within 5 days, I will make the partner of that order become my Ning family. Everyone looked at Ning Che as if he had everything under control, and they couldn't help but feel wary as he had cheated hundreds of millions of dollars worth of century-old medicinal herbs by betting with those families today. However, thinking that there would be no possibility of any changes to the order, the doubts in my heart became even heavier. After a moment of silence, Uncle Ning spoke first for everyone. What does the young patriarch want to bet on? I have found a way to repair the meridians, but it requires a large amount of century-old medicinal herbs. If you want to bet with me, you can also bet on century-old medicinal herbs. Although he won 100-year-old medicinal herbs today, based on his experience in his previous life, these herbs can only allow him to open up a dozen meridians at most. To open up the 81 meridians is indeed a long and arduous journey. Although he was the young master of the Ning family, he did not have the power to use the family's century-old medicinal herbs. However, he knew that these people had accumulated a lot of century-old medicinal herbs over the years. This opportunity to get the medicinal herbs from them without any effort should not be missed. A method to repair the meridians? Chair, are you serious? Chapter 19 I can only ask my wife. Before Uncle Ning and the others could speak, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Ning Zhantian's eyes. His biggest concern has always been that Ning Che was born with a disabled meridian. Even though he felt that Ning Che had changed since yesterday, the inability to practice was like a thorn that could at any time prick Ning Che's already not so strong heart and make it bleed. Ning Che looked at Ning Zhantian's hopeful eyes, and his heart softened involuntarily. He smiled and nodded. Well, by coincidence this morning I saved a person from the Lan family. To express her gratitude, she gave me a check for 12 million and a method to repair her meridians. I didn't tell you before because I didn't know whether the method would work, and I was worried that you would be disappointed. The reason why he didn't say that his meridians had been repaired was because he didn't know whether anyone in the Ning family wanted to harm him at this time. In his previous life, just as he repaired his meridians, someone couldn't wait to kill him. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have turned into ashes long ago. It's just that he now obtained the method of repairing meridians 22 years earlier than in his previous life. The person who attacked him in his previous life is not born yet. And because he inadvertently alerted the enemy in his previous life, the mastermind was never caught. He doesn't want to reveal his true strength for the time being. When Ning Zhantian heard Ning Che's words, a hint of understanding flashed across his eyes. He was a little worried when he heard from family members today that his son had hooked up with the rich woman from the Lan family. After all, even if he firmly believed that his son would not do such a thing for money, his son did have a check for 12 million from the Lan family in his hand. Now it seems that, just as he thought, those people were spreading rumors. Thinking of this, he patted Ning Che's shoulder with relief. As long as there is a way, Dad believes that your meridians will recover in time. It's a good thing that the young patriarch has the possibility of repairing his meridians. But, I don't know how the young patriarch saved the people of the Lan family? Uncle Ning looked at Ning Che with suspicion in his eyes. The Lan family is one of the top 10 families in the imperial city, and it is rumored that the Lan family has a top-grade skill that can open up 54 meridians. Moreover, the Lan family is not like the Ning family. Even Ning Che, a loser born with defective meridians, can live to this day. In the Lan family, if one's talent is too weak, at best he will be thrown into a branch family before he reaches adulthood, and at worst he will die. No one who survives to adulthood in the Lan family is a simple one. But now, Ning Che, a useless guy, said that he saved a person from the main family of the Lan family. There was no way he could believe it. How I rescued someone is related to some secrets of the Lan clan, so it is not convenient to disclose it. Uncle, just tell me whether to gamble or not. Uncle Ning smiled brightly upon hearing this. Since the young master has found a way to repair his meridians, let alone this is just a bet, what if I give him 10 100-year-old herbs? Ning Che raised his eyebrows. In that case, then. Before Ning Che could finish, Uncle Ning interrupted him like a cat whose tail was stepped on. It's just that your cousin Ning Tian is about to open up his 10th meridian, and he will need a lot of 100-year-old medicinal herbs to assist him. Since both of us need medicinal herbs, let's make this bet. Ning Che glanced at him indifferently, just chuckled, and didn't say much. Then, he looked directly at the other uncles in the clan who were eager to try. Are there any uncles who want to place a bet? Can I bet on 500-year-old medicinal herbs? A clan uncle asked first. Of course, there is no limit to the number of trees. Anyone who wants to join the gambling game can do so. These uncles are not as wealthy as the heads of the major families. Ning Che, with the idea that the more trees the better, naturally accepted all that came. I bet on 2. I have 4. I'll bet on 2 too. I bet. Soon, 8 or 9 people asked to join the gambling. All uncles and aunts who want to participate can ask my dad to record it and sign a receipt. As he spoke, Ning Che, who acted first and asked for permission later, looked at Ning Zhantian sincerely and said, "Dad, you've worked hard." Ning Zhantian shook his head helplessly. I have some use for these herbs, so I'll take them away first. As he spoke, Ning Che turned to look at Ning Zhantian and said, "Dad, please have someone deliver the herbs that other families send to my room." Seeing Ning Zhantian nod, Ning Che walked out of the reception room. After a moment. After Ning Che brought the herbs back to the room, he walked directly into his small kitchen and put a 100-year-old Snow Mountain ginseng, which had the mildest medicinal properties, into the pot. After drinking the medicine soup, Ning Che inserted 9 silver needles into 9 acupuncture points in his lower abdomen one after another, and then he entered the state of cultivation. During the practice, the medicinal power that entered Ning Che's meridians followed the guidance of the silver needles and gradually flowed into the second meridian that Ning Che was attacking. The addition of medicinal power greatly improved Ning Che's progress in opening up his meridians. Half an hour later, with a barely perceptible click sound, Ning Che's second meridian suddenly became open. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then chewed and swallowed the remaining Snow Mountain ginseng after drinking the medicinal soup. In the blink of an eye, it was around 7 o'clock the next morning. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard, and Ning Che's third meridian was suddenly unobstructed. Then, Ning Che, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed and stimulating his meridians all night, slowly opened his eyes. A century-old medicinal herb allowed him to open up 2, or to be more precise, 1.5 meridians in just one night. The cultivation speed at the age of 20 is indeed a world apart from that at the age of 42 in the previous life. Ning Che felt a series of crisp sounds from his bones as he stood up from the bed. He stretched comfortably, and then his eyes fell on the remaining 2,900-year-old medicinal herbs on the table. Except for the Snow Mountain ginseng he ate last night, most of the other medicinal herbs have strong medicinal properties. If he eats them directly, it will at best damage his body, or even kill him. In order to neutralize the violent medicinal properties of these herbs, it is necessary to use spiritual fire to refine out the impurities that cause the violent medicinal properties, and refine them into pills with mild medicinal properties. But Ning Che has not yet opened up the 81 meridians to condense spiritual energy in his body, and does not have the ability to refine pills. Ning Che couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I need to find an alchemist to help. But having said that, Ning Che knew how difficult it was to find an alchemist in a small city like Yuncham. You know, if you want to become an alchemist, you not only need to practice fire attributed skills, but you also need to become a spiritualist and have the spiritual energy in your body pure enough to condense spiritual fire. Not to mention that there are not many families that have inherited fire attributed skills. Even if there are people who have practiced fire attributed skills and have extraordinary talent to condense spiritual fire, there may not be 1 out of 100. In view of the scarcity of alchemy masters, and the fact that the pills they refine are of great benefit to practitioners, even an alchemist who can only refine first-grade pills can become a guest of honor of a certain force. It seems. I can only ask my wife. Chapter 20. We meet again in this life. Thinking of this, Ning Che locked the medicinal herbs in the room into the cabinet and walked out of the room quickly. Just as he walked to the gate of the Ning family, an extended version of Bentley stopped in front of him. Then, Special Assistant Shen got out of the car. "Mr. Ning, my lady asked me to pick you up." Special Assistant Shen's tone was obviously much more polite than before. After witnessing Ning Che's methods and chess skills with his own eyes yesterday, he has realized that Ning Che is by no means as useless as the information he has found shows. Speaking of which, when they came out of the art building yesterday, he was originally going to follow Ning Che and move on with the young lady, but suddenly something important happened, so he followed the young lady to deal with the matter first, otherwise he would have liked to know what happened afterwards. Ning Che listened to the drastic change in Assistant Shin's tone, then looked at the extended version of the Bentley in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. I have to say, the treatment after being kept by your wife is different. He walked there on his own yesterday, but today his wife sent this luxury car to pick him up. Hey, you're still as caring as you were in your previous life. However, just as Ning Che was about to get in the car, Ning Zhantian, who had received the news and ran over, appeared behind him. "Chair, this is." Ning Zhantian looked at the luxury cars worth tens of millions in front of the door, and looked at Ning Che with a worried look on his face. Yesterday, he had already believed 90% of Ning Che's explanation that he got 10 million for saving the Lan family. But now such a top luxury car has parked at the door of his house, and the person who got out of the car said that his daughter asked him to pick up her son. It is really hard for him not to think too much. Ning Che didn't explain much when he heard Ning Zhantian's question, but just nodded calmly. "Well, my girlfriend sent someone to pick me up, but we've just started dating, so I'll bring her to you when our relationship is stable." Ning Zhantian felt relieved when he saw Ning Che's calm expression. However, he still raised his hand and patted Ning Che's shoulder. "Chair, what happened with the Wang family yesterday was not your fault. No one in the Ning family will blame you for this. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and don't do anything stupid because of it." Although his mind told him that his son had changed, he would not really be so desperate as to hook up with a rich woman. However, his son was publicly divorced by Wang Xinyao the day before yesterday, and just 1 day later he got a new girlfriend, and a check for more than 10 million. He was really worried. Ning Che couldn't help but frown when he heard Ning Zhantian's worried instructions. If Lan Bingyan knew that being with her was considered stupid by her father, I wonder what she would think. Special Assistant Shin at the side couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He still doesn't know what his eldest daughter sees in Ning Che. The Ning family's ancestors must have done a lot of good things to be favored by their eldest lady, right? But in the mouth of the head of the Ning family, it was said that Ning Che was doing something stupid. At this moment, he wished he could drag Ning Zhantian to see his young lady and see who was unworthy. Ning Che glanced at Special Assistant Shen and was a little worried about what he might do in his impulse. He quickly got into the car and turned to Ning Zhantian and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. I'll bring her to you as soon as possible." After saying that, he quickly called for Special Assistant Shen to drive. Ning Zhantian watched the luxury car slowly drive away, but the worry on his face did not dissipate much. It seems that his son has become a little different since Wang Xinyao came over to break off the engagement yesterday. Oh, please don't let yourself be provoked into doing something stupid. Half an hour later, the extended version of the Bentley stopped in front of a large building. Ning Che got out of the car and looked at the words Houchin Building written on the building, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Mr. Ning, the young lady is not in the villa today. I will take you there. Ning Che concealed the emotions in his eyes after hearing this and smiled faintly at Special Assistant Shin. Please trouble Special Assistant Shin. Soon, Special Assistant Shin took Ning Che to the second underground floor of the building via the elevator. As soon as he got out of the elevator, a corridor hundreds of meters long appeared in Ning Che's sight. There are dozens of rooms on both sides of the corridor. From many of the rooms, sounds of fighting and cheering could be heard from time to time. Special Assistant Shin did not take Ning Che into any room, but walked straight to the end of the corridor. As we got closer to the end of the corridor, the noisy sound became clearer and clearer. The spot of light at the end of the corridor grew larger as the two got closer. When Ning Che walked to the end of the corridor, his vision suddenly opened up. His position was actually at the top of an arena. Looking down, you can see a series of circular stands that are getting smaller and smaller. At the bottom of the stands is a circular open space with a diameter of several dozen meters, surrounded by iron fences. At this moment, on the fenced-off open space, a strong man with bare hands was fighting a desperate battle with a nearly 3-meter-long pure black leopard. At this moment, the leopard had many wounds on its body, and several pieces of flesh had been torn off the strong man's left arm and left leg. Blood continued to flow out from the wounds of the two men, staining the snow-white stone ground in the open space red. There were nearly 100 spectators sitting in the circular stands. At this moment, many people seemed to be stimulated by the blood and were shouting desperately with red eyes. Looking at their appearance, they are like gamblers who are facing the decision of winning or losing at any time. Oh, I can't say it's similar. Those sitting here are indeed gamblers. Betting on every win or loss, every life or death in the Colosseum. Ning Che watched the scene below quietly, with no obvious emotion fluctuations on his face. Special Assistant Shin glanced at Ning Che. When he saw that he looked normal, he couldn't help but be surprised. Have you been here before? Ning Che nodded and said softly. In fact, he has never been here in this life. The Ning family is not even a third-rate family in Yunqing and has no qualifications to come here. But, he had been here in his previous life. It was also on this day in the previous life that I came here with Lan Bingyan. He clearly remembered that the strong man below had one of his arms torn off by the Black Panther. But Lan Bingyan acted as if she was used to it, and her indifferent little face did not show even the slightest bit of abnormality. It was also at that time that he had the idea of leaving this woman immediately and never getting close to her again. If Wang Xinyao hadn't repeatedly told him that she wanted to consider their future and deliberately let him get benefits from Lan Bingyan, he would probably never see Lan Bingyan again after today. When Special Assistant Shin heard Ning Che said he had been there before, he did not doubt anything and went straight down the stairs to the location closest to the center of the Colosseum. Soon, Ning Che's eyes fell on Lan Bingyan, who was in the first row and was wearing a dark blue slim dress. Suddenly, his breathing involuntarily quickened and his heartbeat became faster. Although she was sitting, the long skirt still outlined Lan Bingyan's waistline almost perfectly. The slightly slit hem of the skirt makes Lan Bingyan's crossed legs look even longer. Her snow-white skin was exposed, attracting the attention of many men around her. If people didn't know that people who could sit in the first row of the Colosseum must be of noble status, many people would have come up to chat with them. When he was about to reach Lan Bingyan, Ning Che noticed that sitting behind Lan Bingyan was a woman who was about 25 years old and whose appearance could only be described as pretty. The moment he saw the woman, Ning Che couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips into a dangerous arc. Ayu, we meet again in this life. Chapter 21. No, not very convenient? And almost at the same time Ning Che's eyes fell on the pretty woman. The woman also looked at Ning Che. When seeing Special Assistant Shin behind Ning Che, Ayu's eyes were immediately filled with obvious displeasure when he looked at Ning Che again. She is Lan Bingyan's personal bodyguard, and together with Special Assistant Shin, one is a literary and the other is a martial artist. She is the most trusted person around Lan Bingyan. It was just that she was away for the past 2 days because of something, but she didn't expect to hear Assistant Shin say that there was a man next to the young lady when she just came back. Although she knew that this was just a tool used by the young lady to fool those people, she still felt unhappy. In her opinion, apart from young Master Jiang, there is no other man in the world who was worthy of being called her lady. Ning Che just glanced at Ayu and quickly focused all his attention on his wife. He took a few quick steps and ran to sit next to Lan Bingyan. When Ayu saw that the two were almost touching each other, his face suddenly turned cold. Ning Che seemed not to feel the murderous gaze behind him and directly raised his hand to hug Lan Bingyan's waist. Did you miss me? The moment Ning Che finished speaking, the murderous gaze behind him seemed to disappear. No. The owner of the gaze was stunned. Ayu stared blankly at Ning Che's dirty hands on Lan Bingyan's waist. At this moment, she felt like her world had collapsed. Her young lady was molested by a tool, a pretty boy, just like that. The moment he came back to his senses, Ayu's murderous intent instantly spread to the surroundings. However, just as Ayu was about to attack Ning Che, Lan Bingyan suddenly turned her head and glanced at her. Ayu's movement stopped instantly. Then, she looked at Lan Bingyan with eyes full of disbelief. Her young lady was actually warning her not to take any action. How is that possible? How could the lady allow a tool to do such an outrageous act? Not to mention that he is such a tool and a waste, even if he has been pursuing the young lady for 7 years, even if young Master Jiang, whose ability and talent are enough to crush all the rich young men in the imperial city, has never touched the young lady. But now her pure and innocent young lady was hugged by a loser and warned her not to touch him. Was her young lady put under a spell by this man? Soon, she looked at Special Assistant Shen, who also showed a bit of surprise. Special Assistant Shen felt her gaze and spread his hands helplessly. I have to say, Ning Che really keeps giving him surprises. Yesterday they held hands, today they hugged each other's waists, so tomorrow they will. Special Assistant Shen shook his head and quickly threw the sensational idea out of his mind. Just as Special Assistant Shen was forcing himself to calm down, Ning Che leaned his head close to Lan Bingyan's ear, and a somewhat embarrassed voice reached their ears again. Wife, why did you choose to meet here today? Ayu and Special Assistant Shen stared at Ning Che in a daze. Old, wife? Is this the name for their young lady? This man, how dare he? However, Lan Bingyan didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with the title. She just tilted her head slightly to look at Ning Che and asked, don't you like it here? Ning Che hesitated to speak, and in Ayu's opinion, he actually looked a little embarrassed. That's not the case. I just feel that with so many people here, it's a bit inconvenient for what we are going to do. The moment he finished speaking, Ayu was stunned again. No, not very convenient? What's inconvenient here? What did this damn man want to do with her lady that made him feel this place was inconvenient? In comparison, Special Assistant Shen was much calmer. But even so, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ning Che's words really make people think too much. Those who know him understand that he feels it is inconvenient to give his young lady acupuncture here, while those who don't understand would think that the two of them were going to do something unspeakable. However, although their reactions were different, they both felt that with their young lady's temperament, it would be impossible for her to continue to tolerate Ning Che's insolence. However, just when the two thought Ning Che was going to be in trouble, Lan Bingyan's voice, which was as indifferent as usual but seemed a little softer than usual, reached their ears. There are rooms in the back, but if you don't like it here, you can come back to the villa with me. The moment Lan Bingyan finished speaking, Special Assistant Shin and Ayu felt that their worldview had completely collapsed. How is that possible? How could their young lady spoil someone like this? Still a good-for-nothing man. Ning Che seemed not to notice the strange looks from the two people. After hearing Lan Bingyan's words, he thought for a moment, then nodded. I have something else to do in the afternoon, and it's much more convenient to have a room here. Ayu. Does this man have any awareness of being a tool? Does he have anything to do this afternoon? How dare he have something to do in the afternoon? What could be more important than her young lady? When he met her lady, shouldn't he be a good bootlicker and put her lady first in everything? However, her young lady didn't even say whether she wanted him to stay with her in the afternoon, but this man actually took the initiative to give up the opportunity to be alone with her young lady. Does this pretty boy have any awareness of being a tool? Besides, it would be much more convenient to have a room here? What on earth does this man want to do with her young lady? What's up? Ning Che nodded. I'm going shopping with a friend. With whom? Lan Bingyan asked calmly, as if she was just asking casually. But if you listen carefully, you can hear that the gentleness in her tone has disappeared. Ning Che looked at his wife, and the smile in his eyes suddenly deepened. Don't worry, he's a man. You're the only one in my heart right now. It's impossible for me to go shopping with a woman. On the way here, he had already called Rongsan and asked him to go to the mall in the afternoon. He really didn't understand, with such a good face and figure, how could Rong can make her like that? Lan Bingyan nodded when she heard this, but didn't say anything else. However, the focus of the two people behind her was obviously different from Lan Bingyan's. At this moment, the look in their eyes when they looked at Ning Che was somewhat indescribable. They really have never heard of a man who would go shopping with another man. Besides, normally speaking, even if he wanted to go shopping, shouldn't he take their young lady with him? Of course, they didn't think the young lady would go with them. Suddenly, the two's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the uproar coming from the surrounding stands. Black Panther is dying. Cheng Jin is indeed a warrior who has opened up 14 meridians. Yes. I heard that this Black Panther seems to have eaten a rare spiritual medicine and has begun to develop intelligence. But even so, it still can't escape defeat today. Ning Che heard the voices around him and looked at the sturdy man and Black Panther in the field. At this moment, Black Panther had collapsed to the ground, with drops of blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. The blood fell on the pure white stone ground and gradually gathered into a pool of blood. Against the backdrop of the pure black leopard's body, the picture unexpectedly took on a strange sense of poignancy. It looks like we are going to lose. Ayu looked at the Black Panther who kept moving backwards in the face of the approaching strong man, and shook his head helplessly. Before the beast fight began, her young lady bet 100 million that the Black Panther would win. It seems that her young lady can also make mistakes sometimes. However, just when Ayu judged that Black Panther would lose, Ning Che smiled and shook his head. This Black Panther is indeed smart. He actually knows how to show weakness to the enemy. Upon hearing this, Ayu frowned and looked at Ning Che unkindly. What do you mean? You don't think the Black Panthers can win this round? Chapter 22 Ning Che, this evil creature who brought chaos to the court. Why not? Black Panther obviously no longer has the ability to resist. Ayu shook his head and didn't dare to say anything further. But she was certain that the man said this just to attract her young lady's attention. Little do people know that men who talk nonsense are the most annoying. Ning Che felt Ayu's look, which was the same as in his previous life, as if he was looking at garbage, and sneered. Didn't you see that the Black Panther's eyes were fixed on the opponent's arm? In less than half a minute, the opponent's arm would be gone from his body. As Ayu listened to the coldness in Ning Che's words, the disdain in his eyes deepened. Even under the pressure of being punished by the young lady, she couldn't help but warn coldly. There has to be a limit to your nonsense. Not to mention that the man below will have his arm torn off. Even if he loses this match, not only will I see you walking backwards in the future, but I will also roar. Before you finished speaking, a deafening beast roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. Almost at the same time as the roar sounded, the Black Panther pounced on the strong man. But in the blink of an eye, the Black Panther's huge mouth bit the man's left arm fiercely. Then, pull it hard. Blood splatters. The splattered blood splashed onto the ground, and the amount of blood was at least several times the blood dripping from the Black Panther's mouth. The scene is extremely bloody. Ah! Ah! Along with the strong visual impact, there is also the strong man's scream of extreme pain. His shout was exceptionally clear in the Colosseum, which had fallen into silence due to this sudden scene. It took several seconds for some people to come to their senses. However, even at this moment, their faces were still full of disbelief. How is it possible? Wasn't Black Panther about to lose just now? Although some people have said before that the Black Panther has some intelligence, it was just treated as a joke and no one took it seriously. But at this point, some people couldn't help but start wondering whether this Black Panther was really somewhat unusual. Ayu stared blankly at the scene. At this moment, the shocked words from everyone around her were like invisible slaps that slapped her hard in the face. She didn't understand why she, who felt she had completely understood the situation on the field just a moment ago, was slapped in the face so quickly. The most important thing is that the development of this event was beyond her expectation, and it was exactly the same as what Ning Che, the pretty boy, said. How is that possible? Ning Che, isn't he a wasteborn with useless meridians? How could he possibly see through the situation on the field when even she couldn't? Before you could figure out the reason, Ning Che's voice, with a hint of a cold smile, rang out in front of her. You just said that when you see me next time, not only will you walk backwards, but also what? Ayu. Ning Che looked at Ayu's frozen face and waved his hand generously. Forget it, I won't pursue the matter, but remember to walk backwards when you see me next time. Crack. The sound of silver teeth grinding. Ayu stared at Ning Che, his whole body shaking with anger. Ah! This damn pretty boy. Don't let her find the chance, or she will kill him. Ning Che shuddered involuntarily when he saw Ayu's eyes that looked as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Then, frightened, he looked at Lan Bingyan aggrievedly. Baby, her eyes are so scary. Ayu's eyes widened instantly. This damn pretty boy actually wants to complain? Not a man at all. Special Assistant Shin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why didn't he realize that this man was such a dramatic person before? However, just when both of them were speechless, Lan Bingyan didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with Ning Che's behavior. She just tilted her head and glanced at Ayu. Ayu felt the warning in Lan Bingyan's eyes and was about to cry. She has been with the young lady for more than 10 years. She was obviously the one who was wronged. But now, the young lady actually blamed her for a tool she had just known for a few days. The most infuriating thing was that after the dead man saw her young lady's actions, he raised his chin at her, acting as if he could do whatever he wanted with someone's support. She wants to kill this evil creature who is causing chaos in the court. However, she is able to become Lan Bingyan's most trusted bodyguard because she has some ability to control her emotions. Soon, she tried to force herself to calm down. However, because she discovered that her young lady treated this man a little differently, she did not attack Ning Che directly. Instead, she took a deep breath and forced herself to look towards the field. At this moment, the Black Panther had chewed the strong man's left arm into pieces and swallowed it into its stomach. It did not attack the strong man again, but sat about 3 meters in front of the strong man. Judging from its appearance, it seems that it will not attack again for the time being. The sturdy man who was half kneeling not far from it had stopped screaming. He clenched his right hand into a fist and stared at the Black Panther with a sullen face, as if he could launch a fatal blow to the Black Panther at any time. He should just admit defeat. Unfortunately, the temptation to win this round is too great for him. Ning Che shook his head and said with some emotion, "Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant." You heard this, and I don't know whether he was confident or wanted to win back a game. His voice was slightly cold. Although he is injured, he still has the strength to fight and may not necessarily lose. Ning Che smiled. He still has the strength to fight now, but it will be gone soon. His left leg will also be lost soon. Ayu. The man's expression when he said this looked like he deserved a beating, just like when he said the man on the field was going to lose an arm. Although she didn't believe it, she learned her lesson this time and didn't say anything. Ning Che raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw this. Normally, shouldn't this woman refute him immediately? I might even say, if things develop as you said, Ayu, will call you grandpa when we meet in the future. From your expression, you don't seem to believe me? Since Ayu doesn't come up to seek abuse on his own, he has to lure him over. Ayu glanced at him indifferently and snorted with a hint of disdain. Ning Che's smile did indeed become brighter. Since you don't believe it, how about making a bet? What's the bet? If the man on the field loses his left leg within 3 minutes, I win. Otherwise, you win. If I lose, you don't have to walk backwards when you see me next time. If I win. Ning Che paused for a moment before continuing. If I win, every time you see me, you should shout, "Young Master Ning is mighty. Young Master Ning is domineering." I have never seen a man as powerful as young Master Ning. Young Master Ning and my young lady are a perfect match. Only young Master Ning in this world is worthy of my young lady. I wish young Master Ning and my young lady a happy marriage and a son soon. Special Assistant Shun? Ayu. Does this man have any shame? This time, not only the two of them, but even Lan Bingyan, whose attention seemed to have always been on the field, turned her head and looked at Ning Che. Ayu and Special Assistant Shin, whose hair was disheveled in the wind, were the first to notice Lan Bingyan's actions. The two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his young lady's indulgence of this man has a limit. However, the next moment, Lan Bingyan's light voice came out, "Not within 3 years." Ayu, Special Assistant Shun? Not within 3 years? What do you mean not within 3 years? Can't I have a baby within 3 years? Chapter 23 Wife, bear witness for us. But, is this the point? Is this the point? If it were someone else, they would probably have passed away after saying the first words this man said after coming here today. But this man said something so outrageous, and all he got in return was a sentence of not within 3 years? What happened to her young lady today? Could it be that this pretty boy really put some kind of curse on me? Ning Che was also slightly stunned when he heard Lan Bingyan's answer. In fact, he said these words not entirely to anger Ayu, but also to test Lan Bingyan's bottom line. In her previous life, Lan Bingyan's tolerance towards him had reached a terrifying level. Not only some of his words and actions, but Lan Bingyan even never hid the Lan family's secrets from him. But he only realized this when Wang Xinyao was about to cut off his legs. He didn't know why Lan Bingyan was so nice to him, but he intuitively felt that it was not because of the sex he had with Lan Bingyan that night. In this life, he could tell from some of Lan Bingyan's behaviors that she probably didn't know that it was him that night. So, from the moment he arrived here, he, who had agreed to Lan Bingyan's pretending to be her boyfriend, had been testing her step by step. At this moment, hearing Lan Bingyan's words not within 3 years, she was able to be sure that for some reason, Lan Bingyan's attitude towards him had not changed much from her previous life. Realizing this, Ning Che suddenly felt extremely relaxed. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, and the smile that never reached his eyes was so strong that it seemed to drown people. He stared at Lan Bingyan, his tone relaxed but revealing a kind of piety and determination like a vow. It's okay. We definitely won't be together for only 3 years. We'll talk about it after 3 years. I'm not in a hurry. At this moment, Au and Special Assistant Shen were too tired to complain. After confirming Ning Che's words, Lan Bingyan did not respond, but turned her head to look at the field as usual. However, if you look closely, you can see that her pupil color seems to be a little darker, and her unfocused gaze seems to indicate that her mind is not on the court. When Ning Che saw Lan Bingyan's reaction, the smile on his lips deepened. Because of his experience in his previous life, he could clearly feel that his wife seemed to be in a good mood. Soon, Ning Che withdrew his gaze from Lan Bingyan and turned to look at Au. The smile on his face suddenly turned into a provocation. How about it? Do you want to bet? Au stared at Ning Che. If ice could kill, Ning Che would have been tortured to death several times by now. But even so, she didn't nod. Ning Che sighed, as my wife's most trusted bodyguard, if you don't have the ability to judge the situation, I'm afraid I have to doubt your professionalism. Okay, I'll bet with you. Listening to Au's gnashing teeth, Ning Che nodded in satisfaction. It seems I can expect you to walk backwards and shout Master Ning is so awesome every time we meet in the future. Crack. Crack. The sound of Au gnashing his teeth was clearer than before. Special Assistant Shun. Why didn't he realize that this man was so childish before? But what's the matter with him also having some expectations? Ning Che turned his head to look at the field, and his arms around Lan Bingyan's slender waist tightened a little. Wife, please be a witness for us. Almost at the moment Ning Che finished speaking, the sturdy man in the field suddenly rushed out and launched a fatal attack on the Black Panther. The fist he swung out was so fast that it created a sonic boom. No one doubted that if this punch hit the Black Panther, its bones would be broken. However, just as the sturdy man's fist was about to land on the Black Panther, a fierce light suddenly appeared in the Black Panther's eyes. Roar! With a terrifying beast roar, the leopard's legs, which had been filled with strength at some point, instantly kicked the ground. It dodged the strong man's fist with ease. The next moment, it suddenly turned around and bit the man's left leg. Before the sturdy man could react, Black Panther pulled hard. The man's left leg was instantly torn off. The blood dyed the ground a darker color. The spectators in the surrounding stands felt uncomfortable when they saw the bloody scene on the field. Some people who had never seen such a scene ran to the side and started vomiting. Ning Che looked at the reactions of the audience around him and suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. At this time in his previous life, he behaved even worse than those who vomited. Not only did he spit on Lan Bingyan, he also cursed the person in charge here as a pervert like a madman, and cursed the audience around him for gambling with their lives, and called them inhumane. He even cursed Lan Bingyan when he had lost his mind. After all, if it weren't for Lan Bingyan, he would never have come to such a place in his life and would never have seen such a purgatory-like scene. He also didn't understand why Lan Bingyan, as a woman, didn't show any change in expression when she saw such a scene, and why she could watch her compatriots being abused by a beast and remain indifferent. He even felt that Lan Bingyan was even colder-blooded than the Black Panther in the field. Looking back now, if it was someone else who scolded Lan Bingyan, the grass on his grave would probably be 3 meters high. However, when Lan Bingyan heard his insults, her eyes only darkened a little, but she did not say a single word in rebuttal. After experiencing countless scenes in his previous life that were even bloodier and more tragic than this, Ning Che no longer felt any emotional fluctuations when he looked at the scene. At this moment, Ning Che only felt that his previous life self was pitiful and ridiculous. Perhaps, he also felt that Lan Bingyan had special feelings for him at that time, so he dared to be so presumptuous. Somehow, the words arrogant because of favor suddenly appeared in his mind. After realizing what he was thinking, Ning Che quickly shook his head and threw out the 4 words that did not match his temperament. Ning Che looked at the scene again, and his gaze towards the burly man was exactly the same indifference as Lan Bingyan's. The man in the field was simply greedy and was seeking his own death. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly swept towards the surrounding stands. Almost all those who can come here are from wealthy families in Yuncheng. In his previous life, he scolded everyone around him. If those people had not been afraid of Lan Bingyan's identity, anyone could have crushed him to death, and even implicated the entire Ning family. However, even so, he was still hated by one of the wealthy young masters in Yuncheng. However, the other party was very smart. He took action only after Lan Bingyan left him, causing him to suffer a great deal. Ning Che glanced at a young man with a blue diamond earring in his left ear at the back and then looked away. In this life, if the other party doesn't provoke him, he won't cause trouble. But if the other party provokes him, even if he knows that the other party is smart and has a good family background, he will still settle the grudges from the previous life. Soon, Ning Che's eyes fell on Ayu, who still looked somewhat shocked, and asked with a smile, "Are you convinced?" Chapter 24, You are indeed the person my wife values. Ayu. She looked at Ning Che and hesitated several times before finally speaking uncertainly, "Can you tell fortunes?" Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Shen stared at Ning Che with great curiosity. It would be fine if Ning Che simply judged that the men in the field would suffer a loss. The key point is, Ning Che accurately said at the corresponding time that the man would lose his left arm and left leg. Apart from fortune telling, the two couldn't think of any other possibilities for a moment. Ning Che smiled mysteriously when he heard this. "I know a little bit, how about I calculate it for you?" Although he did have some research on feng shui, he was by Lan Bingyan's side at this time in his previous life, and was quite familiar with some important things that had happened between the two of them recently. Even without relying on metaphysical calculations, he could know the general situation. Special Assistant Shen waved his hand quickly. "That's not necessary." Ayu frowned and looked at him without saying anything. Seeing that the two had no interest in this regard, Ning Che decided not to pursue them. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Ayu and said, "Come on," shouted again. Ayu took a few deep breaths, opened his mouth as if he wanted to curse, but in the end no word came out of his mouth. Ning Che's expression gradually turned cold when he saw this. As a professional bodyguard and Bingyan's most trusted subordinate, can't you even keep your word? If that's the case, I really have to doubt whether Bingyan has chosen the wrong person. At this moment, the playfulness on his face was gone, and the aura around him made Ayu feel a little nervous. She stared at Ning Che closely, with obvious struggle in her expression. If it had been any other bet, she would have accepted the price of losing without hesitation. However, when she thought of the shameful words Ning Che was about to shout out, she really couldn't open her mouth. Ning Che wasn't surprised at all when he saw Ayu's reaction. He smiled faintly, but added fuel to the fire. "I just said that I would let Bingyan be a witness. As Bingyan's personal bodyguard appointed by her against all odds, you wouldn't want to embarrass her, right?" Ning Che's words undoubtedly hit Ayu's sore spot. If it weren't for Lan Bingyan, she would have died long ago. Moreover, Lan Bingyan was the person she respected and admired the most, so she naturally didn't want to let her down. Isn't it just shouting a few words? You won tea, lose any meat. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and shouted out the punishment for the bet. "Master Ning is mighty. Master Ning is domineering. I have never seen a man as powerful as Master Ning. Master Ning and my young lady are a perfect match. Only Master Ning in this world is worthy of my young lady. I wish Master Ning and my young lady a happy marriage and a son soon." The first row was the focus of the crowd. At this moment, because Ayu's voice was loud, many people in the field looked over. One of the gazes happened to belong to the young man with a blue diamond earring in his left ear who had caused Ning Che some trouble after Lan Bingyan left in his previous life. At this moment, the young man wearing the blue diamond earring showed obvious surprise on his face. Although he didn't know the specific identities of the people sitting in the first row, he knew that they were either rich or noble. Originally, because of Ning Che's ordinary attire and handsome looks, he thought he was the gigolo kept by the woman in the blue dress. But when he heard the words shouted by the woman behind her who seemed to be her bodyguard, he realized that Ning Che had a special position in the heart of the woman in the blue dress. He looked at Ning Che carefully several times, memorized Ning Che's appearance in his mind, and decided not to offend him if he met him in the future. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ayu finished the bet word for word and looked straight at Ning Che and asked, gritting his teeth, "Is it okay?" Ning Che smiled and nodded, praising him generously. You have a good memory. You are worthy of being someone my wife values. After saying that, Ning Che looked at his wife. The coldness in his eyes had disappeared completely, replaced by admiration and appreciation. Although in his previous life Ao had always disliked him and even said some cold words to him, which shattered his already inferior self-esteem. But he had to admit that Ao was extremely capable. Not only was he extremely talented in martial arts, but he also had a photographic memory. Lan Bingyan did not react much to Ning Che's subtle flattery. She just stood up slowly. There's no need to read on. Ning Che nodded in agreement upon hearing this. A battle without any surprises is really boring. Honey, let's go. As he spoke, he took Lan Bingyan's slightly cold little hand and walked towards the exit of the Colosseum. Soon, the four of them walked up the stairs to the top of the Colosseum. When he was about to leave, Ning Che suddenly turned his head and looked down. Then, his eyes suddenly met the gaze of the Black Panther in the Colosseum. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a hint of reluctance in Black Panther's eyes. However, before he could see clearly, a giant iron cage suddenly dropped from above the Black Panther and directly enveloped it. Soon, some staff members of the Colosseum entered the arena and prepared to transport the Black Panther out. Ning Che withdrew his gaze when he saw that his view was blocked by the iron cage, and then followed Lan Bingyan towards the nearly 100-meter-long corridor in front. Lan Bingyan watched Ning Che's actions, turned her head and glanced at the Black Panther, but did not say anything. Soon, Lan Bingyan and Ning Che stopped in front of the door closest to the elevator at the end of the corridor. Judging from the length of the room, this should be the largest room in the entire corridor. When Lan Bingyan stopped, Special Assistant Shin quickly took out a card from his pocket and used it to swipe open the door of the room. Suddenly, the deafening noise and cheers in the room reached the ears of the four people. What appeared in their sight was a huge space. In the center of the space is a square arena nearly 3 meters high. At this moment, two masked, shirtless men were engaging in a fierce fight on the ring. There are dozens of chairs placed around the ring. At this moment, most of the seats were occupied. Their eyes were fixed on the two people on the ring, and cheers could be heard from time to time. It is not difficult to see where the fighting and cheering in other rooms in the corridor came from. Ning Che looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel a sense of reunion after a long separation. In his previous life, after he obtained the ancient medical classics at the age of 42, he came here many times to participate in battles in order to make money to buy medicinal materials. Here, if you can win the game in the ring, you can get a huge bonus. There are spectators placing bets under the ring, and sometimes a single match can easily make them win a fortune. In his previous life, he also accumulated his first pot of gold here. Not only that, there is also a person here who was extremely important to him in his previous life. Speaking of which, even if Lan Bingyan hadn't brought him here today, he would still come here to look for someone. After he finishes giving his wife acupuncture, he will see if he can find it. I hope that the tragedy that happened to him in his previous life has not happened yet. Chapter 25. My wife is so beautiful, I can never get enough of her in this life. Just as Ning Che's mind was turning, many people around the arena turned their eyes to him. Suddenly, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Lan Bingyan, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Lan Bingyan ignored everyone's gazes and walked straight to the largest lounge next to it after entering. After Special Assistant Shin used his card to open the door of the lounge, Lan Bingyan told Special Assistant Shin and Ayu to guard the door, and then she went into the room alone with Ning Che. Ayu looked at the tightly closed door with an extremely complicated expression. She never dreamed that a loser in her eyes would make her shout out such shameful words. What was even more unexpected was that she, who had always firmly believed that her young lady and Jiang Xiao were a perfect match, would say something like, "I hope Ning Che and her young lady have a baby soon." The most infuriating thing is that the young lady might really go in with that man to have a baby sooner. The men around who had just been amazed by Lan Bingyan all showed a trace of regret on their faces when they saw Lan Bingyan enter the lounge that no one had ever been qualified to enter. It seems that this beautiful woman with a cool and noble temperament is destined to be out of their reach. At the same time, Ning Che had already entered the room with Lan Bingyan. However, rather than being a lounge, it would be more accurate to say that this is a luxuriously decorated presidential suite. After entering the room, Lan Bingyan walked straight to the luxurious bed in the center of the room. At this moment, compared to the previous sitting posture, the standing posture undoubtedly makes the tight long skirt outline Lan Bingyan's curves more perfectly. The cool blue color of the skirt combined with the white bed creates a very impactful picture. Ning Che looked at his wife standing in front of the pure white bed with such a charming look on her face, and his breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Then, Under Ning Che's naked gaze, Lan Bingyan actually slowly raised her hand and unzipped her blue tight skirt. As the zipper opened, every inch of snow-white skin was exposed to the air. The touch, as smooth as jade, made Ning Che even want to raise his hand and touch it, regardless of the consequences of being whipped away. However, the only bit of rationality Ning Che had allowed him to control his body's instinctive impulses. Soon, when he was about to lose control at any time, Lan Bingyan's blue dress fell to her feet, revealing her white underwear. Even though Ning Che claimed to be a gentleman, his eyes could not help but follow Lan Bingyan's neck down. Suddenly, Ning Che clearly felt a warm current in his body converging towards his nose. He quickly turned his head to look to the side to avoid the embarrassment of having a nosebleed in front of his wife. Lan Bingyan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she saw Ning Che's actions. "Have you seen enough?" Ning Che shook his head subconsciously. "How could that be? My wife is so beautiful, I can never get enough of her in this lifetime." Lan Bingyan glanced at him indifferently, then sat on the bed and actually lay down directly. Looking at Lan Bingyan's appearance of letting anyone take advantage of her, Ning Che couldn't help but think of two words in his mind: it's over. Just because. This time, the heat flowed not only to the nose, but also to the lower abdomen. Ning Che felt his body's reaction and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Even though Lan Bingyan let him look at her as he pleased, he knew that she would never allow him to take that last step with her again at this time. "Bring it on." Lan Bingyan looked at Ning Che, who was standing there in a daze, and her slightly cold voice echoed throughout the room. Ning Che listened to these suggestive words, and the bitter smile on his face deepened. His wife speaks as concisely as ever. "What I know is that I told him to start acupuncture. If you don't know, you might think he was turning into a hungry wolf and pouncing on him. However, he will have a long time to spend with Lan Bingyan in this life, so he is not in a hurry." Afterwards, Ning Che took out the needle box, tried to calm himself down, and then began to give acupuncture to Lan Bingyan. Lan Bingyan looked at the figure who was giving acupuncture seriously in front of her. The focus of her eyes gradually lengthened, and she seemed to see a blurry figure of a boy through him. The boy seemed to be emitting light all over his body. That was the only light in her dark childhood. Subconsciously, she raised her hand and touched the direction of the light. Ning Che, who had just finished giving Lan Bingyan the last injection, suddenly felt a slightly cool finger touching his face. Then, the hand suddenly hooked around his neck and applied a little force. Before Ning Che could react, he felt cold lips attacking his own. The soft touch instantly made him fall in love with it. A moment later, just when Lan Bingyan wanted to have a more in-depth communication with Ning Che suddenly came back to his senses. "Needle." He uttered the word with the last bit of his sanity. It is not time to remove the silver needle from Lan Bingyan's chest yet. If it is pulled out at this time, it will cause considerable harm to Lan Bingyan's body. When Lan Bingyan heard the voice, she came back to her senses from the strange state she had just been in. She looked at Ning Che in front of her, her eyes flickering slightly. "I don't know if it's an illusion, but I actually felt that the feeling Ning Che gave her just now was somewhat similar to the person he gave her that night." But then she shook her head. "Maybe it's because I have never experienced something like this before." After all, there was only one man in the room that morning. Although she disliked that man, since this kind of thing had already happened, she would not dwell on it too much. But, thinking of the instigator of the incident that night, Lan Bingyan's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Ning Che felt the sudden change in the aura around his wife and shuddered involuntarily. At the same time, the evil fire in his body also dissipated a little. 10 minutes later, Ning Che pulled out the silver needles from Lan Bingyan's chest one by one. After Lan Bingyan put on her clothes, he finally calmed down completely. The fight on the ring had just ended when the two men came out of the room. Just as the audience was about to disperse, a middle-aged man who looked like a manager quickly walked onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am the person in charge of room 1 of the Haochen Underground Martial Arts School. Now I have a message for you all." The manager's words stopped everyone who was about to leave. Many people showed some interest in their expressions. There aren't many things that can make a manager go on stage and publicize them, but they didn't expect to encounter one today. The manager saw that everyone who had stood up had returned to their seats, and then he continued. "Everyone should know who the champion of room number 1 is, right?" When he finished speaking, many people looked at him as if he were an idiot. Unless you are a newbie who has just arrived, who doesn't know the name of the number 1 martial arts school phone? Since he entered the martial arts school at the age of 15, for a full 4 years, he has never lost a battle at the same level. He is truly a legend in the entire Houchin underground martial arts school. The manager felt the rather speechless gazes, but he was not embarrassed at all, and continued to ask. It seems that everyone knows who Feng is, so I won't introduce him to you anymore. Then, I want to ask everyone, does anyone know Wild Wolf? After the manager finished speaking, a conversation soon broke out below. Wild Wolf? The one in room 2 that has won 15 games in a row recently? Feng has already opened up 15 meridians, and Yelong has just opened up 13, right? This manager mentioned 2 people at the same time. Could it be that Wild Wolf wants to challenge Feng? Ning, who originally had no interest in the manager's words, was suddenly stunned when he heard the manager say Feng and Wild Wolf. The next moment, a figure with a hunched back but a determined gaze suddenly appeared in front of him. In his previous life, there were only a limited number of people he could admire. And Maple is one of them. At the same time, Feng was exactly the person he was looking for after giving Lan Bingyan acupuncture. Chapter 26. Wife, are you afraid that I will run away? The manager listened to the discussions around him, but he didn't keep anyone in suspense and announced directly to everyone. As everyone guessed, in 1 month, Wild Wolf will have a fight with Feng, and the location will be in room number 7. The moment the words fell, the scene fell into silence. Soon, the audience was in an uproar again. Is this true? Wild Wolf would challenge Feng when he has opened up 2 less meridians? Is he crazy? Feng's strength is comparable to that of a warrior who has opened up 16 meridians. What's the difference between what Yelong is doing and seeking death? It's a match without any suspense. Even if the martial arts school wants to create some gimmicks to attract people to place bets, they should be serious about it, right? The manager listened to the doubts of the people around him and just smiled. Now, please invite our Feng and Yelong to come to the stage. The moment he finished speaking, the whole place suddenly fell silent. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a boy who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old and a bald young man about 23 or 24 years old appeared in everyone's sight. Ning was slightly stunned when he saw the well-behaved young man with short hair in front of him. This young man was completely different from Feng, who in his impression was only 40 years old but already looked old. If he hadn't looked carefully and found a trace of Feng's facial features from his previous life, he would never have believed in his dreams that the person in front of him was the same person he met in his previous life. Then, when Feng turned around and went on stage, Ning eyes were fixed on the back of his ears. He knew that there should be a dragon-shaped mark there. However, the mark seemed to be covered by something. Only some vague lines could be seen, and the shape of the dragon could not be seen at all. However, because he had seen that mark in his previous life, even though it was just a fate line, Ning was still certain that the young man in front of him was the person he was looking for. Only. Ning knew, however, that a month later, Feng was poisoned by a wild wolf during a battle with the wolf. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have died on the spot. But even though he was lucky enough to escape death, the poison had already penetrated into his bones, not only making him hunchbacked at a young age, but also causing him to suffer the pain of being pierced by thousands of blades in the middle of the night every day. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have a mental breakdown in the pain within a few days. But Feng not only did not succumb to the pain brought by the poison, but he also practiced every night while resisting the damage of the poison to his body. Although the poison was suppressed by Feng, it also greatly affected his cultivation speed. Ning believed that if it weren't for the poison, Feng's achievements in his previous life might not be inferior to his. In his previous life, these were what he heard from Feng when they were chatting after he met her at the age of 47. He was very fortunate that the time of his rebirth happened to be when Feng had not yet been poisoned by the wild wolf. Now that he is here, he will not let the tragedy of his previous life happen to Feng again. Just as Ning thoughts were racing, the manager's voice rang out again. Something happened to Wild Wolf. He successfully opened up his 16th meridian yesterday, while Feng has only opened up 15 meridians. So, do you still think there is no suspense in the fight between the two? As the manager spoke, the wolf's aura spread out, and suddenly, 16 meridian lines emitting a bright glow appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. The next moment, countless people cast shocked glances at the bald young man on the stage who was called the Wild Wolf. How is that possible? It hasn't even been a month since Wild Wolf opened up his 13th meridian. How come he's already got to the 16th? What kind of opportunity can suddenly open up 3 meridians in such a short time? Can you teach me the method? I can buy it for a lot of money. Those who can come here are basically members of martial arts families. The ability to open up so many meridians in a short period of time is of immeasurable value to them. Wild Wolf had no choice but to open up so many meridians in such a short time. The head of our martial arts school has already evaluated his body. He cannot try to open up any meridians in the next 3 years, otherwise all the meridians in his body will be destroyed. In my opinion, that approach would do everyone absolutely no good. Of course, if anyone wants it, our martial arts school will sell it to them at a price of 10 million per person. When everyone heard what the museum owner said, they all showed a hint of disappointment. If they could open up multiple meridians in a short period of time without paying any price, they would naturally be envious. But they can't afford such a price. Ning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the manager's words. He didn't expect that the method that was wildly praised by the Haochen Underground Martial Arts School 10 years later in his previous life would appear so early. He also learned this method here in his previous life. He just improved it and did not use it to open up the meridians, but used it to increase strength for a short period of time during battle. After the battle, the meridians that were temporarily opened will close again. Correspondingly, the price to pay is just being weak for half a day. He called this method Shonmai method. However, because this method can only be used in the stage of opening up the meridians before becoming a spiritualist, he never used it after he became a spiritualist in his previous life. Originally Ning was still thinking about how to prevent Feng from being poisoned during the battle with the wild wolf. After all, if he told Feng Yelong directly that he would poison him, he would inevitably be suspected. If things go wrong, Feng might think that he is in league with the wild wolf, and it would be interesting to set up such a trap just to gain his trust. Now he has found an opportunity to sell the Chonmai method to Feng. Not only can he prevent him from being poisoned by the wild wolf, but he can also earn some money from the medicinal materials. Why not do it? Then the manager made a big fuss about it. After arousing everyone's interest in the fight between the two, he took Feng and Yelong down from the platform. While the manager was speaking, Ning found paper and pen on a table not far away. He quickly wrote a line on the paper and then tore it off. At this moment, Ning saw Feng following the manager down the stage and quickly walked over. At this time, there were a lot of people surrounding the entrance and exit of the arena, and Ning squeezed directly to Feng's side. He did not take the risk of directly handing the note in his hand to Feng, but instead patted his arm rhythmically a few times. After Feng cast a slightly surprised look at him, Ning smiled at him and calmly put the note in his hand into his hand. After Feng took the note, he looked at Ning deeply, but did not say anything. Instead, he followed the manager away with a natural expression. Ning saw Feng walking away and did not go back to find Lan Bingyan, but turned and walked towards the bathroom in the distance. Just now in the room, his attention was all on the evil fire in his body. Now that I've calmed down, I want to go to the bathroom. What he didn't expect was, just when he came out of the bathroom after taking care of his physiological needs, he unexpectedly saw his graceful wife standing at the door. Wife, you're following me so closely, are you afraid that I'll be in danger or that I'll run away? Chapter 27 Wife, where are we going? Lan Bingyan just glanced at him calmly, turned around and said, let's go. Looking at Lan Bingyan's back, Ning inexplicably felt that his wife actually had a bit of a tsundere nature. At this time, most of the audience had left, so after the two of them walked out of the bathroom, Aya's anxious voice was very clear to their ears. Didn't you say he went in to give the young lady acupuncture and would be out in 10 minutes? How long has it been? Special Assistant Shin sighed and consoled him, maybe the acupuncture lasted a little too long today. It's impossible for him and the young lady to really do anything in there, so don't think too much about it. Ning heard what the two said and immediately understood. Due to venue reasons, Ayu and Special Assistant Shin were positioned at a certain distance from the entrance. In addition, when he and Lan Bingyan walked out of the room, Ayu and Special Assistant Shin's attention was on the manager who suddenly walked onto the stage to announce something. After the manager finished explaining what happened, he ran to give Feng a note. Lan Bingyan should have followed him at that time. Therefore, Ayu and Special Assistant Shin did not notice that they had come out. At this time, the two were sitting with their backs to the bathroom and did not realize that their conversation had been heard clearly by Ning and Lan Bingyan. At this moment, Ayu was even more angry when he heard Special Assistant Shin comforting him calmly. Why am I the only one who was worried? Aren't you afraid that the young lady will be taken advantage of by that boy? Special Assistant Shin couldn't help but smile. How can you and I interfere with the young lady's thoughts? In all these years, when have you ever seen the young lady suffer any loss? We just need to do our part, and the rest is not something you and I should worry about. If it was something else, I wouldn't worry about it, but the young lady has never had any emotional experience since she was a child. You saw her attitude towards that boy today. I am worried that the young lady has no experience in relationships and was deceived by a scumbag. Special Assistant Shin shook his head upon hearing this. The lady is not as easy to deceive as you think. There must be a reason why she is so nice to Ning Che. Besides, the feeling Ning Che gives me is not simple. Ayu got angry when he heard this. Not simple? You don't really think he was in control of the situation in the Colosseum just now? That idiot was just lucky. He still has the nerve to ask me to say that he and the young lady are a perfect match. I don't know where he got the nerve from. Looking at the entire Xia country, only young Master Jiang is worthy of Miss. In terms of ability and means, he is not even worthy of carrying young Master Zhang's shoes. While Ayu was talking, Ning Che casually picked up a red wine glass with more than half a glass of wine left from the table next to him. Just as Ayu finished her last word, Ning Che had already walked behind her. He naturally raised the red wine glass in his hand above her head, and then slowly poured it out. The cold wine poured on Ayu's head and then slid down his scalp. Ah! Caught off guard, Ayu screamed subconsciously. The next moment, her professional bodyguard instinct made her throw a punch behind her. Ning Che, who was already prepared, took a step back almost at the same time Ayu swung his punch. While Ayu's punch missed, he also saw the culprit who started the incident. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. You are looking for death. However, just when she was about to beat Ning Che into a cripple, Ning Che had already hidden behind his wife. At the same time, he also complained confidently. Wife, she seems to be very dissatisfied with your choice of men, and you don't care about her? Ayu, %#amp at ##amp#. At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart. In just a short moment, she had greeted all of Ning Che's ancestors. From the time Ayu was born till now, she had never seen such a shameless man. How did such a loser get the favor of her lady? She had always regarded her young lady as a deity, but at this moment, for the first time, she doubted her young lady's vision. Lan Bingyan tilted her head to glance at the two of them, then said calmly, "Let's go." Ning Che immediately followed behind his wife. Honey, where are we going? Have a meal. Ayu looked at the two people walking away, pursed his lips, and tears seemed to well up in his eyes. If anyone else dared to throw wine on her, the lady would definitely not let that person see the sun tomorrow. But that person turned out to be Ning Che, and the young lady didn't even blame him. What kind of magic did that man cast on her young lady? Half an hour later, the extended RV that Lan Bingyan was riding in stopped in front of the Lan S shopping mall in the center of Yuncheng. It is worth mentioning that Ayu was not in the RV. I don't know if Lan Bingyan was worried that Ayu and Ning Che would have another conflict, so she arranged other work for Ayu before getting in the car. Also, originally, Special Assistant Shin was going to take Lan Bingyan to the high-end private kitchen under the Lan family, but Ning Che had an appointment with Rong Kan here in the afternoon. He was worried about being late, so he thought of separating from Lan Bingyan and coming to the mall to have a quick bite. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Lan Bingyan asked Special Assistant Shin, who was the driver, to turn around. Wife, I can go there by myself. You may not be used to the restaurants here. After Ning Che got out of the car, he saw his wife was about to get off, so he quickly spoke. In his previous life, every time he ate with Lan Bingyan, he either had a top chef cook at her place, or went to a high-end private chef that was absolutely clean and hygienic. He had never eaten with Lan Bingyan in a shopping mall. It's okay, try a different flavor once in a while. Seeing that his wife said so, Ning Che naturally had no objection. What Ning Che didn't expect was that as soon as he and Lan Bingyan walked into the mall, an unexpected person appeared in his sight. This person was none other than Mu Feng, who was keeping Lu Tingting and Wang Xinyao hanging at the same time. At this moment, he was standing at the stairs, talking on his cell phone. Xinyao, I really have something to do right now and can't get away. How about I have lunch with you tomorrow at noon? Haha, how could it be possible for me and Lu Tingting? Those are just rumors. I've always treated her as my sister. I swear, you're the only one in my heart. Ning Che listened to Mu Feng's solemn promise, and a sneer suddenly appeared in his eyes. What a great Mu Feng! However, he did not do anything impulsive, but turned around and said softly to Lan Bingyan. Wife, I met an acquaintance and I'm going to say hello. You go upstairs with Ayu and Special Assistant Shen to find a restaurant and order some food. Lan Bingyan nodded slightly to Ning Che, then took Ayu and Special Assistant Shen to the elevator leading to the fourth-floor food court. Mu Feng's entire mind was focused on comforting Wang Xinyao, so naturally he didn't notice what was happening on Ning Che's side. After Lan Bingyan left, Ning Che did not rush over to confront Mu Feng, but took out his mobile phone and turned on the video recording function. "Xinyao, don't worry, Mu Feng, will marry you in this life. Someone came to talk to me about work. That's it for now. See you tomorrow at noon." After saying that, Mu Feng got the other party's consent and then hung up the phone. If it were in the past, no matter how urgent the matter was, he would run over to comfort Wang Xinyao as soon as possible. And considering how devoted Wang Xinyao is to him, she can help him a lot. But now, the order from the Lu family that he had always thought he could not complete was about to be signed. Once the order contract is signed successfully, the Lu family's future will be much brighter than that of the Wang family. Comparing the two, Wang Xinyao is naturally not as important as Lu Tingting. However, almost as he put the phone back into his pocket and turned around, he met Ning Che's smiling eyes. Chapter 28: A Match Made in Heaven? Mr. Mu is really busy. I wonder how Lu Tingting would react if she heard that you only treated her as a sister and swore that you would only marry Wang Xinyao in this life? Hearing Ning Che's sarcastic words, Mu Feng's face suddenly turned ugly. I don't know what you're talking about. Ning Che didn't refute, he just picked up the phone and tapped on the screen. The next moment, the scene of Mu Feng's phone call appeared in front of him. Mu Feng's face turned pale immediately. "Ning Che, we don't have any deep hatred, there is no need for you to do this to me, right?" The irony in Ning Che's eyes became even stronger. No deep hatred? You knew that Wang Xinyao was my fiancée, but you were having an affair with her behind my back. If this is not a deep hatred, what is? Mu Feng sighed when he heard this. Love is something that can't be forced, but I can understand that you feel unhappy that I stole your woman. How about this, let's just pretend that nothing happened today, and I'll find a way to get your Ning family involved in the Lu family's orders, how about that? Ning Che raised his eyebrows. Your Mu family hasn't participated in the Lu family's order yet? Can my Ning family still join in? Mu Feng smiled. I just heard from Lu Tingting this morning that her family needs to add a few more pharmaceutical families to cooperate with this order. When Ning Che heard this, he immediately realized that Rong Shandong had already taken action. It seems that Rong Shandong's next step is to let the Ning family join the order as a partner, and then quietly transfer the resources given to the Lu family to the Ning family. I have to say that Rong Shandong is worthy of being the director of the medical bureau at such a young age. The courage and speed of this method are unmatched by ordinary people. Seeing that Ning Che did not look drooling, Mu Feng continued. I heard that if you still don't perform well in the clan competition 3 months later, you will be deprived of the qualification to inherit the family. If you can get the Ning family to join this order, you will be a great contributor to the Ning family. By then, even if you were born with a disabled meridian, who would dare to say anything? Ning Che smiled when he heard this. I will naturally let the Ning family participate in that order, but I don't need your help. Mu Feng's expression froze. Then he looked at Ning Che carefully. All along he only knew that Ning Che was a somewhat inferior fool. How come he didn't know that he also had such blind self-confidence? Could it be that he suddenly became arrogant because he won the bet between him and those young masters of noble families yesterday? Ning Che, I'm not kidding you, this is your Ning family's chance to soar to the sky. If it were under normal circumstances, why would he say so much nonsense to Ning Che? If he hadn't lost 1000-year-old medicinal herbs to Ning Che, he would have been afraid of having his legs broken by his father and wouldn't have dared to mention this to him. He thought of using this order to make Ning Che give up asking him for those 10 medicinal herbs. He would have to be crazy to let the Ning family join in. Ning Che looked at the anxiety in Mu Feng's eyes. How could he not understand what he was thinking? However, before Ning Che could appreciate Mu Feng's anxious and frightened state, he saw Lu Tingting walking out of a clothing store. Your childhood sweetheart, the sister who will marry you, is here. Don't forget to send the herbs to the Ning family before tomorrow. Otherwise, the video you just saw will appear in front of Wang Xinyao. Now, I won't bother you anymore. However, just as Ning Che was about to turn around and leave, Lu Tingting, a martial arts genius, appeared in front of him and looked at him coldly. Why are you here, you piece of shit? She had heard that the cause of yesterday's incident was that Ning Che said something he shouldn't have said. It can be said that if it weren't for the loser Ning Che yesterday, she wouldn't have fallen out with that bootlicker Rongcan. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a shopping mall and no trouble was allowed, she would have already raised her fist. However, thinking that Ning Che was just a useless person who couldn't practice, it would be cheap for her, a martial arts genius, to care too much about him. Moreover, the invitation letter in her hand is something that the loser in front of her will never get in his lifetime. With the intention of letting Ning Che broaden his horizons, Lu Tingting straightened her back unconsciously. Then she carefully handed the platinum invitation letter in her hand to Mu Feng. Brother Mufeng, the manager just left suddenly due to an emergency. He got you a new invitation and told me several times to make sure you come. As she spoke, Lu Tingting looked at Mu Feng with stars twinkling in her eyes. Platinum level invitation. This is second only to the black diamond level invitation letter that only appears in the Lan family's main family in the Imperial City. The manager said that there are only 10 platinum level invitations for the entire banquet tonight. The owners of the other 9 cards are all the leaders of the top wealthy families in Yunqing. Although the Mu family is not even considered a third-rate family in Yunqing now. But her brother Mu Feng is already at the top of the entire Yunqing. The Mu family will surely rise in the future because of brother Mu Feng. And her Lu family will also soar because of that huge medical order. The future of both of their families will be extremely bright. In this case, who dares to say that she and brother Mu Feng are not a match made in heaven? Chapter 29. Sitting opposite Lan Bingyan. Just as Lu Tingting was imagining an infinitely bright future, Ning Che looked at Mu Feng and said, "You got another platinum level invitation so soon?" After hearing Ning Che's words, Lu Tingting snorted in dissatisfaction. My brother Mu Feng is not only handsome, but also very capable. Just an invitation letter is not a problem for my brother Mu Feng at all. Ning Che couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard that. What the netizens said is so true. Women who are love-brained are so scary. What's that look in your eyes? You are a waste of the Ning family. I'm afraid you can't even get the lowest level silver invitation, let alone a platinum invitation. Ning Che couldn't help but reveal a provocative smile when he heard Lu Tingting's words. What if I can get a platinum or even black diamond invitation? Lu Tingting sneered as if she had heard a very funny joke. A black diamond invitation letter? Ha ha. If you can get a black diamond invitation letter, I will give you not only 10 100-year-old herbs, but even 100 100-year-old herbs. Ning Che's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, is it a deal? Although there is little hope that Lu Tingting will keep her promise. But since Lu Tingting has made such a promise, he will take back the bet he won even if it means the Lu family goes bankrupt. Seeing Ning Che asking seriously, Lu Tingting snorted coldly, Lu Tingting, will stick to my words, but this is limited to tonight's banquet. Although she didn't think that Ning Che, a loser, would have the opportunity to get access to a black diamond invitation letter in the future, she would be in a difficult position if the other party shamelessly got an invitation letter used by someone else and asked her to keep her promise. In order to avoid trouble in the future, she emphasized that it was only for tonight. Ning Che listened to the restrictions that Lu Tingting gave in a serious manner and just smiled faintly. Okay, I'll wait for your 100-year-old medicinal herbs. After that, he was no longer interested in talking nonsense with the two of them. After saying see you in the evening, he walked straight to the elevator that Lan Bingyan and the other two had taken before. Lu Tingting glanced coldly at Ning Che's back and couldn't help but snorted with disdain. Then, she turned her gaze to Mu Feng again, and her eyes were once again filled with love and admiration. Brother Mu Feng, I just found a suit for you. It suits your temperament very well. You can wear it to the banquet tonight. Hearing this, Mu Feng touched Lu Tingting's head lovingly. Okay, I like everything you think is good. Soon, Ning Che took the elevator to the food area on the 4th floor. When the elevator door opened, he just happened to see Special Assistant Shen waiting for him at the elevator entrance. Mr. Ning, this way please. After seeing Ning Che, Special Assistant Shen spoke in a very polite tone. Ning Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. Although Special Assistant Shen's attitude towards him in his previous life was not as bad as Ayu's, it was not much better. It was the first time that he was treated like this by Special Assistant Shen, so it was quite new. But of course he didn't say much. After nodding slightly, he followed Special Assistant Shen into a steakhouse with quite elegant decoration. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Ning Che saw his wife sitting by the window. At the same time, he also noticed that most of the seats in the store were already occupied. Most of them are couples. But the men in many couples all looked in Lan Bingyan's direction more or less, and in return they had their feet stepped hard by their girlfriends under the table. Ning Che looked at the men's grinning faces and shook his head helplessly. Looking at his extremely attractive wife, the light in his eyes couldn't help but soften. Soon, Ning Che walked over to Lan Bingyan and sat down under the envious gazes of the crowd. Chapter 30. Do you suspect that the person who wants to go shopping with Ning Che is a girl? I ordered a steak for you, and you can see what else you want to eat. As soon as he sat down, Lan Bingyan handed him a menu. When everyone in the restaurant saw the icy beauty Lan Bingyan showing her gentle side in front of Ning, the jealousy in their hearts immediately grew stronger. Ning opened the menu and took a look. He raised his hand to call the waiter, and saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking towards him quickly. "Hello, sir. I am the manager of this Lan's department store. If you need anything, just tell me directly and I will ask the kitchen staff to make arrangements for you first." Ning raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Lan Bingyan had just arrived at the mall when the manager appeared. I have to say, this efficiency is really good. But since it was convenient, he was naturally happy to accept it. After ordering a few things, Ning looked at the manager with a smile. "That's troublesome." After the manager memorized the dishes, he smiled respectfully at Ning and said, "Okay, I'll go tell the kitchen staff to prepare them now. Please wait." Seeing this, the guests around who were paying attention to this place looked at Ning with different eyes again. Before Ning came over, they saw the manager running over in a hurry. However, this person who had a very high status in their eyes seemed a bit servile in front of Lan Bingyan. At that time they already understood that Lan Bingyan's identity was definitely not simple. Seeing the manager's address and attitude towards Ning at this moment, everyone realized that the manager probably didn't know Ning but was only treating Ning with courtesy for Lan Bingyan's sake. From this perspective, this man dressed in cheap clothes looks a bit like a gigolo kept by that noble and cold woman. After realizing this, everyone in the restaurant looked at Ning ordinary face because of acne, and they felt unbalanced. Ning naturally wouldn't care about what the people around him were thinking. He poured a cup of tea for Lan Bingyan from the kettle on the table, put the cup in front of Lan Bingyan, and then asked, "Wife, I heard that the Lan family is going to hold a banquet tonight. Do you know about this?" The people at the nearby tables were stunned when they heard Ning question. "Old, wife? These two people are actually a couple?" When Lan Bingyan heard Ning words, she did not ask him where he got the information. She just tilted her head slightly and gave a look to Special Assistant Shin, who was sitting at the back table. Special Assistant Shin quickly stood up and walked to Ning side, then placed a pure black invitation letter on the table in front of Ning. "Mr. Ning, this is the invitation letter that the young lady prepared for you." Bang! The moment the invitation appeared on the table in front of Ning, the sound of chopsticks falling to the ground suddenly rang out in the restaurant. However, the owner of the chopsticks did not care about the chopsticks that fell to the ground, but exclaimed involuntarily, Black diamond level invitation?" The moment the exclamation was heard, everyone in the restaurant looked at the invitation, and their expressions were filled with shock. Although they had never seen the Lan family's black diamond level invitation letter, they knew how precious it was. That being can only be found in the Lan family's main family in the Imperial City. How could it appear in such a small Imperial City? Moreover, he could easily take out a black diamond invitation letter. What kind of amazing identity does this beauty in a blue dress have? Lan Bingyan didn't seem to notice the reactions of the people in the restaurant. She just looked at Ning calmly and said, "If you have time in the evening, you can come and have a look." The moment Lan Bingyan finished speaking, she noticed that everyone here couldn't help but twitch their lips. "It would be fine if you just casually sent out a black diamond invitation, but do you have time to go there in the evening? How could this pretty boy dressed in cheap clothes deserve the favor of such a beautiful lady?" When Ning heard Lan Bingyan's words, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. In his previous life, he knew that Lan Bingyan didn't like this kind of occasion. But what Lan Bingyan just said was to ask him to come over and take a look. The word "come" undoubtedly indicates that Lan Bingyan will also attend the banquet. Moreover, Lan Bingyan specially asked Special Assistant Shin to prepare an invitation letter for him. It seems that this banquet tonight is not simple. However, he would naturally not go against his wife's wishes. Of course, there are also the 100-century-old medicinal herbs that Lu Tingting mentioned. Ning took the invitation directly and said, "Okay, I'll go." At this time, the steak was brought up by the manager. Then, while eating steak, Ning casually asked, "Wife, do you know any alchemist?" He now urgently needs an alchemist to refine those century-old medicinal herbs into pills. But with the Ning family and his current strength, it is really difficult to hire an alchemist. Based on the principle that it is not shameful to ask his wife for help, he only hopes that Lan Bingyan can help him find one. Lan Bingyan raised her eyes slightly when she heard Ning question. She did not ask Ning what he wanted the alchemist to do, but just replied calmly, "There is an alchemist among the invited guests at the banquet tonight." Ning was delighted when he heard this, then I'll trouble my wife to introduce me to someone tonight. Oh, his wife is so awesome. He was just about to fall asleep when a pillow was brought to him. Ding dong. A while later, Ning Che was taking the last bite of steak when the message alert on his phone suddenly rang. Ning Che picked up his phone and took a look. It was a message from Rongkan. Wife, the person I'm meeting has arrived. Do you want to go back or come with me to meet him? Although he felt that there was nothing to see, and he also thought that Lan Bingyan would not be interested in meeting his friends, but as a man who aspires to be a filial husband, he felt that it was necessary to ask. Lan Bingyan had finished eating at this time. When she heard Ning Che's question, she slowly stood up and said, "Let's go." Ning Che was stunned when he saw this. As he had spent quite a bit of time with Lan Bingyan in his previous life, he naturally understood that what Lan Bingyan meant was that she wanted him to go with her to meet Rongkan. But what's so good about this? Could it be that she still suspected that the person he was going shopping with was a woman? Lead the way. Seeing Ning Che in a daze, Lan Bingyan frowned slightly, and a slightly cold voice reached Ning Che's ears. Here it comes. Under the obviously oppressive aura of his wife, Ning Che quickly took her hand and walked towards the place where he had agreed to meet with Rongkan. However, as soon as the elevator carrying Ning Che and the other two reached the first floor, Special Assistant Shin received a message. After reading the message, he immediately looked at Lan Bingyan and said, "Miss, one of them has been found and brought to our place." Lan Bingyan hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but still said to Ning Che, "Next time." Ning Che nodded understandingly, "Okay, go and get busy first. He didn't have the honor to see you this time." As Lan Bingyan's figure just walked away, Rongkan, who noticed Ning Che's figure from a distance, walked over quickly. He glanced at Lan Bingyan's back, then looked at Ning Che with some curiosity and asked, "Who is that woman?" Chapter 31, Falling in Love with Someone Who Was Being Kept by Someone? Although he asked this, he already had the answer in his heart. I just found out yesterday that Ning Che was being kept by the wealthy woman from the Lan family, but I didn't expect to meet her in person today. Moreover, although he didn't see her face, he didn't expect that a rich woman of such old age could still maintain such a good figure. When Ning Che heard Rongkan's question, he looked at him as if he was an idiot, but he still replied, "My wife." He didn't know if it was Rongkan's illusion, but he actually felt that there was an inexplicable pride in Ning Che's tone. Rongkan twitched his lips and asked a question that he knew was nonsense, "Are you married?" Ning Che was still confident, "Not yet, but even if it's not now, it will be in the future." Rongkan. Is this a relationship that has developed out of being kept by someone? It is said that young men like mature and charming women. It seems that netizens are right. However, it is Ning Che's freedom to like women of any age. As for being kept, that is Ning Che's own ability and choice, and Rongkan will not comment on it. Without dwelling on this matter any further, Rongkan turned to Ning Che and asked, "Why did you ask me to accompany you?" Ning Che stared at Rongkan's pearly face and rubbed his chin with his hand. "Do you want Lu Tingting to regret giving up on you and choosing Mu Feng?" Rongkan's eyes dimmed when he heard this. Before yesterday, he dreamed that Lu Tingting would look at him more. Because Lu Tingting had a bad stomach and didn't like to eat breakfast, he got up at 5 o'clock every morning and personally prepared breakfast for Lu Tingting and delivered it to her. Because Lu Tingting casually said that she liked Along the River during the Qingming Festival, he spent a full 3 years copying Along the River during the Qingming Festival stroke by stroke using the finest charcoal pencil. Because Lu Tingting needed a 200-year-old medicinal herb, he begged his father for a month. Although he originally did not want to join the officialdom, he finally got the medicinal herb by offering an internship at the medical bureau as a condition. However, she accepted the breakfast he made, but he never saw her eat a single bite. After receiving the Along the River during the Qingming Festival that he had painted with great effort, she just glanced at it and put it aside. He exchanged his freedom for the medicinal herbs, but Lu Tingting simply accepted them and let him go. In addition, whenever Lu Tingting encounters a problem, he will be the first to help. He did everything he could, but he still couldn't warm Lu Tingting's cold heart. But Mu Feng did nothing, but Lu Tingting devoted all her heart to him. Maybe love is really a matter of fate, and he is destined to have no chance with Lu Tingting. Ning Che felt the sudden low pressure around Rongkan and patted his shoulder with amusement. "Don't look so sad. You were just working in the wrong direction. Listen to me from now on. I promise that Lu Tingting will kick Mu Feng away for you, and then come back to stick to you. But you must not be so shameless as to forgive her when the time comes. A woman with such an unclear mind is not worthy of your true love." Rongkan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard Ning Che's words. He really didn't believe a single word of Ning Che's 3 sentences. He knew that Ning Che had always been in love with Wang Xinyao. If Ning Che really had such ability, could he have made Wang Xinyao announce the cancellation of the engagement without mercy? Ning Che felt Rong Kan's questioning gaze and didn't explain much. He pulled Rong-san straight to a popular barber shop. Stopping at the door of the barber shop, Rong Kan frowned and looked at Ning Che. "Why did you bring me here?" "Have a meal." "Rong Kan?" Ning Che looked at Rong Kan's confused look and couldn't help but laugh. "If you come to the barber shop not to get a haircut, but to eat?" "I just had my hair cut the day before yesterday, so I don't need to." Before Rong Kan finished speaking, Ning Che raised his hand and rubbed his head. "Too ugly." After saying that, he didn't wait for Rong Kan to say anything else. He directly dragged him into the store and pressed him into a haircutting chair. Then, he looked directly at the barber who was coming over. "Give him a hairstyle." The barber nodded and picked up a style book from the side and handed it to Rong Kan. "Sir, you can take a look at what kind of hairstyle you want." Before the style book was handed to Rong Kan, Ning Che took it directly. He casually flipped through the style book, and soon his eyes fell on one of the short blonde hairstyles. He pointed to the hairstyle and said to the barber, "Here is the hairstyle." The barber looked at the style book, then looked at Rong-san, whose handsome face was mostly covered by glasses and looked less attractive, and said with embarrassment, "This style is good looking, but it may not suit him." Rong Kan looked at the golden hairstyle of the male model in the picture, and his eyes were also full of doubt when he looked at Ning Che. The male model in the picture is a handsome Western guy with deep facial features. Although he thinks his facial features are okay, they are not as sharp-edged as others. For an Oriental man like him, such a hairstyle really felt a bit out of place. However, facing the opposition of the two, Ning Che insisted. "Just do it this way. If it doesn't look good, it's my fault." Rong Kan. It's as if Ning Che can return his hair to him if it doesn't look good. Seeing Ning Che was so stubborn, the barber could only look at Rong Kan. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Rong Kan hesitated for a few seconds, but finally gritted his teeth and said, "Do it." Although he felt that this look did not look good on him, he could see Ning Che's good intentions. "Forget it, who asked Ning Che to help him so much yesterday? It's just a haircut, it's nothing." When the barber heard that Rong-san also agreed, he sighed helplessly. "Okay." He believed that his skills could create such a look 100%, but if Rong-san's facial features couldn't be controlled, it would look very tacky. Now, he could only try his best to perfectly replicate the shape, hoping that it would not ruin his reputation. 2 hours later. "All right." The barber looked at the perfect work on Rong-san's head and breathed a sigh of relief. Although this hairstyle still doesn't look good against the tacky black framed glasses on Rong-san's face, it doesn't look as bad as he thought when it appears on Rong-san's head. Rong-san was a little surprised when he looked in the mirror and saw that his hairstyle was indeed much better looking than when he first arrived. He thought his hair would definitely be ruined by the cut, so it was a bit surprising that it reached this extent. Ning Che was naturally not surprised when he looked at the expressions of the two men. He went to the front desk to pay Rong-san, then took him out of the barber shop. Then, go straight to the eyewear store next door. "I just changed my lenses a few days ago," Rong Kan said as he followed Ning Che into the store. Ning Che rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who wants to change your lenses? How did you choose this crappy frame? I've never seen anything uglier than this." Rong Kan's eyes dimmed. "My grandma chose them for me when I was little. After she passed away, the pair she gave me was too small, so I bought myself a larger pair of the same style." Ning Che sighed and said, "I understand your longing for grandma, but this style of glasses may have suited you when you were a child, but it is definitely not suitable for you to wear anymore." "Yeah." Rong Kan nodded sullenly, "I'll listen to you." Ning Che couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Rong Kan suddenly transform into an obedient young wife. He then took Rong-san into the eyewear store and asked the salesperson to get a box of 400-degree daily disposable contact lenses. "Can you help him put it on?" After paying the money, Ning Che looked at the female salesperson and asked. "Of course." The saleswoman nodded politely. After letting Rong-san sit on a stool, she raised her hand and took off the black-framed glasses on Rong-san's face. The moment the glasses were taken off, the saleswoman was visibly stunned. The next moment, she couldn't control her breathing and it became a little faster. Chapter 32. How can a man be so handsome? The young man in front of me looked to be in his 20s. His skin was extremely fair, which was rare among boys. Even under the sunlight shining through the window, his skin was so delicate that even his pores could not be seen. The young man's facial features are all exquisite. After taking off the glasses, the bridge of his nose looked taller, and his pair of almost perfectly shaped phoenix eyes finally saw the sunlight. Most importantly, his already graceful facial lines, modified by his fluffy and soft short golden hair, present in almost perfect facial contour. And such a facial contour will also make the facial features more beautiful and exquisite. Good, so handsome. How can a man be so handsome? At this moment, the female clerk abandoned her favorite young star without hesitation and resolutely decided that the young man in front of her would be her male god in the future. Can I help my friend put his contact lenses on? Ning Che looked at the female clerk who had been admiring him for a long time, and finally couldn't help but remind her. The clerk came back to his senses when he heard Ning Che's words, and quickly said apologetically, Oh, sorry. After saying this, she was afraid of leaving a bad impression on the new male god in front of her, so she quickly took out 2 lenses from the paper box containing contact lenses and tried to put them on the male god as quickly as possible. However, the more anxious she was, the harder it was to put it on. What made her most frustrated was that when she wore glasses, she couldn't help but look at her idol's face. Then, the more I looked at her, the harder it was for her to put it on. In the end, the contact lenses that should have taken her 10 seconds at most took her a full 5 minutes to put on. When the second pair of glasses was successfully put on Rongsan's eyes, the female clerk almost cried. Her slowest record was actually set on her male god. Is it really God's will that kill her? Rongkan didn't care much about the speed of wearing contact lenses. He looked at himself in the mirror and was stunned. Before, he just felt that the hairstyle Ning Che asked him to cut was slightly better than his previous hairstyle. It was not until this moment that he realized that this was more than just a small difference, but a world of difference. This hairstyle directly raises his appearance to an unprecedented level. After staring at himself in the mirror for a while, Rongkan turned to look at Ning Che, his eyes full of confusion and inquiry. Why didn't he know before that Ning Che had such a unique aesthetic sense? The most important thing is, Ning Che has such good aesthetic taste, why doesn't he take good care of himself? He believed that with Ning Che's appearance, even if he had some pimples on his face, as long as his hairstyle was good, it would definitely add a lot of points. Even if the pimples on Ning Che's face disappeared, his appearance would be enough to crush him now. But judging from Ning Che's expression, he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of taking care of himself. At this moment, he felt that he could no longer see through Ning Che. Let's go and move on to the next item. Ning Che felt Rongkan's increasingly strange gaze towards him and patted him on the shoulder. Nearly half an hour later, Ning Che and Rongkan visited several clothing stores and happened to walk into the store where Mufeng had just bought a royal blue suit a few minutes ago. At this time, many girls who were attracted by Rongsan's good looks were following behind the two of them. However, since those girls were just taking pictures from a distance, they didn't cause much trouble to the two men, so Ning Che just left it alone. When the waitress at the suit shop saw Rongkan and Ning Che walk into the store, she immediately stepped forward enthusiastically. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Ning Che didn't answer, but walked straight to a pure white suit and took down the hanger with the suit on it. He put the suit jacket in front of Rongsan and compared it. "Try this one." When the female clerk saw the suit Ning Che took out, a look of surprise appeared on her face. This suit has been hanging there for half a year. Although some people have tried it on during this period, their clothes either made them look dark or tacky. Although the young man in front of her looked very handsome, she was still a little worried about how the suit would look on him. Good. At this moment, Rongkan simply obeyed Ning Che's every word. After strolling along the way, he was truly amazed by Ning Che's aesthetic taste. Almost every piece of clothing Ning Che chose for him looked good. If Ning Che hadn't stopped him, he would probably have been carrying a lot of bags in his hands. But none of the clothes that he thought were good-looking could satisfy Ning Che. Soon, Rongkan took off his coat and put on the white suit chosen by Ning Che. Hiss! Almost at the moment when Rongsan put on his clothes, there were suddenly a series of surprised gasps from all around. Suddenly, the gazes of the girls around became more fanatical. Not only the people around, but even the female clerk who had seen many people with both good looks and temperament, had an expression of amazement on her face. "This dress suits you so well." At the same time, she felt that she had really good luck today. Such handsome men are rare to see, and she saw two of them today. She originally thought that the last man in a royal blue suit was pleasing to the eye, but she didn't expect that not long after that man left, someone came and crushed him. That's it. Ning Che finally showed a look of reluctant satisfaction on his face, and made the decision directly. He didn't let Rongsan take off his clothes, but paid and put on his previous coat. Afterwards, he found himself a relatively formal dark blue suit and put it on. After all, he was going to attend the blue dinner soon, so he didn't care about other people's eyes, but he didn't want to embarrass Lan Bingyan by wearing casual clothes. However, in order to avoid attracting many beautiful women and making his wife jealous, the suit he chose was very conventional, almost becoming a green leaf to set off the beautiful flower-roamed sun. Not long after Ning Che and Ron Can came out of the clothing store, the barber who had done Ron Can's hair came out for some fresh air. He immediately noticed the two men who were followed by a number of girls. The moment he saw Ron Can, even though he was a grown man, his eyes lit up. Soon, his eyes rested on Ron Can's head. This hairstyle looks a little familiar. Just when the barber was wondering whether this hairstyle was popular recently, the same style as the one he just made appeared, and the handsome guy in the distance had already walked up to him. Then, he saw the handsome guy smiling brightly at him. "I'm very satisfied with the styling you helped me with. I'll come again next time." When the barber heard this, he was stunned for a moment. It was not until Ron Can and Ning Che walked away that the barber suddenly came back to his senses. "Oh shit. What same style? That's the hairstyle he made." At this time he also realized that the handsome boy's appearance had been sealed by the pair of big black framed glasses. Before, he just thought that this hairstyle would not ruin the guy's reputation. Now, it seems that after the guy took off his glasses, the most perfect work of his life was born. I am very grateful to the young man who helped that guy choose his hairstyle. Thinking about how he almost refused to cut the hair because he was worried about damaging his reputation, the barber couldn't help but feel a little scared. Just as the barber was hesitating whether to chase after him to take a picture of his most perfect work, the group of little fans following Mu Feng heard what he said to the barber and immediately surrounded him. Chapter 33 A graceful figure in a blue dress. You made the male god's hairstyle? Can you make me the same hairstyle as the male god? Why are you, a pure and cute girl, joining in the fun? Master, I have short hair, can you give it a cut? Master, do you accept the cue? The barber looked at the girls around him who were vying to ask him to cut their men's hairstyles, and suddenly he felt that his world had become magical. At this time, Lu Tingting and Mu Feng just walked out of a jewelry store not far away. Even though he had been shopping with Lu Tingting for almost a whole day, Mu Feng did not show the slightest impatience on his face. He perfectly acted like a gentleman accompanying his girlfriend shopping. At this moment, Lu Tingting couldn't take her eyes off Mu Feng. Looking at Mu Feng, who had changed into his newly bought royal blue suit, as a person who loves looks, she became more and more satisfied the more she looked at him. Mu Feng felt that Lu Tingting's eyes were always on him, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. However, after Lu Tingting almost bumped into someone walking over, he still reminded her lovingly in a soft voice, "Tingting, watch the road." Lu Tingting nodded obediently, but couldn't help but exclaimed again, "Brother Mu Feng is so handsome." Thinking of Ron Can's tacky outfit, and then looking at Brother Mu Feng who was so handsome that people around him kept looking at him, Lu Tingting felt that announcing the cancellation of the engagement with Ron Can was the wisest decision she had ever made. Soon, the two of them found a drink shop and sat down, preparing to order a cup of milk tea. Suddenly, the chatter of two girls at the table next to them reached their ears. "What a coincidence! You just told me that you saw someone holding a platinum-level invitation letter from the Lan family in the clothing store on the first floor. And then I heard that a black diamond-level invitation letter appeared on the fourth floor." The long-haired girl's face was full of amazement. The short-haired girl opposite her was stunned when she heard this, a black diamond-level invitation? Is it true? Isn't that something that only appears in the Lan family's main family in Imperial City? How could a small city like ours, Yunqing, have an invitation of that level? Lu Tingting was stunned when she heard this. She had just told Ning Che that if he could get a black diamond-level invitation letter, she would give Ning Che 100-year-old medicinal herbs. How could a black diamond invitation appear in Yunqing, which has never seen such a thing? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? When Mu Feng heard what the two girls said, his brows furrowed. Normally, the platinum invitation in his hand is the highest level invitation to the banquet, and he is eligible to sit in the first row of the banquet with many wealthy people of Yunqing level. Of course, he had no plans to attend the event himself. After all, he could sell such an invitation letter for at least several million. Compared to attending a meaningless banquet with an invitation letter that does not match your status, it is naturally more tempting to put millions in your pocket. But now, a black diamond invitation letter appeared. Then, the value of the platinum invitation in his hand would be greatly reduced. No, he had to sell this invitation before the news of the black diamond invitation got out. However, just as Mu Feng was about to stand up, the long-haired girl's voice rang out again. Yeah. I'm also curious. And I heard that the black diamond invitation was given by a beautiful lady in a blue dress with a particularly cold temperament. The moment the long-haired girl finished speaking, the cool blue figure from that morning suddenly appeared in Mu Feng's mind. After leaving the hotel that day, he had been trying to find out about the woman. It's a pity that maybe it's because the woman's identity is too special, he hasn't been able to get any useful information until now. But at this moment, he heard such news. That woman was able to produce Lan's top-level customized bank card. In the entire Yunqing, besides her, who else is qualified to have a black diamond-level invitation letter? With the beautiful misunderstanding that morning and the chance encounter at today's dinner, plus the fact that it was obviously the woman's first time that morning, he believed that with his ability to conquer women, it would be a piece of cake for him to win the favor of such a woman. Thinking of this, Mu Feng gave up the idea of selling the invitation. He wants to use these millions to fight for a bright future for him and the Mu family. Just as Mu Feng was looking forward to a chance encounter with Lan Bingyan in the evening, Lu Tingting also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person who has the black diamond invitation letter is not Ning Che. Otherwise, she, a martial arts genius, would be embarrassed in front of Ning Che, a loser. Ding ling ling. Just when Lu Tingting breathed a sigh of relief, her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the word father on the caller ID and quickly picked up the phone. After a moment, she put down the phone, looked at Mu Feng with a smile and said, "Brother Mu Feng, my father asked me to go back and said he wanted to discuss with me about letting the Mu family join that order." Mu Feng was delighted when he heard this. He gently raised his hand and scratched Lu Tingting's nose, and said softly, "Tingting, thank you." Lu Tingting felt the warmth on Mu Fengjuan's face and suddenly felt that all her efforts were worth it. Afterwards, she chatted with Mu Feng for a few more words before leaving the drink shop. Mu Feng looked at Lu Tingting's back, and the smile on his face slowly widened. Thinking that Ning Che had rejected the proposal to let the Ning family join that order, the smile on his face gradually cooled. "Ning Che, you will soon realize how stupid it is to refuse to let the Ning family eat meat with the Lu family." Then, he took out the platinum invitation letter given to him by the mall manager from his pocket. Thinking that he would soon see the beautiful blue figure from the morning before yesterday, Mu Feng's eyes showed a deep longing. Ning Che is so proud of himself just because he has clung to the thigh of an old and ugly rich woman from the Lan family. When he gets the beautiful woman with a good figure and power, he wants to see what capital Ning Che has to be arrogant in front of him. Thinking of this, he looked at the time, walked out of the mall and drove to the venue of the Lan's dinner, Lan's hotel. A few minutes later, Mu Feng found a place to have dinner in the mall, and Ning Che walked out of the mall alone. Then he hailed a taxi directly. Because the banquet featured delicious dishes prepared by top chefs, he skipped dinner and went directly to the Lan's hotel. And just when Ning Che got into the taxi, at the entrance of Lan's hotel, "You can't come in without an invitation? My brother Mu Feng is highly regarded by the Lan family's direct descendants, and he even received a platinum-level invitation yesterday. If you don't believe me, just call the person in charge. They must know my brother Mu Feng." This person was none other than Wang Xinyao, whom Ning Che had just met in the art building yesterday. It was only when she went home and told her father yesterday that she realized how important this banquet was. Unfortunately, when she called Mu Feng, he said it was impossible to get another invitation. So, even though she knew it was a bit embarrassing, she still came here for the sake of her own future and the Wang family's. Of course, as expected, I was stopped by security after I came here. "Miss, you really can't enter without an invitation. Please don't make things difficult for us." The hotel security guard looked at the woman in front of him who was well dressed and had a good temperament, and pleaded helplessly. Wang Xinyao frowned when she heard the security guard's words, "It's just a phone call, how did I embarrass you?" The security guard was about to cry when he saw Wang Xinyao's unreasonable behavior. "If we want to make a call, can you at least give us a number? How can we make a call if we don't even know who to call?" While the two sides were arguing, an RV that looked like a large bread stopped in front of the hotel. Wang Xinyao, who had never seen this kind of RV, was stunned. "Is there anyone who would drive this kind of junky car to Lan's hotel?" Then, under Wang Xinyao's slightly surprised gaze, a graceful figure in a blue dress walked down from the RV. Chapter 34 Mu Feng wants to die. The moment she saw Lan Bingyan, Wang Xinyao was stunned again. Isn't this the woman she saw when she went to catch the adulterer that morning? How did she get here? But before Wang Xinyao could think about it, she watched Lan Bingyan, who also did not have an invitation, enter the hotel unimpeded. Wang Xinyao didn't think much about it and subconsciously shouted to Lan Bingyan, Miss, I lost my invitation. Can you tell these security guards to let me in? However, Lan Bingyan didn't even bother to give her a glance and walked straight into the hotel door. Wang Xinyao's face suddenly froze. The next moment, a strong sense of humiliation surged into her heart. Perhaps it was because of the inferiority complex that she couldn't control in front of Lan Bingyan. The more Wang Xinyao thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She stared at the place where Lan Bingyan disappeared with a sullen face, gritted her teeth and muttered. My dad thought you were a big shot the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect you to drive a junkie car like this. Who knows, she might have squeezed into the party by climbing onto someone's bed. Why are you so crazy? When my brother Mufong achieves something with the support of that big shot from the Lan family, I will let you know that you are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Almost as Wang Xinyao finished speaking, Mufong, who had parked his car in the parking lot, happened to walk over. When he saw Wang Xinyao, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Xinyao, why are you here? When Wang Xinyao saw Mufong, a hint of joy subconsciously flashed in her eyes. However, soon, the joy turned into doubt. Brother Mufong, didn't you say you wouldn't come today? Mufong smiled and said, originally, Manager Lan couldn't get me a second invitation, but suddenly a guest who got a platinum invitation couldn't come, so the manager sent me another invitation. When Wang Xinyao heard Mufeng's explanation, the suspicion in her eyes grew even stronger. How could it be such a coincidence? Brother Mufong, don't you want her to come to the party? Seeing Wang Xinyao's increasingly aggrieved expression, Mufong could naturally guess what she was thinking, and at that moment he felt a little helpless. Wang Xinyao was still useful to him as a backup, and now was not the time to fall out. Just as he was racking his brains over how to explain to Wang Xinyao. By a strange coincidence, the manager of Lan's shopping mall just happened to be walking out of the hotel. When the manager saw Mufong, he immediately stepped forward and said with a warm smile, Mr. Mu, you are here. Mufong smiled and said, I can come here, and I have to thank you for going out of your way to get me another invitation. When Wang Xinyao heard Mufeng's words, she was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of guilt appeared in her eyes. Brother Mufong only has her in his heart and eyes, but she actually suspected that Brother Mufong was lying to her. It was really wrong of her. To express her apology, she must behave well at the dinner party and try to make Brother Mufong proud. Thinking of this, she quickly walked to Mufong and held his arm affectionately. Brother Mufong, I'm sorry I misunderstood you just now. Let's go in first. We can talk about other things after the banquet. She had already thought about how to compensate Mufong when she returned home in the evening. However, when Mufong heard what Wang Xinyao said, his heart skipped a beat. Today, the person who gave him the Lan family's 30 million bank card might come. What would happen if that person saw Wang Xinyao? In horror, he quickly looked at Manager Lan and shook his head at him imperceptibly. Since the manager has reached his current position, he naturally knows how to read people's expressions. He immediately understood what Mufong meant, and then said to Wang Xinyao apologetically, Miss, I'm sorry, but one invitation can only allow one person to attend the dinner. Wang Xinyao was stunned, and then frowned. Didn't you give my brother Mufong an invitation letter this afternoon? Can't you give me one too? I'm really sorry, but all the invitations to the banquet have been distributed, and there are no extra places available. Is there really no way for me to get in? Wang Xinyao still refused to give up. Feel sorry. Wang Xinyao knew that this manager's status was higher than her father's, so she didn't dare to get too entangled with him. In the end, even though she was unwilling, she still had to accept the fact that she couldn't get in today. Okay, then I won't go in today. When Mufong saw Wang Xinyao give in, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good. He touched Wang Xinyao's head lovingly. Wang Xinyao looked at Mufong and smiled sweetly. Brother Mufong, go to the dinner party with peace of mind. I will wait for you here. Mufong. The power of Wang Xinyao's words was almost the same as following him directly into the banquet hall. He patiently coaxed her, I don't know when I'll come out yet. There are too many mosquitoes here. You should go home first. It's okay. I don't have anything to do when I get home. I'll wait for you to come out and go back together. After saying this, Wang Xinyao showed a hint of shyness on her face. The implied meaning was self-evident. Seeing that Wang Xinyao had said so much, Mufong had a headache and could only compromise slightly. He gave his car keys to Wang Xinyao. Okay? Then go wait for me in the car, I'll come find you in the car when I get out. Wang Xinyao just thought that Mufong was concerned about her. Although she had no intention of going back to the car, she still said obediently. Then, seeing Mu Feng about to enter the hotel, she suddenly remembered something and said quickly. By the way, brother Mu Feng, the woman who just went in insulted me. When she comes out, I will stop her. Can you ask for an explanation for me? Judging from the shabby van the woman was riding in, she didn't think the woman was anyone. Therefore, in her opinion, it would only take a word for Mu Feng, who was so highly regarded by the Lan family's direct descendants, to vent her anger. When Mu Feng heard what Wang Xingyao said, he suddenly wanted to die. Chapter 35 We meet again. The entire Lan's hotel was booked today, and no one who could enter was someone he could afford to offend. What's the difference between what Wang Xingyao said and asking him to die? But manager Lan was watching him right next to him, so he definitely couldn't just give in. He took a deep breath and gave Wang Xingyao an extremely ugly smile. Wait until I come out and talk. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingyao thought that Mu Feng had agreed. She was immediately delighted. Okay, brother Mu Feng, I'll wait for you. Mu Feng nodded, fearing that Wang Xingyao would cause trouble again, and then entered the hotel as quickly as possible. Manager, why don't you go in? Wang Xingyao asked as she looked at the manager who was still standing beside her. The manager, considering Mu Feng's face, replied politely, waiting to welcome an important guest. Wang Xingyao was curious, more important than my brother Mu Feng? Of course. The manager replied without any hesitation. That person was the one Miss Lan personally sent out a black diamond invitation letter to. Naturally, he was much more important than Mu Feng, who just had Lan's bank card. Before Wang Xingyao could ask anything else, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Wang Xingyao looked at the taxi in front of her and was speechless. Someone actually took a taxi to attend the Lan family banquet? Did they go to the wrong place? Almost as she finished her voice, an unexpected figure got out of the taxi. Ning Che, why are you here? Wang Xinyao's tone was clearly unfriendly. Even the Wang family, a newly promoted third-rate wealthy family, failed to get an invitation from the Lan family. How could Ning Che, a notorious loser, be invited to the banquet? Ning Che didn't even bother to look at Wang Xingyao, and was about to take out the invitation letter to enter. Wang Xingyao, who had just been ignored by Lan Bingyan for a while, was immediately furious when she saw this. Ning Che, can't you hear me? Ning Che paused and turned his head slightly. Of course I can hear human words, but isn't it abnormal that I can't hear the words of something that is not human? Wang Xinyao's face turned extremely ugly. But before she could continue to attack, the manager who was standing by hurried over and raised his hand respectfully towards the door. Sir, you are finally here, please come in. Ning Che nodded politely to the manager and walked into the hotel gate. Seeing this, Wang Xingyao stared blankly at Ning Che's back and stood there in a daze. What's going on? The guest that the manager just mentioned who was more important than Mu Feng is the loser Ning Che? How could it be Ning Che? Ning Che, why does he do that? Could it be that? Suddenly, she remembered the rumors she heard yesterday. Originally she thought it was just a rumor. After all, Ning Che before was a complete loser who couldn't do anything even with 3 kicks. She believed that he was beaten to death, but she found it hard to believe that he became a kept gigolo. But now it seems that what those people said was actually true. Unless this loser really hooked up with some rich lady from the Lan family, she couldn't think of any other possibility for him to be invited to the banquet and even be treated so respectfully by the manager of the Lan family shopping mall. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. She just announced the cancellation of her engagement with Ning Che the day before yesterday. Yesterday, news spread that Ning Che was being kept by someone. Wang Xingyao suddenly felt sick when she thought that Ning Che was kept by a rich old woman while he was engaged to her. After a long while, Wang Xinyao's churning chest finally felt a little better. Ha ha! You 2 bitches who dare to ignore me, just wait. When my brother Mu Feng comes out, you will be in trouble. This way. As soon as Ning Che entered the hotel, he saw Mu Feng, who was constantly turning his head and looking around, as if he was looking for someone. And almost at the same time when Ning Che saw Mu Feng's gaze also turned towards him. He was startled at first, and then he couldn't help but said in surprise. Ning Che, didn't you give the platinum invitation to your dad? Why did you come here by yourself? But just as Ning Che was about to leave, a young man in his 20s quickly walked up to the 2 of them. Ning Che, Mu Feng, you are here too? Ning Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the person coming, Zhang Cheng. This man, like him and Mu Feng, was born into a family of medicine and martial arts in the west of the city. Although Zhang Qing had only an average relationship with him, he was one of the few people who had never verbally insulted him. Moreover, in his impression, Zhang Chang is good at getting information. It seemed that there was nothing big or small happening in the entire Yunqing that he didn't know. Of course, if you want to get any important information from him, you have to pay. However, Zhang Qing's Zhang family, like their two families, failed to become one of the third-rate families in Yunqing. Logically speaking, you are not qualified to be invited to the banquet. Has your Zhang family received the invitation letter from the Lan family? Mu Feng directly asked the question on Ning Che's behalf. Oh, how can my Zhang family have this qualification? I spent 300,000 to buy this silver-level invitation from a third-rate wealthy family. When Ning Che and Mu Feng heard this, a look of understanding flashed across their faces. Some of the important information Zhang Qing obtained can be sold for money. He would spend so much money to buy this invitation, probably because there are people or information that interest him at today's banquet. Realizing this, Ning Che, who originally wanted to separate from the two, immediately changed his mind. If you follow Zhang Qing, perhaps some unexpected surprises will appear. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, he looked at the two curiously and asked, "How much did you spend on your invitation letters?" "Someone gave it to me." Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Ning Che, mine too." Zhang Qing immediately became interested when he heard what the two said. However, he looked at the entrance of the banquet hall where people were coming and going, and did not rush to ask, but said to the two of them, "Come on, go in first, let's sit down and talk." Mu Feng hesitated for a moment. He took one last look around and confirmed that he still hadn't found the third miss of the Lan clan. Then he nodded to Zhang Qing, "Okay." When the three of them walked into the banquet hall, quite a few people were already there. Each of them was dressed in formal attire and had an extraordinary temperament. And in the center of the banquet hall, one of them was extremely eye-catching. This is a young man of about 23 or 24 years old, handsome, gentle, and gentlemanly in his manners. The moment he saw the man, Ning Che stopped abruptly. He looked straight at the gentleman's figure, and his eyes suddenly became surprisingly cold. "Zhang Haochen, we meet again." Chapter 36. I didn't expect Lan Bingyan to have such a noble status. Just as Ning Che looked at the gentleman figure, Zhang Haochen, who was the focus of everyone, Zhang Haochen seemed to sense something, and his eyes also looked towards Ning Che. But because he didn't know Ning Che in this life, his eyes only stayed on his face for a moment before looking away. "Ning Che, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Cheng looked at Ning Che, who seemed a little strange and couldn't help but ask. "It's okay, let's go." Ning Che had no intention of fighting with this enemy from his previous life in public, so he quickly looked away and walked towards the seating area. The entire seating area has exactly 200 seats. The first row consists of 10 platinum seats, the second, third and fourth rows consist of 30 gold seats, and the next 16 rows are all silver seats. Ha! As soon as he entered the seating area, a sound of surprise suddenly came out of Zhang Qing's mouth. "What's wrong?" Ning Che asked. Zhang Qing looked directly at the opening of the only luxurious seat. This time, a seat actually appeared in front of the platinum seating area. "I heard this afternoon that someone had a black diamond invitation. I thought the news was inaccurate, but I didn't expect it to be true. I don't know what kind of person is qualified to receive an invitation of that level." As he spoke, Zhang Qing's expression showed curiosity and yearning. Ning Che's gaze towards Zhang Qing changed when he heard this. Zhang Qing got the news about something that happened in the mall in the afternoon so quickly. It seems that Zhang Qing's ability is much stronger than he had previously known. If he wants to find out some information in the future, Zhang Qing seems to be a good choice. Soon, Zhang Qing took the two of them to find the area where the silver-level invitation seats were located. Zhang Qing was the first to walk to one of the seats and sit down. Then he took out his silver-level invitation letter and placed it on the invitation area on the seat. However, he had already put the invitation away, but found that the two were still standing in the aisle. "What are you standing there for? Come and sit down." Mu Feng hesitated for a moment, then looked at the waiter beside him and asked, "Hello, can those with platinum-level invitations sit in this area?" The waiter was visibly stunned when he heard Mu Feng's question. He had heard of someone holding a silver-level invitation wanting to sit in a platinum-level seat, but this was the first time he heard of a platinum-level person wanting to sit in a silver-level seat. However, as a waiter in this top hotel, he also has a very high ability to respond. He quickly calmed down the emotions on his face, looked at Mu Feng apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, the number of invitations and seats for each level is fixed." If you sit here, there will be a guest with a silver-level invitation who will have no seat. Hearing this, Mufeng helplessly spread his hands to Zhang Qing. You won't let me sit here, let's go to the hall and find a place to chat. Zhang Qing stared at Mufeng blankly, and after a moment he asked with some difficulty. Mufeng, don't tell me you received a platinum-level invitation. Zhang Qing's reaction seemed to please Mufeng. He took out his invitation from his pocket and said with a smile. What I received was indeed a platinum-level invitation. Zhang Qing stared blankly at the invitation letter that Mufeng took out. After a long while, he looked at Mufeng with a look of surprise and asked, How did you get an invitation of this level? The smile on Mufeng's face became even brighter. It was a fluke, not worth mentioning. That's a platinum-level invitation. How could it be a fluke? Mufeng, tell me the truth. How did you get it? Seeing Zhang Qing's determination to get to the bottom of the matter, Mufeng seemed helpless but explained with some pride. I was valued by a descendant of the Lan family before, and he gave me a top-level customized bank card of the Lan family. Today, I went to the mall to buy clothes with the card, and the mall manager saw the card and gave me an invitation letter. Zhang Qing was shocked when he heard Mufeng's words. You are actually valued by the Lan family's direct descendants? The Lan family's direct descendants, can't they be the big shot from the Lan family's main family who will be welcomed at the banquet today? Mufeng was also a little surprised when he heard this. The purpose of holding this banquet today is to welcome an important person? Yeah. You didn't know? I thought this was just an ordinary banquet held occasionally by the Lan family. How could I know such a thing? As he spoke, Mufeng quickly asked, Do you know whether the important person is a man or a woman? I heard that she is the granddaughter of Mr. Lan. As he spoke, Zhang Chan leaned close to Mufeng's ear mysteriously and whispered. Moreover, it is said that this big shot is extremely capable. At such a young age, he already controls most of the Lan family's assets. It is only a matter of time before he becomes the actual person in charge of the Lan family. When Mufeng heard Zhang Qing's words, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He only knew that the woman's surname that night was Lan, but he didn't know her true identity. The granddaughter of Old Man Lan, doesn't that mean she is the legitimate daughter of Lan family? Moreover, she also controls most of the Lan family's assets. He knew that the woman that night was of noble status, but he didn't expect her to be so noble. Find her. He must find her today. Sorry, I have to go out for a while. After Mufeng finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Qing to respond. He immediately left the seating area and went to the VIP area of the banquet. Ning looked at Mufeng's back as he hurriedly left and couldn't help but laugh. Mufeng was indeed looking for the third young lady of the Lan family. However, unless we find a fake one, we can only find ashes. This is Mufeng. Because he was eager to see Miss Lan San, he quickly walked to the door of the room where she was most likely to be. This is the only VIP room on the first floor of the hotel. Because there were 2 bodyguards guarding the door of the room, Mufeng didn't dare to go in to check. But now I thought that only the woman who slept with him that night could have such a noble status. Thinking about the benefits that getting close to her could bring to himself and his family, Mufeng no longer cared about so much. After walking to the door of the room, he politely asked the bodyguard at the door, Excuse me, is this Miss Lan in there? The bodyguard with a cold temperament frowned, What's wrong with you? Although the bodyguard did not answer his question directly, Mufeng had already confirmed that the person inside was Miss Lan from that night. He quickly said to the bodyguard, Please tell your lady that the man that night wants to see him for something. The bodyguard frowned and stared at Mufeng for a few seconds before speaking, Wait. After saying that, he turned and walked into the room. I don't know if it was Mufeng's illusion, but when the bodyguard opened the door, a smell of blood seemed to seep out from the crack of the door. But Mufeng did not delve into it. At this moment, he clearly felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster. The beating was so violent that it seemed as if it was going to burst out of his chest. Chapter 37 Mufeng, Devil. This woman is a devil. Soon, the bodyguard came out of the room. Under Mufeng's anxious gaze, he said calmly, Go in. The moment he heard these 3 words, the joy in Mufeng's eyes was so intense that it seemed to solidify into substance. He suppressed his excitement, thanked the bodyguard, and walked quickly into the room. The bodyguard looked at Mufeng's back and shook his head with an unclear expression. Do you really think there is a good place inside? I hope this kid doesn't go in smiling and come out crying. The moment Mufeng entered the room, a strong smell of blood suddenly hit him in the face. Smelling the disgusting smell, Mufeng instinctively felt his stomach churning. Before Mufong could react, a series of shrill screams clearly reached his ears. Yes, it was the fifth young master who ordered me to do that. I didn't do this voluntarily, and I really didn't do it because I was greedy for money. I shouldn't have looked for those men to do something bad to you. But I really can't go to the old man and identify the fifth young master. My family is in the fifth young master's hands. If I dare to identify him, they will die. Let me go. No, you don't have to let me go, just give me a quick death, please just give me a quick death. Hearing this sound that sounded like the howling of an evil ghost, Mufong felt his scalp tingling. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. But then he thought of the bright future that woman might bring him, so he gritted his teeth and walked through the entrance in front of him. The next moment after turning the corner, the scene in the room suddenly came into his eyes. Caught off guard. Ugh ugh. Mufong couldn't help but retching. In the center of the room, Lan Bingyan, wearing a blue tight skirt, was leaning sideways on a pure black leather sofa. In front of her, a man with his hands tied was kneeling. At this moment, the man had been stabbed countless times. His entire body was a bloody mess, and it was obvious that he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. But even so, he was still begging for mercy subconsciously. The flesh cut from the man was thrown on the ground beside him. At this time, a pitch-black leopard was lying there quietly, occasionally lazily picking up a piece of meat cut from the man's body and chewing it slowly. If Ning were here, he would definitely recognize this leopard as the one in the Colosseum this morning. Miraculously, all the scars left on the Black Panther by the burly man in the morning have disappeared. Just as Mufong was desperately retching, Lan Bingyan's voice, like the polar cold wind, reached Mufeng's ears. Just now, you said you were the man that night? Mufong subconsciously raised his head when he heard the voice. When he saw Lan Bingyan, who had a cold temperament, he subconsciously shook his head. No, I recognized the wrong person. After saying that, he watched the bodyguard standing behind the bloody man cut off another piece of flesh from his body with a knife. Ah! Mufong was so scared that he screamed, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. At this moment, his whole body, including his lips, was trembling violently. Under the violent trembling, his lower abdomen was suddenly soaked. At the same time, a large stream of water flowed out from the ground beneath him. However, he was completely unaware of this state. At this moment, he kept repeating in his mind. Devil! This woman is a devil. Lan Bingyan looked at Mufong, who was in such an unbearable state, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. Before she could open her mouth to give orders, a Yu, who was standing behind her, looked at the bodyguards standing around the room and said, "What are you still standing there for? Get that person out of here." At this moment, a Yu looked at Mufong with eyes filled with disgust. She thought Ning was already a loser, but compared to this man, he was like heaven and earth. After all, although she was not there yesterday morning, she heard from Special Assistant Shen that Ning saw a similar scene and remained calm. She just didn't understand. How could that loser Ning remain calm when seeing such a scene? This man was, after all, a warrior who had opened up some meridians. How could he be so incompetent? Mufong was so frightened that he didn't hear what a Yu had just told the bodyguard. He looked at the two bodyguards walking towards him, and he began to move backwards frantically while slumped on the ground. "You, what are you going to do?" The two bodyguards looked at Mufong, who was looking at them as if he were a monster, and they couldn't help but twitch their lips. One of the bodyguards was worried that Mufong would lose control of his bowels and urinate in fear and taint Lan Bingyan's eyes, so he kindly said to Mufong, "Don't worry, we just want to get you out." Mufong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the bodyguard's words. He quickly said, No need, I will go by myself, I will go by myself." After saying that, he crawled out as fast as he could. Bodyguard. Ayu. Lan Bingyan saw Mufeng's actions but didn't pay much attention to them. She just looked at the man who helped her third sister drug her and said calmly, "Continue." The next moment, the man on the ground finally couldn't hold on any longer and screamed like he was having a mental breakdown. "I identify. I agree to identify. Let me go, please let me go." Who? After crawling out of the room, Mufong breathed in the fresh air around him frantically, regardless of the surprised looks from passers-by in the corridor. At this moment, he only felt a sense of relief in his heart for escaping a calamity. He just wanted to find someone. How could he see such a horrific scene? Devil. The woman inside is a devil. I'm afraid no man who is not afraid of death would dare to marry a woman like this. Chapter 38 Ning Che, are you crazy? At this moment, Mu Feng has decided that in the future, he will stay away from this woman. It's best not to appear in front of her forever. But where is the woman he slept with that night? After a while, inside the banquet hall, Ning Che was chatting with Zheng Qing in the activity area when a broadcast notification suddenly rang out in the banquet hall. The banquet is about to begin. Please take your seats according to your invitations. Hearing the voice, Zheng Qing looked at Ning Che, who had just been chatting happily with him, and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the seating area first and sit down and talk." He didn't expect that after just a few months of not seeing each other, Ning Che seemed like a different person. Not only did his original inferiority and cowardice disappear completely, but his insights on some things were also extremely unique, even making him feel a sense of admiration. Ning Che smiled helplessly when he heard Zheng Qing's words. It's okay to go to the seating area, but sitting down and chatting together, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. However, he knew that Zheng Chang would not believe it even if he told him now, so he did not make any unnecessary explanations. He just nodded to Zheng Qing and followed him to the seating area. When the two arrived at the seating area, more than 80% of the guests were already seated. At this moment, many people would intentionally or unintentionally look at the seat corresponding to the only black diamond invitation letter in the front while talking. Obviously, almost everyone is curious about what kind of big shot this owner of the black diamond invitation letter is. After entering the seating area, Zheng Qing's eyes subconsciously turned to the only seat. When he saw that there was no one up there, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. However, just as he was about to pass by the seat and head towards the silver level area at the back, something he didn't expect happened. Ning Che, who was following beside him, actually walked directly towards the black diamond chair. Then, under the surprised or suspicious gazes of everyone around him, his figure stopped directly in front of the black diamond chair. Suddenly, many people were stunned when they saw this. Before they could come to their senses, they saw Ning Che actually sitting down on the only honorable chair. When Zheng Qing realized what happened, Ning Che's butt was already on the chair. His heart almost jumped into his throat, and he quickly ran to Ning Che's side. "Ning Che, are you crazy? Come down quickly. If you offend that big shot who has the black diamond invitation letter, not only you, but the entire Ning family will be in trouble with you." Ning Che looked at the anxiety and worry on Zheng Qing's face, and a smile from the heart gradually appeared in his eyes. The fact that Zheng Qing was willing to risk offending a big shot to persuade him was enough to show that he was a friend worth making. However, Zheng Chang wanted to curse when he saw the smile on Ning Che's face. "Still laughing? Get up quickly." Seeing that Zheng Qing was about to pull himself up in a hurry, Ning Che stopped teasing him and directly took out his invitation letter from his pocket. Then, in front of Zheng Qing and the people around him who suddenly widened their eyes, he put it in the place where the invitation letters were placed on the seat. This is. Zheng Chang stared at the invitation letter, and the man was completely dumbfounded. After a long while, Zheng Qing finally found his voice. His eyes were still fixed on the black diamond invitation letter, and he opened his mouth with some difficulty. Ning Che, that big shot with the black diamond invitation, is it you?" Ning Che hummed softly. Zheng Cheng stared at him blankly, still finding it hard to accept the reality before him. "How did you get it?" Ning Che smiled faintly, and said with a hint of pride, "My wife gave it to me." "Old wife?" This time, Zhang Chun almost bit his tongue. "When did you get a wife? And your wife is such an important figure?" "Although we haven't been together for long, I have already decided that she is my wife." Zhang Cheng. Then, although he already had some guesses in his mind, he still asked Ning Che, "Who is she?" "It should be the important person you mentioned who will be welcomed at the banquet tonight." When Zhang Qing heard Ning Che's words, he suddenly remembered what Mu Feng had said before about the origin of his platinum-level invitation letter. Not only did he give Mu Feng a customized Lan's bank card, he also gave Ning Che a black diamond-level invitation letter. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Lan family is not only capable at work, but also has first-rate abilities in the entertainment industry. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing looked at Ning Che with a complex look in his eyes, like pity and admiration. Just then, a man in his 50s with neatly combed hair walked up to the podium in front of the seats. "Hello everyone, I am the person in charge of the Lan family in Yunqing Hotel. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to today's banquet in your busy schedule." As soon as the Lan family leader finished speaking, there was thunderous applause from the audience. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng hurriedly walked towards the silver level area at the back. Just as he sat down, the person in charge's voice rang out again. Okay, without further ado, the purpose of holding this banquet today is that the old man of our Lan group wants to announce something important to everyone. When everyone in the audience heard what the person in charge said, they were all shocked. Isn't the old man of the Lan group the person who actually holds power in the Lan family today? Such a person is almost impossible for them to reach in their lifetime. However, now, such a person has to ask the person in charge to announce something to them. What kind of thing could make old man Lan ask him to announce it? Under the curious gazes, the person in charge did not keep the secret and spoke directly with a smile. Ms. Bingyan from our Lan group is about to get engaged to Master Jiang Haochen from Haochen Group. After the two get engaged, Master Haochen will become the new CEO of Haochen Group, and Miss Bingyan of our Lan group will be the only heir to the Lan group. Boom! The person in charge's words were like a thunderclap, suddenly exploding throughout the entire banquet. Haochen Group is the only group that has stepped out of Yunqing and successfully entered Diqing. Yes. And I heard that Haochen Group is now ranked among the top 100 in the entire Xia country. Such a large group is going to change hands so soon? If I remember correctly, young Master Jiang Haochen is only 28 years old this year. At this age, he is going to become the new CEO of Haochen. It really is true that heroes emerge from youth. You only know that Master Haochen is extraordinary, but you may not know that Lan Bingyan is only the seventh daughter of the Lan group. She has 4 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Given the intensity of the struggle within the Lan family, she can become the heir of the entire Lan group. Her abilities and methods may not be inferior to Jiang Haochen's. 3 of her 6 older brothers and sisters have died. There are rumors that it has something to do with Lan Bingyan. Some even speculate that she was the one who did it. I don't know if it's true or not. Chapter 39. How high is Lan Bingyan's vision? However, before the man finished speaking, a scolding voice suddenly rang out. You're crazy to say something like this in this situation? The person who was scolded reacted immediately and laughed. Ahaha, Miss Bingyan and Master Haochen are both dragons among men, they are a perfect match. Yes. They are a perfect match, a perfect match. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall was filled with congratulations. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qing from the Silver Zone couldn't help but look at Ning Che, who was sitting in the front row, and his gaze suddenly became more complicated. He had just hooked up with Miss Lan, but now he was forced to become a mistress. Besides, Ning Che's sitting position today is so conspicuous, Jiang Haochen probably won't let him go so easily. Seeing that the atmosphere in the venue was almost heated up, the head of the Lan family smiled and spoke again. Next, we would like to invite young Master Jiang Haochen to come up and say a few words. After the person in charge finished speaking, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Then, under the gazes of many people, Jiang Haochen, who looked handsome and exuded a gentlemanly aura, slowly walked up to the platform in front. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Haochen. When Jiang Haochen finished speaking, many wealthy ladies in the venue looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Not only is his ability outstanding, his appearance is also top-notch. If they can find a partner like this, it would be worth it even if they lose 10 years of life. Then, Jiang Haochen turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. At this moment, a blue figure was invited there. Just because of the angle, only Jiang Haochen could see Lan Bingyan, and everyone else in the banquet hall could only see a blue hem of her skirt. When Jiang Haochen saw Lan Bingyan stop at the door of the banquet hall, his eyes were filled with deep admiration. Bingyan, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you 5 years ago. After 5 years of companionship and waiting, I hope that from today on, you can look at me more often. I'm better looking than those documents. Jiang Haochen's words were neither fearful nor humble. After hearing this, many wealthy young ladies in the audience looked at Jiang Haochen with a hint of heartache. At the same time, the envy in their hearts had become as strong as substance. How rare is it to find such an outstanding and affectionate man? How lucky is Miss Lan to be favored by such a man? Just then, 2 service staff came to Jiang Haochen's side. One of them was holding a huge bouquet of red roses. The other was holding a tray carefully in his hand. On top of the tray was a necklace studded with gemstones. If you look closely, you can see that each gem reflects different colors and luster at different angles. At a glance, everyone in the room could see the value of this necklace. Jiang Haochen picked up the gift box containing the necklace from the tray and spoke with deep affection. This necklace is made from the core gemstones of an entire mineral vein. The necklace is called the Heart of Eternity. My heart will be like the name on this ring, forever and ever, loving you alone. Bingyan, as long as you agree to be with me, I will protect you for the rest of my life. When Jiang Haochen finished speaking, someone in the seat suddenly shouted, "Marry him!" This voice seemed to resonate with the entire audience, and immediately voices of blessing or urging resounded throughout the venue. "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" At this moment, Ning, who was sitting in the front row, was so calm. He looked indifferently at Jiang Haochen in front of him, as if he was watching a joke. In his previous life, Lan Bingyan did not give him an invitation, and he did not come to the banquet. And Lan Bingyan did not seem to come either, so this scene did not appear. However, although Jiang Haochen did not cause trouble here in his previous life, he still confessed to Lan Bingyan a few days later. However, for Jiang Haochen, the result would not be much different from being completely humiliating. Ning looked at the situation at the moment. Jiang Haochen was more embarrassed than in his previous life. I have to say, it's just as Ning thought. At this moment, at the door, Lan Bingyan's usually indifferent face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Special Assistant Shen behind her. "Is this the surprise that Grandpa said he would give me?" Special Assistant Shen's face froze, and he couldn't help but reveal a bit of bitterness. "I didn't expect the old man would talk about such a surprise." As he spoke, he subconsciously stepped back. Even though he had been with Lan Bingyan for many years, he still felt fear of an angry lady. "Handled it." After saying that, Lan Bingyan turned around without hesitation and went back to the VIP room. "Well." Special Assistant Shen looked at Jiang Haochen inside helplessly. Before, he thought that Jiang Haochen was a little different from other men, but now it seems that he is also a fool who doesn't know it. He has known the lady for 5 years, but he still hasn't realized that she doesn't like him. He even teamed up with the old man to seduce the young lady with the identity of the future heir of the Lan family, and used this method of moral kidnapping to make a public confession. He really didn't understand what the old man was thinking. Doesn't he know that the Lan family will be in chaos without the young lady? Even if the young lady doesn't want to be the future heir, I'm afraid the senior members of the Lan family will beg her to do it. However, I think it was because the old man understood the young lady's personality that he chose to announce such a thing in a small yuncheng. Although the old man knew that this kind of moral blackmail-style confession might be useless to the young lady, he still held a glimmer of hope. If the young lady disagrees, since this is just a small yuncheng, it will be easy to control the news and make the Lan family and Haochen group less embarrassed. However, even though Special Assistant Shen roughly understood the reason, the look he gave Jiang Haochen was still filled with deep displeasure for the first time. How long has it been since the lady blamed him? Because of Jiang Haochen's mysterious behavior, the young lady got angry with him. It seems that Jiang Haochen is not worthy of his attention. At the same time, Jiang Haochen, who was on the stands, looked at Lan Bingyan, who disappeared at the door, and his whole body froze on the stage. He thought that Lan Bingyan might reject him, but he didn't expect that she would not even go on stage to say a word to him, and just left on her own. Lan Bingyan, does she really not care about his face at all? The people off the stage looked at the platform, which had been silent for a long time, and the shouts of "marry him" gradually weakened. After a moment, one of them looked at the door where the blue skirt had disappeared, and suddenly realized something. "Miss Lan, okay, it seems, let's go." After these words were spoken, the surroundings seemed to explode at the same time. Gone? Miss Lan just left like that? How is that possible? Not to mention that Jiang Haochen's looks and abilities are enough to match anyone. If he agrees, he can become the heir to the entire Lan group. There is no reason for Miss Lan to refuse, right? What is Miss Lan thinking? She doesn't even like Jiang Haochen. How high are her standards? Even if she wanted to refuse, she should at least go up and say something, right? What's the point of just leaving without saying anything? Ning listened to the discussions coming from all around him and couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. Chapter 40. I won't forgive you. Some people really take themselves seriously. Who do they think they are? His wife is not around, so these people dare to sit there and nag. If his wife was really standing in front of them, he would like to see who dares to fart. But it must be said that Jiang Haochen is also a character. Even though he had lost face like that, he still managed to put his face back together as quickly as possible, then smiled at the crowd and said, "Bingyan has never liked crowded places. I really wanted her to feel like an ordinary girl and experience the feeling of being confessed to in public, but I didn't expect to offend her. Since Bingyan doesn't like this format, then I will discuss everything with her in private. I would like to apologize to everyone for taking up your time today. If you need any help from Haochen in the future, you can come to Haochen Group to find me. After saying this, he turned around and walked down the stage without waiting for the audience to react. Seeing this, the people off the field didn't dare to say anything, nor did they dare to leave immediately. After a long while, some people started talking in low voices. Of course, some people were more cautious and did not dare to talk nonsense here. They all left their seats and went to find a quiet place. Many of them glanced at Ning Che when they left. It was obvious that they were quite curious about the person holding the black diamond invitation letter. But because no one knew Ning Che, no one dared to disturb him. Soon, Zhang Cheng walked to Ning Che's side. He looked at Ning Che, who was sitting firmly in his seat, and said with emotion, "You are so lucky." Not to mention that he didn't become a male mistress. Zhang Haochen, who had lost so much face today, probably had no interest in causing trouble for Ning Che for the time being. Moreover, Ning Che also attracted a lot of attention from Yunqing's upper class with this black diamond invitation letter. If Ning Che wants to do anything in the future, those people may give him some unexpected conveniences when they think of the black diamond invitation letter in his hand tonight. Ning Che looked at Zhang Qing as if he had hit the jackpot, and said with a smile, "Let's go eat something." He hasn't had dinner yet and is really a little hungry. Afterwards, the two went to the buffet area in the activity area together. Ning Che's eyes lit up when he saw the plates of extremely delicious dishes and snacks in the dining area. It has been 7 or 8 hours since lunch, and he had just opened up his third meridian this morning, so he needed nutrition right away. He directly took several large plates of food and almost filled up the entire dining table. Zhang Qing, who was sitting opposite Ning Che, felt the strange looks from all around him, and twitched his lips as he looked at Ning Che. "Can you eat so much?" How could Ning Che, whose whole attention was on the delicious food in front of him, have time to pay attention to him? I have to say that the food at Lan's hotel lives up to its reputation. Not only do they use the best ingredients, but the chef's skills are also extremely impressive. Even though he had eaten countless delicacies from land and sea in his previous life, Ning Che still praised it highly. So, when Special Assistant Shen saw Ning Che, what he saw was the scene of Ning Che eating heartily with a plate full of food in front of him. Seeing that Ning Che looked like he hadn't eaten anything, Special Assistant Shen didn't know what to say. The middle-aged man following him was wearing a white robe, which made him seem somewhat out of place among the guests around him who were either dressed in suits or formal attire. When the middle-aged man in white robe saw Ning Che's eating posture, a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. Compared with young Master Haochen, this guy is like heaven and earth. He really didn't understand why Miss Lan attached so much importance to such a boy. "Mr. Ning, let me introduce you. This is Master Chen, a second-grade alchemist from the Medicine Pavilion." Although Special Assistant Shen was somewhat helpless, he still walked up to Ning Che and began to introduce him. Zhang Qing, who was sitting opposite Ning Che board, was suddenly startled when he heard this. A second-grade alchemist? Their small Yunqing doesn't even have a first-grade alchemist. Now, a second-grade alchemist has appeared? Moreover, this person also said that this second-grade alchemist came from the Medicine Pavilion. The Medicine Pavilion, that is a very prestigious force in the entire Xia Kingdom, and it is a place that all alchemists dream of entering. When Ning Che heard what Special Assistant Shen said, he once again felt that his wife was really reliable. Even when she encountered such a disgusting thing as Zhang Haochen's confession, she still did not forget to help him. Then, Ning Che raised his eyes and looked at Master Chen Dan, who had a somewhat arrogant look on his face. In fact, Ning Che noticed this white-robed alchemist when the two of them walked over. At this moment, after hearing Special Assistant Shen's introduction, he looked at Master Chen Dan with a strange look in his eyes. Although he had never seen Master Chen Dan in his previous life, he had heard of him. He remembered that a few days after today's banquet, Master Chen died of poisoning in Yuncheng. The powerful pharmacy, where Chen Danshire belonged, was furious and caused quite a stir in Yuncheng. Master Chen Dan felt Ning Che's gaze and instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at Ning Che, his brows furrowed even tighter. "You want me to make pills for you? But can you, a young master from a small family, afford the price? Cost?" Ning Che raised his hand and touched his chin, then slowly said, "I'll save your life, and you'll help me make pills for a year, how about that?" Chen Danshire's face suddenly turned cold. "What do you mean? If I don't make the elixir for you, do you want to kill me?" Ning Che shook his head. "I have accidentally heard of Master Chen Dan's name before, and I also know that Master Chen Dan knows some medical skills. However, your medical skills don't seem to be very good, otherwise you wouldn't even know that you were poisoned." Master Chen listened to Ning Che's nonsense and couldn't help but sneer. "Poisoned?" Ning Che nodded. "You have been poisoned by a kind of poison called Zuagusan. If you don't detoxify it quickly, you will start to vomit blood in half an hour, become paralyzed in a day, and die in 3 days. In his previous life, he had accidentally heard that the poison used by Master Chen Dan was called Zue Gusan. Because there were records of this poison in the ancient medical classics, Ning Che knew that the rumors he had heard in his previous life were true when he saw Master Chen Dan's expression. Moreover, with his medical skills, he has roughly grasped Master Chen Dan's current physical condition. What nonsense! Master Chen shouted coldly, turned his head and looked at Special Assistant Shen and ordered. I came here for Miss Lan's sake. Now, someone is cursing me to death. I hope you kick him out immediately. However, Special Assistant Shen sighed upon hearing this. I'm sorry, Master Chen, this Mr. Ning is a very important guest of my lady. I'm afraid I can't meet your request. Chen Danshi's expression suddenly became even uglier, and then he suddenly smiled. Okay. 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 You don't want him to leave, right? Then I'll leave. Boy, you'd better not let me see you again, otherwise I won't let you go. Ning Che listened to his threats, and his calm expression did not change significantly. He just looked at Master Chen calmly and said, My name is Ning Che. If you can't hold on after vomiting blood, you can ask someone to go to the Ning family in the west of the city to find me. But the price is not just you refining pills for me for free for a year. Chen Dancher laughed even colder when he heard this. Don't worry, let alone vomiting blood, even if I am paralyzed in bed, as long as I, Chen Huazhen, still have a breath, I will never accept treatment from a young boy like you. Chapter 41 This spendthrift woman is going to kill him. Ning Che immediately showed admiration when he heard this. You have guts. Master Chen Dan did not notice the mockery in Ning Che's eyes. He snorted coldly and walked away. Special Assistant Shen looked at Master Chen's back as he left angrily, then looked at Ning Che and shook his head. Master Ning, why are you doing this? Behind every alchemist is a huge network of personal connections. It was definitely not a wise move for Ning Che to offend Master Chen Dan. Zhang Qing, who was sitting opposite Ning Che, also sighed. Originally, he thought he could use Ning Che's help to get to know this second-grade alchemist. Now it seems that, let alone getting to know each other, it would be good if the other party didn't take his anger out on him because of Ning Che. Ning Che couldn't help but smile when he heard what Special Assistant Shen said. Don't worry, he will come back to find me. Zhang Qing was at a loss for words. What if he doesn't come? Ning Che snorted lightly. Even if he is really very stubborn and would rather die than come to me, there are more than one alchemist in Xia country. Can I spoil him? Special Assistant Shen. Zhang Cheng. After a while, Ning Che was full of food and drink. The purpose of his coming here today was to meet Master Chen Dan. Now that his goal has been achieved, there is no need for him to stay any longer. Since Zhang Qing had spent a lot of money to buy the invitation, it was impossible for him to leave early. Therefore, after Ning Che said hello to Zhang Qing, he walked towards the hotel lobby to find Lan Bingyan. Coincidentally, he had just walked into the hotel lobby when he saw Mu Feng walking out of a hotel room after changing his clothes. Ning Che looked at Mu Feng, whose face was obviously not very good, and raised his eyebrows slightly. You can have a romantic encounter here? You look so bad, are you unable to satisfy me? Mu Feng. Why didn't he realize that Ning Che was so despicable before? However, seeing Ning Che's expression as if he was being overestimated, Mu Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth. What kind of crap is your head full of? My clothes got dirty accidentally, so I just went to change clothes. Ning Che spread his hands, obviously not believing it. Okay, whatever you say is what it is, I believe you. Mu Feng had never been suspected of being incompetent in that aspect, and coupled with the humiliation he had suffered in front of Lan Bingyan, he slowly clenched his fists, as if he might swing them at Ning Che's face at any time. However, just before Mu Feng's anger exploded, Lan Bingyan slowly walked out of the VIP room, followed by a Yu. I don't know if they were worried that Ning Che would smell blood, but both of them changed into new clothes. The moment Mu Feng saw Lan Bingyan, he instinctively took a few steps back. It was obvious that the scene in the room before had left a serious psychological trauma on Lan Bingyan's heart. When Ning Che saw Mu Feng's strange behavior, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, he did not investigate immediately, but ran to Lan Bingyan happily. Wife, I was just looking for you and you came out. It seems that we really have a tacit understanding. Ayu. The shameless pretty boy. She was already upset because Jiang Haochen, whom she had always admired, failed in his confession, and now seeing Ning Che's shameless look, she wanted to slap him to death. However, due to her status as a young lady, she only dared to think about it and did not dare to take action. When Mu Feng heard Ning Che addressing Lan Bingyan, his face was immediately filled with question marks. Old wife? Ning Che calls this female devil his wife? Is he crazy? Don't you want to live anymore? At this moment, Mu Feng seemed to have already foreseen the scene of Ning Che being tortured to death like the man on the floor of the room. However, the reality is that the scene that Mu Feng imagined did not appear. When Lan Bingyan heard Ning Che's words, she just slightly raised her lips in confusion. Looking for me? He didn't know if it was Mu Feng's illusion, but he actually felt that when Lan Bingyan looked at Mu Feng, her eyes seemed a little softer than before. Ning Che heard Lan Bingyan's question and nodded quickly. Yes, I want you to go with me to the Lu family to collect a debt. Since Lu Tingting said that she would give him 100-year-old medicinal herbs as long as he got the Black Diamond invitation letter, he naturally wanted the Lu family to fulfill this promise. As for dragging his wife along, nonsense. Without his wife's support, that old man from the Lu family will definitely default on his debt. Let's go. Lan Bingyan didn't ask any further questions and just nodded slightly to Ning Che. Afterwards, Ning Che and Lan Bingyan walked in front, and Mu Feng followed carefully behind, and the three of them walked towards the hotel gate together. However, just as the three of them were about to reach the hotel entrance, Mu Feng looked at the figure still guarding the gate, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before he could react, Wang Xinyo had already seen him. Suddenly, a look of deep joy suddenly emerged on the little face that was looking at him. The next moment, Wang Xinyao's gaze suddenly fell on Lan Bingyan. She immediately pointed at Lan Bingyan and shouted to Mu Feng, "Brother Mu Feng. It's her. The woman who insulted me before is her." As she spoke, she looked at Lan Bingyan, whose aura suddenly turned cold, and subconsciously wanted to step back. However, thinking of her brother Mu Feng, who was valued by the direct descendants of the Lan family, she straightened her back again. What are you looking at? My brother Mu Feng not only has been valued by the big shots of the Lan family, but he has also received a platinum-level invitation to the Lan family banquet. If you know what's best for you, apologize to me immediately, otherwise. Bang! Before Wang Xinyo could finish her words, Mu Feng rushed to her as fast as he could and slapped her hard in the face. Because he was too frightened, Mu Feng did not hold back his strength when he slapped Wang Xinyo, causing her to take several steps back. Bang! Then Wang Xinyo lost her balance and fell to the ground with her butt. However, at this moment she seemed to no longer feel the pain. She just looked at Mu Feng stupidly, her eyes filled with disbelief. You hit me? Brother Mu Feng actually hit her? Why? Is it because she wants Brother Mu Feng to teach that woman a lesson? Brother Mu Feng was seduced by that woman? However, before Wang Xinyo could continue to think wildly, she saw that her brother Mu Feng, who was so high and mighty in her heart, actually walked quickly to the woman after beating her, and then bowed 90 degrees. At the same time, he apologized in an extremely humble tone. Miss Lan, my sister is young and ignorant. I hope you won't argue with her. Feeling the chill emanating from Lan Bingyan's body, Mu Feng's heart almost jumped out. He never dreamed that Wang Xinyo would dare to do this. The bloody figure in the VIP room seemed still right in front of him. If something goes wrong now, that figure will be the fate of him and Wang Xinyo. This spendthrift woman is trying to kill him. Wang Xinyo stared blankly at Mu Feng, who was still bowing at 90 degrees after apologizing, and was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 42 Blacklisted by Lan Clan. At this point, she certainly wouldn't still think that Lan Bingyan seduced Mu Feng. This woman seemed to be someone that even his brother Mu Feng couldn't afford to offend. Lan Bingyan turned her head to glance at a Yu who was following behind her, and then walked straight towards the parking lot. However, just when Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a Yu looked at the hotel manager who was attracted by the commotion here and ordered. Put these two people on the blacklist of all Lan's industries. If they appear in any of Lan's industries in the future, kick them out directly. Yes. The person in charge of the hotel, who was in charge of the entire banquet, nodded and bowed hurriedly. As the person in charge, he cannot escape blame for what happened in front of the hotel. Fortunately, the lady was magnanimous and did not hold him responsible. Otherwise, his position as the person in charge would come to an end. Then, his gaze towards Mu Feng and Wang Xinyo suddenly turned cold. At this moment, Wang Xinyo and Mu Feng were completely stunned after hearing a Yu's words. Lan's businesses include shopping malls, bars, KTVs, restaurants, hotels, and many other fields. If they just invite a few friends to go out and play, it is impossible to avoid Lan's businesses. In other words, they are very likely to be kicked out when they are shopping, eating, drinking, singing karaoke, or even sleeping with friends. At that time, they would be so embarrassed. This is equivalent to cutting off their normal social interactions in the future. Yu looked at the two people who looked ashen in an instant, and kindly reminded Mufeng. Just take this as a small lesson today. Remember to keep your mad dog on a leash next time. After saying that, Yu didn't bother to look at the two of them again and just caught up with Lan Bingyan. Ning looked at Mufeng, who seemed to have lost all his strength, and took a few steps forward to pat his shoulder comfortingly. Brother, thank you so much. Otherwise, if this junk was still in my hands, I would be the one in trouble today. Now that you have taken over, don't look down on her for her low IQ. Treat her well in the future. After saying that, Ning patted Mufeng's shoulders a few more times with relief and emotion, then hurried after his wife. Wang Xinyo was so furious when she heard that Ning, this loser, dared to call her a rag and insult her for having a low IQ. You're looking for death, you idiot. However, because she noticed that Ning seemed to have some relationship with Lan Bingyan, she did not dare to rush up and beat Ning up. Wang Xinyo took a few deep breaths, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Don't let her find the opportunity, otherwise, she will definitely beat Ning, this loser, so hard that he can't take care of himself. Xinyo, does it hurt? Seeing Lan Bingyan's back disappear from his sight, Mufeng dared to walk up to Wang Xinyo, touched her face, and asked with concern in his eyes. Although Wang Xinyo is stupid, she is still useful to him. He would not lose this important helper unless it was absolutely necessary. Go away. Although Wang Xinyo could sense that Mufeng had hit her for a reason, she still couldn't easily forgive him because of the burning pain on her face. Mufeng sighed, Xinyo, if it weren't for that slap from me, you and I would have died here. Do you know who that woman is? Wang Xinyo was stunned when she heard Mufeng's words. If Mufeng hadn't hit them, might they have died here? Even if that woman has a powerful background, would she dare to kill someone in public? But even though she didn't believe it, she still asked, who is it? While speaking, she looked at Mufeng quietly, wanting to see how he would argue. The granddaughter of the old man of the Lan group, and the eldest lady of the Lan group who was about to become the only heir to the Lan group. Boom! Mufeng's words were like a bomb, which directly stunned Wang Xinyo. The granddaughter of Mr. Lan. The only heir to the Lan group. Then, how could that woman have such a terrifying identity? In her mind, even if Mufeng just hooked up with an ordinary member of the Lan family, he could reach the top overnight. Not to mention the future heir of the Lan family, even if she was just Mr. Lan's granddaughter, she would be an existence that she could hardly imagine. But now, facing such a big shot, what did she do? Not only did she slander that woman and insult her, she also asked her to apologize to her. When Wang Xinyo thought about the stupid thing she had done, she wanted to slap herself hard. She looked up at Mufeng, what should we do? Brother Mufeng, what should we do now? At this moment, she looked extremely frightened and helpless. Mufeng sighed, let's leave here first, and we'll have to think about what happens next. Wang Xinyo nodded, okay, woo-woo. As she said that, she threw herself into Mufeng's arms and started crying. A moment later, Wang Xinyo followed Mufeng to the parking lot. Just as the two were about to get in the car, Wang Xinyo received a call from her best friend. When Wang Xinyo heard her best friend ask her to go shopping at Lan's mall tomorrow, she turned pale and found an excuse to refuse. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xinyo's face became even uglier. She looked at Mufeng helplessly and said, Brother Mufeng, we have been blocked by the Lan family. What should we do in the future? She could have actually discussed with her best friend to change the mall. But what happens after changing the mall? Her best friend would still drag her to restaurants, bars, or KTVs. But it is difficult to completely avoid the Lan family in these industries. What excuse should she find to change places? At this moment, she already knew that if she didn't solve the blacklist problem, she might not be able to make friends in the future. Mufeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. The Lu family still needs a few partners for that order. I will try my best to get your Wang family involved. As he spoke, Mufeng gently touched Wang Xinyo's head. Don't worry, as long as the order can be signed smoothly, our social circle will not be affected too much because we were blacklisted by the Lan family. When Wang Xinyo heard Mufeng's words, she was so moved that tears came to her eyes. She threw herself into Mufeng's arms again, Brother Mufeng, thank you. Without you, I don't know what I would do. Just then, a group of people came out, surrounding a middle-aged man in a white robe. Master Chen, do you have time recently? I hope Master Chen can help me refine a health pill. As for the price, how about 10 million per pill? I'll give you 11 million. I'm 12 million. That's right, the existence that was like the moon surrounded by stars was none other than Master Chindan, who Ning Che determined would soon vomit blood. After he was so angry at Ning Che that he left the hotel, he was stopped by some guests who came to attend the banquet. As Master Chindan listened to the voices full of flattery and longing around him, his expression became even more complacent. Thinking of the boy who cursed him for being poisoned, Master Chen looked at everyone and said, "If you want me to make pills, that's fine. I won't charge much, 10 million per pill. However, I need you to do me another favor." "What favor do you need?" "Master Chen, just tell me. I will never refuse if it's something I can do." One of them responded readily. The people around nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Master Chindan smiled even brighter. Chapter 43. The one who shocked everyone was Ning Che. It's not a big deal. I heard there's a Ning family in the west of the city. I hope if the Ning family comes to any of you for cooperation or help, you just ignore them. You don't have to do anything else. Not far away, Mufeng and Wang Xinyao, who were about to get into the car, stopped almost at the same time when they heard Master Chindan's words. The next moment, a hint of joy suddenly flashed in the eyes of both of them. As members of a medical and martial arts family, they certainly understand the dignity of the alchemist. It seems that this alchemist was offended by the Ning family? It seems that Ning Che is too arrogant and even God can't stand it anymore. At this moment, everyone around Master Chindan almost breathed a sigh of relief when they heard his words. I was wondering what could have made Master Chen say this. We are a small family that can't even be considered a third-rate wealthy family. Even if Master Chen didn't say this, we wouldn't have had much interaction with the Ning family. The others nodded in agreement. Yes. Master Chen's so-called help is not even a small favor. It's just a small Ning family. Let alone just ignoring him, what would it matter if he disappeared? Soon, one of them asked the others questions. I'm just a little curious, did the Ning family do something to offend you? Chen Dancher smiled brightly upon hearing this. It's not a big deal, and I don't want to do anything too much. You just need to not have any cooperation with the Ning family in the future. As for whether the Ning family has offended me, there is a kid named Ning Che in the Ning family who said that I was poisoned and didn't know it. He also said that I vomited blood in half an hour, became paralyzed after a day, and died after 3 days. The moment Master Chindan finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that someone would dare to say such suicidal words in front of a figure like Master Chindan. Not far away, the joy on Mufeng and Wang Xinyao's faces suddenly became even more intense. Ning Che, even if it means seeking death, this is not the way to do it. Isn't this pushing myself and the Ning family to death? To offend an alchemist is enough to make it difficult for the Ning family to take a single step in the entire Yuncheng. The people around Master Chindan were silent for a moment, then shook their heads speechlessly. Alas, I only heard that Ning Che, the young master of the Ning family, was born with a weak meridian and it was difficult for him to practice, but I never thought that he also had the problem of talking nonsense. I guess he wants to attract the attention of Master Chindan. But he doesn't know that doing so will only have the opposite effect. He probably doesn't know that Master Chen is not only good at refining pills, but also an excellent doctor. If he was really poisoned, how could Master Chen not know about it? This is not the way to win popularity. Master Chen listened to the criticisms of Ning Che from all around him, raised his hand and looked at the watch on the bowl. Look at the time, half an hour is almost up. I want to see how he makes me vomit blood, cough cough. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly started coughing violently. Everyone around was shocked when they saw this. Master Chen. Master Chindan, how are you? Cough, cough cough cough, ugh. Along with a cough, a mouthful of red, almost black blood spurted out of Master Chindan's mouth. Faced with this sudden change, everyone was completely panicked. Send him to the hospital. Quick! Send him to the hospital. Seeing this, Mufeng quickly shouted to everyone. We have a car here, help the person up quickly. If he could get Master Chindan to ride in his car today, it would be almost like getting a favor from the master. Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity. Afterwards, Master Chindan was quickly carried into Mufeng's car by several people. Mufeng stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the hospital. Ning Che's side. At this moment, Special Assistant Shin was driving in on the way to the Lu family. Ning Che was sitting with his wife in the soft and comfortable RV seats. He stared at his wife's beautiful face for a while, and then he saw his wife take the initiative to speak. "Why do you want me to go to the Lu family with you?" Ning Che raised his chin proudly. "Before you gave me the invitation, I happened to meet Lu Tingting in the mall. She said if I could get a black diamond level invitation, she would give me 100-year-old medicinal herbs. The banquet is over now. If I don't go and get those 100 herbs quickly, I'll be sorry for giving me such a precious invitation." Of course, the most important thing is that with his wife's support, he is not afraid of that old man from the Lu family playing tricks. Lan Bingyan glanced at him indifferently when she heard that. However, if you look closely, you can see that there is no blame in her eyes. Instead, there is a hint of softness that has never appeared in her eyes before. At this moment, Special Assistant Shin, who was in charge of driving, suddenly spoke. "Miss, the Lu family and the medical bureau are about to cooperate on a large order, and the Lan family has provided a great degree of support to the Lu family." Ning Che immediately looked at Assistant Shin, who was driving the car, and asked, "Did the Lan family also participate in that order?" "Yes. Lan's provided nearly half of the supply for the Lu family's order. It can be said that without Lan's, the Lu family would not have been able to successfully sign a contract with the medical bureau." Ning Che couldn't help but ask, "Weren't you in Imperial City with my wife before? How come you know so much about that order?" "That order contains several medicinal herbs that are special to the Lan family. I personally went to place the order with Patriarch Lu." When Ning Che heard what Special Assistant Shin said, the smile on his face became even brighter. "If Patriarch Lu knows you, then today's matter will be easier to handle." At the same time, the Lu family. Lu Tingting looked at her father, who was walking back with a gloomy face, and hurried forward. "Dad, how is it? Did Brother Mufeng become famous at the banquet with the platinum level invitation? Now you should agree to let the Mu family join the order with the medical bureau, right?" In the evening, she thought her father called her back from the mall because it was decided that the Mu family would be included in the order. Unexpectedly, she was scolded by her father as soon as she returned home. It turned out that what happened between her and Mu Feng had reached her father's ears. Her father forced her to apologize to Rong-san in order to secure the order between the Lu family and the medical bureau. If she hadn't said at the time that Mu Feng had been valued by the big shots of the Lan family and had even received a platinum-level invitation letter, she would probably have been forcibly taken to the Rong family to apologize to Rong Kan. At this moment, she saw her father coming back from inquiring about tonight's banquet, and naturally she was looking forward to Mu Feng's great performance at the banquet. However, Patriarch Lu looked at Lu Tingting, who was full of expectation, and just looked at her coldly and said, "Mu Feng barely showed up at the banquet, because it was Ning Che who shocked everyone with the level of the invitation." Chapter 44, A Chance to Soar to the Sky? Lu Tingting was stunned when she heard this. Ning Che? Why is it Ning Che? How could it be Ning Che? However, before Lu Tingting could react, Patriarch Lu dropped a bombshell. "Why Ning Che?" "Because he is the only owner of a black diamond level invitation to today's banquet." Now Lu Tingting was completely dumbfounded. Black diamond invitation? How is this possible?" Patriarch Lu looked at her and continued, "I remember you said that you told that loser Ning Che this afternoon that if he could get a black diamond level invitation letter, you would give him 100-year-old medicinal herbs?" Lu Tingting shook her head subconsciously. How is it possible? How could he get a black diamond invitation? This is totally impossible. However, Patriarch Lu ignored Lu Tingting's look of disbelief and said with a darker expression, "If he really brings Ning Zhantian to my Lu family to ask for the 100 invitations, where do you think I will put my face?" Lu Tingting took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then, she looked up at Patriarch Lu and said, "Except for Brother Mufeng, no one else heard what I said at that time." When the head of the Lu family heard what Lu Tingting said, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lu Tingting with a stern expression and said, "From now on, forget what I said about the black diamond invitation letter and the 100-year-old medicinal herbs. If Ning Zhantian really brings Ning Che here to ask for those herbs, it means they are coveting my Lu family's 100-year-old medicinal herbs and trying to frame my Lu family for breaking their promise." Lu Tingting nodded quickly. "Okay, I never said those words. Let alone Ning Che bringing Ning Zhantian here, even if he brings the entire Ning family here, don't even think about taking away a 100-year-old medicinal herb from my Lu family." However, almost as Lu Tingting finished speaking, a sneer suddenly came from outside the door. "You are so shameless that you broke the contract so confidently. Your Lu family is really shameless and has no bottom line." When Mr. Lu and Lu Tingting heard the sound, they both looked towards the door. When they saw Ning Che walking in first, their expressions changed. Ning Che? They thought Ning Che might come to ask for the 100-year-old medicinal herbs, but they didn't expect him to come so soon. Because of the angle, Patriarch Lu did not see the person behind Ning Che. He stared at Ning Che for a few seconds before speaking with a sullen face. Since you heard me, I'll tell you the truth. I just regarded what Tingting said to you as a joke between you two children. If the harmony between my Lu family and your Ning family is damaged because of such a small matter, I'm afraid it's not worth it. What does the peace between you and the Lu family mean to 100-year-old medicinal herbs? Why is the head of the Lu family going to deny the 100-year-old medicinal herbs just by talking? Patriarch Lu's expression became even darker when he heard Ning Che's impolite words. You want to renege? Your so-called agreement is not fair. According to what you said, if you get the Black Diamond invitation letter, Tingting will give you 100-year-old medicinal herbs. If you don't get it, you don't have to pay any price. Since it is a completely unequal bet, it naturally doesn't count. Ning Che sneered when he heard this. From what Patriarch Lu said, are you planning to throw away your reputation? On the side, Lu Tingting finally couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted. Ning Che, is this how you talk to your elders? Show some respect. The face of the head of the Lu family had become as dark as water. No junior has ever dared to point at his nose and scold him like this. I don't know how Ning Zhantian brought up his son. He has no manners at all. Ning Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Lu Tingting's words, elder? I think Patriarch Lu was so rude that he would be embarrassed to call himself an elder, right? The head of the Lu family took a deep breath and tried hard to convince himself not to argue with a junior. After calming down a bit, he looked at Ning Che and said, I think you have heard about the order between my Lu family and the medical bureau. The order will be signed in the next few days. Aren't you afraid that my Lu family will use your Ning family to establish its authority? Ning Che laughed when he heard this. That also depends on the Lu family being able to cooperate smoothly with the medical bureau, right? If the Lu family's supply chain of medicinal materials is cut off, I wonder if they can bear the losses of breach of contract? Upon hearing this, Patriarch Lu sneered as if he had heard a funny joke. The supply chain is broken? How can our Lu Corporation's supply chain be broken just like that? It was the Lan family that supplied medicinal materials to Lu's company, and the person who negotiated business with him was a person from the head of the Lan family. In the entire Yunqing, no one can influence the Lan family's decision. Ning Che saw the confident look on Patriarch Lu's face and immediately tilted his head slightly to look behind him. Assistant Shin, do you think it's possible to cut off Lu's supply chain? Upon hearing this, Patriarch Lu and Lu Tingting immediately looked behind Ning Che. Then, the two saw Special Assistant Shin walking out from behind Ning Che. Mr. Shin? The moment the head of the Lu family saw Special Assistant Shin, he was immediately shocked. The next moment, he quickly and politely said to Special Assistant Shin, I didn't know Mr. Shin was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I hope Mr. Shin will forgive me. Ning Che looked at the head of the Lu family, whose expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth deepened suddenly. Special Assistant Shin looked at Patriarch Lu's polite and almost humble attitude and replied calmly, no problem. Without waiting for Patriarch Lu to continue speaking, Ning Che looked directly at Special Assistant Shin and said, Assistant Shin, did you hear what Patriarch Lu said just now? If the Lan family's partner is someone who doesn't keep his promise, there may be some problems in the subsequent cooperation. When Patriarch Lu heard Ning Che's words, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, Mr. Shin, it's a misunderstanding. Everything that happened today is a misunderstanding. Before Patriarch Lu could argue, Special Assistant Shin raised his hand and interrupted him. I came here with Ning Che, and I have a general idea of what happened. Just as Ning Che said, if the head of the Lu family can't even keep his promise, how can my Lan family be confident in cooperating with the Lu family? Patriarch Lu's expression suddenly froze. He looked at Special Assistant Shin, then at Ning Che. After a moment, he sighed helplessly and compromised with Ning Che. My Lu family really can't afford 100-year-old herbs. How about this? I'll let your Ning family join the order between my Lu family and the medical bureau, and we'll just drop the 100 herbs. How about that? Dad. When Lu Tingting heard what her father said, she immediately shouted anxiously. If the Ning family could become one of the partners for the order, it would be like having a chance to soar to the sky. She would rather give away 100-year-old medicinal herbs than let Ning Che, a loser, get such an opportunity. However, what Lu Tingting never expected was that when Ning Che heard the words of the head of the Lu family, his expression did not show the slightest sign of change. Ning Che just shook his head and said calmly, "I am not interested in cooperating with Master Lu. I just want those 100-year-old medicinal herbs." When Lu Tingting heard Ning Che's words, she couldn't help but secretly curse Ning Che as an idiot in her heart. But she was deeply relieved. Then, when she looked at Ning Che, there was a hint of teasing and sarcasm in her expression. Sure enough, trash is trash. Chapter 45 released the clause on Lan Bingyan. If he doesn't even know how to seize this great opportunity, he will probably never achieve anything great in his life. I just wonder if the head of the Ning family would want to beat Ning Che to death if he knew that Ning Che refused such a good opportunity. Next time she sees Patriarch Ning, it seems she will have to talk to him about this matter. At this moment, Lu Tingting seemed to be able to see the scene where Ning Zhantian chased Ning Che around the street and beat him up, while beating him up and scolding him as a loser. The head of the Lu family was also a little surprised when he saw Ning Che's refusal. But after being stunned, he looked at Special Assistant Shin beside him, his expression full of embarrassment. Ning Che saw what Patriarch Lu was thinking, and he smiled faintly. I know that the Lu family probably doesn't have 100-year-old medicinal herbs right now. Give me as many as you have. I'll give you a few more days for the rest. Patriarch Lu heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Okay, thank you very much. After saying this, he immediately went out and ordered people to bring all the century-old medicinal herbs that the clan could collect. About half an hour later, the table next to Ning Che was almost filled with jade boxes containing medicinal herbs. The head of the Lu family placed the last jade box sent by the clan members on the table, and then spoke to Ning Che. My entire Ning family can only produce 3,400-year-old herbs. For the rest, give me 3 months. I will gather them and send them to the Ning family. How about that? Ning Che glanced at Patriarch Lu calmly and said, 3 days. Patriarch Lu was stunned for a moment, then he pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed an ugly smile on his face. Patriarch Ning, stop joking. However, before he could finish his words, Assistant Shin, who had received a signal from Lan Bingyan, interrupted him directly. If the remaining 66 herbs are not delivered to the Ning family within 3 days, the Lan family will stop supplying herbs to the Lu family. Patriarch Lu. His expression suddenly changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded, okay? Ning Che nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. He didn't say any more nonsense and just turned around and walked out of the room. Patriarch Lu ignored Ning Che, but when he saw that Special Assistant Shin was also about to leave, he quickly said, "Take care, Mr. Shin." After saying that, he carefully escorted Special Assistant Shin out the door. However, when he saw Ning Che holding Lan Bingyan's hand, his expression clearly changed slightly. When he heard that Ning Che had received a black diamond-level invitation letter, he asked carefully and heard that Ning Che seemed to be kept by a big shot in the Lan family. Now that I think about it, this must be the one. Soon, he looked at Special Assistant Shin who was walking in front of Ning Che and Lan Bingyan. It seems that the rich woman who supports Ning Che is actually Mr. Shin's subordinate. Originally, he was still thinking, if Ning Che disappeared, would he not have to collect those remaining medicinal herbs? But if the woman who supports Ning Che is Mr. Shin's subordinate, then Ning Che really cannot be touched. However, Patriarch Lu, who only sent Special Assistant Shin to the door and was worried about disturbing Special Assistant Shin, didn't know that the reason why Special Assistant Shin walked so fast was to go to the parking lot to open the car door for Lan Bingyan. When Special Assistant Shin and Ning Che disappeared from sight, Patriarch Lu turned to look at Lu Tingting beside him. Starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to have anything to do with Mu Feng. Also, go find Rong Kan and explain everything between you and Mu Feng clearly. Don't let him misunderstand. There must be no problem with the order between my Lu family and the Rong family. In addition, if possible, ask Zhou Rong Shangdong to use his connections in the medical bureau to at least provide us with 50-100-year-old medicinal herbs free of charge. Lu Tingting frowned immediately when she heard this. It's not that she felt that with her charm, she couldn't make Rong Kan ask Rong Shangdo to provide their family with 50-100-year-old medicinal herbs free of charge. After all, Rong Kan was her loyal bootlicker, so she could ask him to do anything with just a word. However, when she thought of Rong Kan's dull face with huge black-framed glasses and his tacky outfit, Lu Tingting was filled with resistance. Did you hear that? The head of the Lu family shouted coldly. No one knows a daughter better than her father. How could he not know what Lu Tingting was thinking? But now that the order is in hand, he can't be careless at all. The most important thing is, without the help of the Rong family, even if the entire Lu family was emptied, it would be impossible to come up with more than 60-100-year-old medicinal herbs. Fortunately, his daughter is so charming that the boy from the Rong family is willing to be his daughter's lapdog for many years. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to agree to Ning Che's request to gather the remaining 100-year-old medicinal herbs within 3 days. When Lu Tingting heard her father's scolding, she could only respond, no matter how reluctant she was. Okay. Can't I worship him as my ancestor? Alright, you are my daughter after all. How can I, as your father, let you suffer any loss? Once the order is successfully signed, just try to avoid Rongcan. I will not interfere in your affairs with Mu Feng anymore. The head of the Lu family is well aware of the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap in the face. As long as the order is successfully signed, he will no longer be afraid of any unexpected events. As long as no one gets killed, his daughter can play however she wants. Meanwhile, in the RV. Wife, let me go to the intersection ahead, I can go back by myself. At this time, the car just drove to the fork leading to Lan Bingyan's residence and Ning's house. If she goes further, Lan Bingyan will have to take a detour to return to her residence. Lan Bingyan didn't even look out the window or at the navigation route on the screen, and said calmly, on the way. Ning Che. How could he not know that his wife's residence led to all directions? These are two completely opposite positions. However, he naturally would not refuse such a thoughtful behavior from his wife. In order to express his joy, Ning Che moved closer to Lan Bingyan under a Yu's vigilant gaze. Then, he stretched out his hands to hold Lan Bingyan's slender waist, buried his face in her neck, sniffed her delicate body fragrance, and sighed softly, "It's really good to have a wife." Lan Bingyan lowered her eyes slightly and looked at Ning Che, who was taking advantage unintentionally, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Yu was staring at Ning Che with murderous eyes, ready to draw his sword at any time? Did she see it wrong? She actually felt that her own lady was smiling. No. Impossible. The lady was taken advantage of by this loser. She was lucky enough not to kill this bastard. How could she still be laughing? Illusion. It must be her illusion. However, even though he comforted himself in this way, Yu still subconsciously thought that out of sight, out of mind, and did not look at the two of them again. "Miss, we're here." Before Ning Che could get enough of his pleasure, Special Assistant Shen's voice came from the front. Ning Che sighed, hugged her for a few more seconds before reluctantly releasing his claws on Lan Bingyan. Chapter 46. This is a good plan. See you tomorrow, honey. After saying that, Ning Che gave Lan Bingyan a barely noticeable kiss on the neck, and then he got out of the car reluctantly. Lan Bingyan looked at Ning Che, who kept looking back every few steps after getting off the car, and the smile in her eyes seemed to become even more intense. Yu looked at Lan Bingyan's expression and felt that he was really crazy today. Why do I always have hallucinations? It seems I have to see a doctor tomorrow. As soon as Ning Che walked into the Ning family's gate, he saw several uncles and aunts guarding the gate with his adoptive father Ning Zhantian. When Uncle Ning saw Ning Che coming back, he immediately frowned and said, "Young patriarch, I inquired today, and the order between the Lu family and the medical bureau is in good condition. There is almost no possibility of any unexpected changes before the contract is signed." Ning Che's expression didn't change at all when he heard this. "Didn't you say 5 days yesterday? There are still 4 days left, why are you in such a hurry?" Uncle Ning looked at Ning Che's expression, which showed no signs of abnormality, and said with a fake smile, "Ha, it seems that the young master is very confident. I hope that in the end it will be as he wishes." Ning Che glanced at him and the others calmly, "Don't worry." After leaving these 2 words, he didn't say any more nonsense and walked straight to his room. Ning Zhantian looked at Ning Che's back, then turned to look at the uncles and aunts and the clan around him, who all looked dissatisfied, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. I hope that just as Chair said, Rong Shangdong will change his mind. Even if we don't give the order to the Ning family, it would be fine if we just don't sign a contract with the Lu family. Otherwise, these people who were already dissatisfied with Chair's incomplete bloodline might really forcibly deprive him of his position as the young clan leader. By then, how will his son, who is neither good at literature nor martial arts, make a living? Just when Ning Zhantian was worried, Ning Che had already returned to his room. Ding ling ling. Just as he closed the door, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ning Che looked at the words Mu Feng on the phone display and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After a brief thought, he slowly answered, "Mu Feng? Ning Che, come to Yunqing Hospital quickly, Master Chen is vomiting blood." There was obvious anxiety in Mu Feng's voice. Ning Che couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he heard this. Based on the principle of asking if you don't understand, Ning Che asked directly. When did you become involved with Master Chen Dan? I happened to see Master Chen vomiting blood in the parking lot. I drove him to the hospital. The doctor said that Master Chen's condition is very dangerous. Please come quickly. Ning Che couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Mu Feng's extremely anxious tone. Do you want to use him to gain the favor of Master Chen Dan? Mu Feng's plan is quite sound. Mu Feng on the other end of the phone heard Ning Che's chuckle and quickly asked. Ning Che, what are you laughing at? Come here quickly. What does his vomiting of blood have to do with me? Hearing Ning Che's tone of indifference, Mu Feng gritted his teeth and said, why is it none of your business? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You won't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Ning Che said in a cold tone. He said that as long as he is still alive, he will not let me save him, let alone spit out blood. I think Shin Danshur is such a man of integrity, he should not be someone who would go back on his words so quickly. After that, without waiting for Mu Feng to say anything else, he said directly, okay, I have something else to do, I'm hanging up. After he finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone and turned off his cell phone. As expected, at this moment, Master Chen was enduring the pain of tens of thousands of needles piercing his body over and over again. And he, of course, would not be so quick to help with the treatment. Since Master Chen Dan was so principled, he would of course let him enjoy the consequences of his principle. Afterwards, Ning Che found a snow lotus seed that could barely be boiled and taken directly among the 34-century-old medicinal herbs that the head of the Lu family gave him today. Because he has now opened up 3 meridians, he no longer needs to take the medicine soup and herbs separately as carefully as before. After cooking it, Ning Che ate it all, then sat cross-legged on the bed and entered a state of cultivation. In a blink of an eye, a night passed in Ning Che's cultivation. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Ning Che slowly woke up from his cultivation. He felt that after working hard for a whole night, his 4th meridian was still only 1/10 away from being completely opened, and he couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed difficult to fully absorb the medicinal properties of medicinal materials when taken directly. It seems that I really need to find an alchemist as soon as possible to refine the herbs in my hands into pills. Just when Ning Che simply washed up and prepared to go find Lan Bingyan, someone suddenly knocked on his door. When Ning Che opened the door, he saw a boy of about 16 or 17 standing outside in the sunlight. Ning Cheng? The person who came was none other than his second uncle's only son, the only young man in the clan who did not discriminate against him because he was born with a disabled bloodline. Ning Cheng saw Ning Che, who was much more energetic than before, and the bright smile on his face deepened. Cousin, good morning. Someone is looking for you. That person is waiting in the living room. The head of the family wants you to go over as soon as possible. Ning Che raised his eyebrows, looking for me? Who? The person who came said that he was asked by an alchemist to come and treat the alchemist as soon as possible. Ning Che nodded slightly, okay, thank you very much. After saying that, he walked towards the reception room. Originally, he wanted to let Master Chen suffer for 2 more days, but who could have told him that he urgently needed Master Chen to make pills for him? Master Chen Dan is lucky and can suffer for a few fewer days. Soon, Ning Che arrived outside the reception room. At this time, except Ning Zhantian, almost all the uncles and aunts of the Ning family were standing in the reception room. All their attention was on the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, and everyone's attitude was extremely polite. At this time, the middle-aged man, Cheng He, the apprentice of Master Chen Dan, was holding the hot tea that the Ning family had just brewed and took a sip slowly. Pooh! However, as soon as he drank it, he spat the tea in his mouth back into the cup, with a look of disgust on his face. Is this the low-quality tea your little family uses to entertain guests? When the uncles and aunts of the Ning family around saw this, their faces changed. They had already taken out the Ning family's most precious tea, but it still failed to catch the eye of this adult? But even so, Uncle Ning still scolded the tribesmen who were making tea. How do you do things? Go and get this gentleman a drink. No need. However, Cheng He raised his hand and interrupted, I overlooked that. How can a small family like yours have any good tea? As he said this, he sneered. I've been here for almost 10 minutes, and your young Master Ning hasn't come yet. Do you really not take me seriously? Ha, if my master hadn't specifically asked Ning Che from your family to come over, I would have found your door too dirty to even enter. Chapter 47 How Can I Bear It? After Cheng He finished speaking, the faces of the uncles and aunts of the Ning family all looked a little ugly. They knew that the person in front of them was the apprentice of a second-grade alchemist, but they took out the most expensive tea and made the most humble gesture. But what he got in return was such humiliation from the other party. This is the sorrow of a small family. Uncle Ning curled the corner of his mouth and was about to apologize to Changhe when Ning Che walked in with a gloomy face. You think the gate of my Ning family is dirty? You still come in even though it's dirty. Are you that cheap? When Changhe heard Ning Che's merciless abuse, his face suddenly turned cold. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Ning Che sneered, who do I care who you are? Come on, get him out. However, after Ning Che finished speaking, the uncles and aunts in the reception room looked at each other, with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Naturally, they disliked Changhe, but he was the disciple of a second-grade alchemist. If they really kicked the person out, who knows what kind of terrible disaster it would bring to the Ning family. When Changhe heard Ning Che's words, it was as if he had heard a funny joke. Kick me out? Ha, you can try, but the consequences are not something your small family can afford. When the uncles and aunts of the Ning family heard this, their hearts trembled. Young patriarch, quickly follow him over to show it to Master Chen. Uncle Ning spoke with a look of panic on his face, and there was even a hint of begging in his tone. Ning Che glanced at Uncle Ning calmly. He came to ask me to save someone. If you ask for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help. Changhe sneered when he heard this. Please? It's an honor for you to go and treat my master. I'm not here to beg you. When Ning Che heard this, his eyes turned completely cold. Then there is nothing more to say. Remember, if you want to come to me to treat Chen Dancher again, I want you to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times before entering the Ning family's gate. After saying this, he no longer counted on the uncles present and looked directly outside the door. Father, show the guest away. When Changhe saw Ning Zhantian, his expression became even more gloomy. He looked directly at Ning Zhantian and asked, Patriarch of the Ning family? Since you are here, why didn't you come to see me before? Ning Zhantian also had a gloomy expression at this moment. He couldn't help but sneer when he heard Changhe's words, come to see you? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of my personal meeting? Rebellion. You are a small, broken family, and you are really going to rebel against the heavens. Ah. However, before Changhe could finish his words, he felt a huge force attacking his lower abdomen. Bang! The next moment, he was kicked away by Ning Zhantian. He flew backwards for 3 or 4 meters before his body hit the ground outside the reception room door. Puff! The hard ground outside the door was extremely hard. After landing on the ground, Changhe felt a surge of blood in his chest and he actually vomited blood. The bright red blood dyed the concrete floor red, looking extremely glaring. All the uncles and aunts of the Ning family in the reception room subconsciously held their breath when they saw this sudden change. At this moment, panic arose in almost everyone's hearts. Crazy! Not only the young master has gone crazy. The head of the family also went crazy. He is the apprentice of a second-grade alchemist. The Ning family has completely offended someone, and what they are about to face may really be a disaster of genocide. However, before everyone's heart stopped beating, Ning Zhantian's extremely cold rebuke once again rang in everyone's ears. Get out! Changhe had just recovered a little from the severe pain when he heard Ning Zhantian's cold shout like he was training a dog. Suddenly, the blood in his chest surged up again. Trying his best to suppress the urge to vomit blood again, Changhe raised his finger and pointed at Ning Zhantian. You guys! You are rebelling, really rebelling. Ning Zhantian narrowed his eyes, then walked slowly towards Changhe. Changhe looked at Ning Zhantian's dangerous gaze and subconsciously moved his butt back. Seeing Ning Zhantian getting closer and closer to him, Changhe rolled and crawled to his feet in fear. As he retreated, he scolded sternly. Well, you are so shameless. Just wait for me. After saying this, he didn't dare say another word and limped out of the Ning family's gate as fast as he could. Seeing Changhe's figure disappear at the gate, the ice on Ning Che's face slowly melted away. He turned to look at his domineering old father and raised his right thumb. As expected, a tiger son has a dog father. You are worthy of being my father. Ning Zhantian. Is there anyone who praises himself in such a disguised way? Master, you were impulsive today. Uncle Ning looked at Ning Zhantian, his voice trembling, even with a hint of tears in it. Master, do you know how powerful a second-grade alchemist is? If he wants to destroy my Ning family, it only takes a word. That person will definitely complain to Master Chen when he returns. If Master Chen gets upset, my entire Ning family will be in big trouble. When Uncle Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire reception room became extremely solemn. No one thought that Uncle Chen's words were alarmist. If they had not been afraid of the consequences of offending a second-grade alchemist, they would have kicked the man out without Ning Zhantian having to take any action. And now, that second-grade alchemist has been completely offended by the Ning family, and what they are about to face may be the revenge of a second-grade alchemist. How could a small and weak family like them withstand it? When Ning Zhantian heard what Uncle Ning said, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Ning Che. If it weren't for his son's confident look, no matter how angry he was, he might not have attacked the disciple of a second-grade alchemist. Now, he needs to see what his son has to say. Ning Che felt the worried looks from the people around him, but he smiled faintly and asked, "Have you forgotten what Master Chen Dan and his apprentice came here for today?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Ning looked at Ning Che speechlessly. But although I didn't understand why he asked such nonsense, I still replied. "Didn't he say that he came to ask you to treat Master Chen Dan's illness?" Ning Che smiled faintly. "Then have you ever thought about this? He is a second-grade alchemist, and he can hire any famous doctor. Why did he come to me to treat him?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen and the uncles and aunts around him all looked at each other in surprise. In fact, when Shang Yi came over, they were also full of confusion. After all, in their opinion, this young master knew nothing about either medicine or martial arts. Why would a big shot like the second-rank alchemist be asked to come over for treatment? Not to mention others, Ning Zhantian showed some doubt when he looked at his son. Even he didn't know when Ning Che learned medical skills, and he also didn't understand why a second-grade alchemist specifically asked his son to come for treatment. Ning Che looked at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, but he didn't keep them in suspense and spoke directly. "Master Chen has been poisoned, and I am the only one who can cure his poison. As long as the poison in Master Chen's body is not cured, he will not dare to touch my Ning family. Of course, if Master Chen dies, I will naturally let Master Chen's other disciples and subordinates know what Cheng He did in my Ning family. By then, I really don't believe that those people will let him go." Chapter 48 Top 3 in the World Medical Competition. After Ning Che finished speaking, the reception room suddenly fell into silence. Although what Ning Che said sounded a little hard to believe, the confidence in his expression when he said it made it difficult for them to refute. Moreover, compared to the impending disaster for the Ning family, they hoped from the bottom of their hearts that what Ning Che said was true. After a moment, Uncle Ning sighed, "Ah. I hope that it is true as the young master said, and my Ning family can successfully escape this disaster." Ning Che smiled faintly, and his eyes swept over the other uncles who had complicated expressions, and his tone was confident and serious. "Don't worry, I will bring the Ning family unprecedented glory, not the destruction that could come at any time." At this moment, a sacred light seemed to be radiating around Ning Che. And his whole body seemed to emanate a kind of power that convinced people. After a while, they arrived at the hospital's top VIP ward. Bang! After Chang Yi entered the ward, he fell directly to the ground. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and then wiped it on his clothes. "Master, the Ning family is too presumptuous." On the hospital bed, Master Chen Dan was sitting on it. He had an 4 needle in his hand and the bottle next to him was filled with painkillers. Because of the effect of the painkillers, the pain he felt at this moment was much lighter than the pain of being pierced by thousands of needles last night. But from his wrinkled face, one could still tell that he was still in great pain. With the pain emanating from his body, Master Chen Dan didn't bother to understand why Chang He fell to the ground as soon as he entered the room. Instead, he looked directly behind him. After seeing that Cheng He failed to bring the person back, his face suddenly darkened. "Where are the people?" When Cheng He heard Master Chen Dan's question, his body trembled violently. Then, his extremely aggrieved voice came out. "Master, I went to the Ning family and begged Ning Che in a nice way, but he said that Master deserved to be in this state. No matter how much I begged him, he refused to come and treat you." When Master Chen Dan heard Cheng He's words, his expression became even uglier. After he woke up in the hospital yesterday, he heard the young man who sent him to the hospital say that there was a call from Ning Che. After hesitating for a long time, he asked the young man named Mufeng to call Ning Che and ask Ning Che to come and treat him, but Ning Che refused without hesitation. They even turned off the phone and refused to give him treatment. As an honorable second-grade alchemist, when had he ever been rejected like this? What's more, the other party was an arrogant young man whom he looked down upon. To be honest, he originally didn't want to look for Ning Che again, but he really couldn't bear the severe pain in his body. So, after enduring a whole night of painful torture, he ordered Chang Yi, who was the most obedient among his disciples, to go to the Ning family to ask for help in the early morning. He thought that Chang Yi's visit to the Ning family to invite someone might not be smooth, but he didn't expect Ning Che to be so stubborn. Did he say how he could come and treat me? Chang Yi was startled when he heard this. He thought that after hearing Ning Che's arrogant words, Master Chen would directly hire someone to destroy the Ning family. However, he did not expect that Master Chen not only did not get angry, but also asked a question that might lead to compromise with Ning Che. He gritted his teeth and took another strong dose of medicine. He also said that if Master wants him to treat his illness, you have to kneel down 3 times and kowtow 9 times before entering the Ning family's gate. I said a few words on behalf of Master, and was beaten out by the Ning family's patriarch. Chen Dancher's expression suddenly turned cold, and he shouted in a cold voice, "How dare you?" Cough, 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 cough. However, the moment he finished speaking, he couldn't help coughing. Then, streams of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Chang Yi was shocked when he saw this, and immediately crawled to Master Chen's bedside. "Master, how are you?" "Don't scare me, Master." Looking at Master Chen Dan with blood constantly gushing out of his mouth, Chang Yi was really panicked at this moment. It's not that he and Master Chen Dan have a deep master-disciple relationship, but the fact is that he offended many people with the support of Master Chen Dan. If Master Chen Dan was really dead, those people would never let him go. Crunch! Just as Chang Yi was about to go out to find a doctor in a panic, the door was suddenly pushed open. Then, an elegant young man walked in from outside. Seeing the person coming, Chang Yi's face immediately lit up. "Master Haochen?" That's right, the person who came was none other than Jiang Haochen, who had embarrassed himself by publicly confessing his love to Lan Bingyan last night. Jiang Haochen saw Master Chen's situation and immediately spoke to the 50-something Western man beside him. "Dr. Will, could you please take a look at Master Chen Dan?" The Western man called Dr. Will nodded to Jiang Haochen, then picked up the medicine box in his hand and walked quickly to Master Chen Dan's side. After seeing Master Chen's condition, he quickly opened the medicine box and took out a glass bottle containing red liquid. After opening the bottle, he put the bottle to Master Chen's mouth and poured the liquid directly into Master Chen's mouth. Less than half a minute after the liquid entered his stomach, Master Chen Dan stopped vomiting blood. 2 minutes later, the pain on Master Chen Dan's face almost completely disappeared. He exhaled slowly and looked at Dr. Will with gratitude. "Thank you very much." Jiang Haochen felt proud when he saw Dr. Will come up and cure the disease with medicine. He walked slowly to the bedside and introduced Chen Dancher with a smile. "This is Dr. Weir, the 3rd-place winner of this World Medical Championship. I believe that with him around, Master Chen Dan, you will recover soon." Upon hearing this, Master Chen was immediately surprised and said, "They are actually the top 3 in this World Medical Competition. No wonder their medical skills are so amazing." The World Medical Competition is the most authoritative medical event in the world. To be able to become the 3rd place in the World Medical Competition, one must have real skills. When Jiang Haochen saw Master Chen Dan's expression, the smile on his face deepened a little. He looked at Dr. Will and asked politely, "Dr. Will, can you tell what disease Master Chen Dan has?" Upon hearing this, Master Chen Dan also looked at Dr. Will. He considered himself to have some knowledge in medicine, but he had no idea about this sudden illness. He thought that traditional Chinese medicine could not cure him, and at this moment he had placed all his hopes on Western medicine. When Dr. Will heard Jiang Haochen's question, he frowned and thought for a moment, then spoke cautiously. "It looks like there's something wrong with the heart. The specific cause needs further diagnosis. But I gave him drugs to relieve pain and improve his body functions. Don't worry, his condition has been under control in the short term, and he won't be in danger for a while." Master Chen Dan heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Originally, he was really worried that he would become paralyzed in a day and die in 3 days, as Ning Che said. At this moment, the person ranked 3rd in the World Medical Competition made such a guarantee. It seems that the boy was just talking nonsense. As for vomiting blood because of what he said, it was just a coincidence. Thinking of this, Master Chen looked at Dr. Will and said hopefully, "Then, I wonder how confident Dr. Will is that he can cure me? Your illness looks serious, but it was easily controlled by my medicine. I think it is not difficult to treat. Once I find out the cause, it should not be difficult to cure you." Chapter 49. Why is it so haunting? Upon hearing this, Master Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Will." After saying this, he turned to look at Jiang Haochen and said, Thank you so much, Master Houchen. When Dr. Will cures me completely, I will reward him handsomely. As he spoke, his eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Jiang Haochen. He is worthy of being a person he values. Not only is he going to become the new CEO of Haochen Group at a young age, but he can even find people like Dr. Will to help him treat his illness. He really didn't understand. Could it be that Miss Lan was blind? He actually ignored such an extremely outstanding young talent and focused on a useless young master from a small family. On the side, Chang He, who had never dared to speak, also felt relieved. Then, he looked at Master Chen carefully and said, Master, now that we have Dr. Will, we should no longer need that kid from the Ning family. Do you think we should teach him or even the entire Ning family a lesson? When Master Chen Dan heard Cheng He's words, his face turned cold. Thinking that Ning Che had dared to ask him to go to the Ning family and kowtow 3 times and 9 times to beg him to cure his illness, Master Chen spoke with a cold expression. Go and inform Ning Che to come to me at the hospital gate and kowtow 3 times and 9 times within 3 days to apologize. Otherwise, I will let him know the consequences of angering me. Cheng He nodded immediately upon hearing this. Yes. Master. Although Master Chen did not take action against the entire Ning family, with him around, there would be no chance for that kid to come and apologize. 3 days later, he will make the entire Ning family and that kid understand the consequences of angering him. On the side, Jiang Haochen heard the conversation between the two and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He had heard that Bingyan had a special attitude towards the boy named Ning Che, but given his status, he naturally disdained to use any means against such a small person. However, if he had the chance, he would expose the boy's worst side in front of Lan Bingyan and let Bingyan know who was her destined other half. Thinking of this, he exchanged a few words with Dr. Will and Master Chen Dan, then headed to the restaurant where he had previously agreed to meet the 5th young master of the Lan group, who was also Lan Bingyan's 5th brother. If you want to get Lan Bingyan, you need some help from her family. At this moment, Ning Che naturally had no idea what was happening in the hospital. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, by tonight at the latest, Master Chen Dan will definitely be paralyzed in bed. Moreover, as time goes by, the pain felt by Master Chen Dan will become more and more severe. The painkillers might still work for him now, but soon, they will be useless. At this time, Ning Che had just walked out of the Ning family's gate. As soon as I went out, Special Assistant Shen, who had been waiting not far away, drove the RV over. Ning Che got into the car with ease. After closing the car door, he looked at Special Assistant Shen, the only driver in the car, and asked, My wife is not at home again today? Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Shen suddenly fell silent. After struggling with his conscience for a few seconds, he finally sighed resignedly. Yes, but for convenience, let me pick you up. Ning Che smiled with eyes curved when he heard this, with a sweet look on his face as if he was in love. How come I have such good taste? My wife is not only pretty, but also has a good figure, is capable, and is so caring. Assistant Shen, how about I introduce you to someone? Although she's definitely not as good as my wife, she's definitely better than that tomboy Au. I'm really worried that if you stay with her for too long, you'll fall in love with her. If that happens, you probably won't be able to experience the joy of being a man for the rest of your life. Special Assistant Shun. Can he knock people down? At this moment, he really regretted not bringing Au here. He had no doubt that if Au were here, this shameless boy would never see the sun tomorrow. Ning Che was about to say something when he suddenly glanced at the time displayed on his phone screen. Sudden. He remembered a big event that happened this morning in his previous life. Assistant Shin, I have an urgent matter. Please rush to Yunqing Art Building as quickly as possible. Special Assistant Shin heard Ning Che's voice suddenly become anxious and serious, and subconsciously turned the car around and headed towards the Yunqing Art Building. Then, while driving, he asked Ning Che. Mr. Ning, what are you doing in the art building? Something happened. After saying that, Ning Che looked at the time and called Ronkin again, asking him to rush to Yunqing Art Building as soon as possible. At the same time, he told Ronkin that if he saw a particularly pretty girl of 18 or 19 years old, wearing a white dress, standing on the platform that had just been built in the middle of the building, he should ask her to come down immediately, otherwise her life would be in danger. Special Assistant Shin looked at the anxious expression on Ning Che's face in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When he came over this morning, Ayu told him that as long as he could find Ning Che's weakness and let their young lady kick Ning Che, he could give him the thing he had been coveting for a long time. Originally, due to the young lady's attitude towards Ning Che, he didn't want to do that. But who made this kid speak so rudely? And he was so nervous about a woman, maybe he really had something going on with the girl in the white dress. Afterwards, Special Assistant Shin saw that there were almost no people on the road, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lan Bingyan, informing her of the content of Ning Che's call to Rong Ken in the car, and specifically emphasized that Ning Che was extremely nervous about a very pretty girl of about 18 or 19 years old. After seeing that the message was sent successfully, Special Assistant Shin almost saw the thing that you promised in his hands. At the same time, the mood that had just been made a little frustrating by Ning Che suddenly became extremely comfortable. He glanced at Ning Che, who looked at the time several times in a short period of time, and chuckled. "You little rascal, wait and see if you can still show off when you meet the lady." About a quarter of an hour later, the RV stopped in front of the Yunqing Art Building. Ning Che got out of the car immediately. Just as he was about to rush in, he received a message from Rongsun. Rongken said that he had found the girl in the white dress, and just caught her when she almost fell off the platform, thus avoiding a tragedy that almost happened. Ning Che breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the news. But just as he walked into the gate of the art building, he suddenly stopped. Because he just happened to meet an unexpected figure. "Ning Che? Why are you so haunted?" Lu Tingting looked at Ning Che, who just walked into the door behind her, her brows furrowed so tightly that they could almost pinch a fly to death. Thinking of the 3,400-year-old medicinal herbs that she was forced to give to Ning Che yesterday, and those that she was about to give to Ning Che, her heart was bleeding. She was already in a bad mood today because she was forced by her father to come to see Rong Kan, the bumpkin. When she thought about the purpose of her coming here, which was to ask Rong Kan to help her get the medicinal herbs to compensate Ning Che, she felt even worse. Ning Che felt Lu Tingting's disgusted gaze and slowly raised the corners of his lips. "Maybe God is worried that you will default on your debt, so he asked me to come and supervise you in collecting the herbs you owe me." Chapter 50. Who are you insulting? Ning Che. Lu Tingting gritted her teeth, her eyes almost wanting to eat Ning Che alive. Ning Che looked at Lu Tingting's face and showed a worried expression. "Are you so angry? You don't really want to default on your debt, do you? After all, your Lu family is not rich now. If you really want to default on your debt, I have no other choice but to ask Mr. Shin to cut off the Lan family's supply of medicinal materials to your family." Lu Tingting stared at Ning Che and spoke almost word by word. "You just hooked up with a rich woman who has some connection with Mr. Shin? She's just a kept gigolo. You're not ashamed of it but proud of it?" Ning Che smiled when he heard this. "It's my ability to be with a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman. Why shouldn't I be proud of it?" As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly realize something, looked Lu Tingting up and down, and said with a look of realization. "Ah. I see, you are jealous. After all, you like Mu Feng, who has nothing. I really don't understand. You are a martial arts genius, so why do you like him?" Lu Tingting's fists made a crackling sound from being clenched. She resisted the urge to strike Ning Che and said through gritted teeth, "My brother Mu Feng is not someone a loser like you can slander." Ning Che raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "It's not something I can slander? He's not as good looking as Rong Kan, he's not as smart as me, and he's not as rich as my wife. Not only that, he is also fickle-minded. While being attentive to you, he is also hanging around with Wang Xinyao and several other women. This kind of gigolo who only wants to rely on women to get ahead, I guess only a fool like you would treat him as a treasure." When Ning Che finished speaking, Lu Tingting's face had already turned as dark as water. "Ning Che. If you have a mental illness, go get treatment. Why are you talking nonsense here?" Ning Che chuckled when he heard this. "Crazy talk? Which of my words are not true? Which one of these is not true? Which one of these you said is true? Let's not talk about anything else. You said my brother Mu Feng's appearance is not as good as Rong Kan's? As for that bumpkin Rong Kan, if he was half as good looking as brother Mu Feng, I wouldn't feel disgusted by him from the bottom of my heart. Also, what right do you have to say that my brother Mu Feng is fickle? Did you see it or something? My brother Mu Feng has always had only me in his heart. He has nothing to do with Wang Xinyao, and he will never flirt with other women." Ning Che looked at Lu Tingting, who was extremely confident when she said these words, and couldn't help but pick up his mobile phone. His phone still had the video of Mu Feng making out with a woman that morning, as well as the recording at the mall yesterday. In the recording, Mu Feng repeatedly admitted that he liked Wang Xinyao and had always treated Lu Tingting as his sister. However, just as Ning Che was about to open the photo album on his mobile phone to show Lu Tingting the video first. "Tingting? Ning Che?" A surprised voice came from behind the two of them. Hearing the voice, Ning Che and Lu Tingting subconsciously turned their heads to look. The next moment, under the sunlight, Mu Feng, who seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light, appeared in the sight of both of them. Brother Mu Feng? The moment she saw Mu Feng, a hint of fascination appeared in Lu Tingting's eyes. Almost subconsciously, she quickly ran to Mu Feng and held his arm. The early morning sun shone on Mu Feng's handsome face, making his skin appear a little whiter than usual. At the same time, the pores that were not very obvious to begin with seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, Mu Feng's appearance is even more attractive than usual. At this moment, Lu Tingting, who is obsessed with looks, feels that she is the happiest woman in the world. Her brother Mu Feng is the most handsome man she has ever seen in real life. And how lucky was she to be liked by Mu Feng? Mu Feng looked at Lu Tingting, who was holding his arm like a little bird, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as a man. He raised his hand and touched Lu Tingting's head lovingly. I wanted to go find you this afternoon, but I didn't expect to meet you here. When Lu Tingting heard that Mu Feng was going to see her in the afternoon, the sweetness on her little face suddenly became even more intense. But then, she asked doubtfully, Brother Mu Feng, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng glanced at the center of the venue, with a strange look in his eyes. However, the strangeness only flashed by for a moment, so short that Lu Tingting, who was holding his arm, didn't notice it at all. The Yunqing art competition will be held in a few days. My Mu family is one of the organizers of the art competition. I'm worried that something might go wrong, so I came to take a look. In fact, it was because he knew that when the art competition started, a new singer would come to perform as the opening performance. This new singer is only 19 years old. Earlier this year, she was named one of the top 10 most promising singers in Xia country. She is the one with the greatest hope of becoming a diva in the next 10 years. The most coincidental thing was that he just got a little gossip in the morning that this new singer happened to come today to familiarize himself with the venue. He came here this time, thinking about whether he could perform well in front of this actress and try his best to win her favor. Maybe something could develop between them in the future. When Lu Tingting heard Mu Feng's answer, her eyes suddenly brightened as she looked at him. Then, when she looked at Ning Che again, the disgust in her eyes became even stronger. In contrast, Lu Tingting hugged Mu Feng's arm and tightened it again. Brother Mu Feng is really ambitious. Unlike some people, who are clearly a kept gigolo, they still have the nerve to say that I, Mu Feng, am a gigolo who only wants to rely on women to get ahead. I really don't know where they get the nerve to do that. Mu Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Lu Tingting's words. Then, he turned to look at Ning Che and frowned slowly. Ning Che, you're saying that I'm a gigolo who only wants to rely on women to get ahead? Ning Che nodded, and then apologized insincerely. Sorry, I accidentally told the truth. Mu Feng. If Lu Tingting hadn't been right next to him, he would have remained a gentleman and his fist would have been aimed at Ning Che's face at this moment. But then, he frowned, and there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes when he looked at Ning Che. Ning Che seemed to be possessed by something in recent days. Not only did he get rid of his former inferiority complex, he even did something like hooking up with a rich woman. It's even worse today, with people showing a tendency to be hypocritical. It's fine that he's just hanging out with a rich woman, but you also despise him for trying to rely on women to get to the top? This time, Lu Tingting clearly felt Mu Feng's emotional changes. In order to make Mu Feng hate Ning Che with her, she added fuel to the fire. Not only that, Ning Che even said Ronken is prettier than you. Brother Mu Feng, do you think he is blind? When Mu Feng heard Lu Tingting's words, his expression became even uglier, just as she wished. What he is most proud of is his face. Moreover, he believed that his appearance was completely different from Ronsan's. Ning Che said Ronken was more handsome than him. Who was he insulting? Chapter 51, His Extraordinary Family Background. However, even though he thought so in his heart, Mu Feng did not show it at all on his face. He just smiled carefreely. There are 1,000 Hamlets in the hearts of 1,000 people. It is difficult to unify aesthetics. Maybe in Ning Che's eyes, Ronken's appearance can beat a group of popular young handsome guys in seconds. Then it's probably not that he's blind, but that there's something wrong with his brain. As she spoke, Lu Tingting glanced at Ning Che and sneered, don't even mention Ronken now. Even if Ronken goes abroad for plastic surgery in the future, as long as he can be as good looking as brother Mu Feng, I, Lu Tingting, will call you dad when I see you in the future. Ning Che smiled immediately when he heard that. This Lu Tingting really has no memory. Just yesterday, he cheated me out of 100-year-old medicinal herbs because of my boasting. Today he came to my door again and asked to be called daddy. Ning Che raised his hand and touched his chin. After a brief thought, he sighed reluctantly. Although I don't really want a retarded daughter like you, but since you insist on recognizing me as your father, I can only reluctantly accept it. But Daddy wants to make it clear in advance that you can be filial to Daddy if you want to, but if you get into trouble and want Daddy to clean up your mess, then don't even think about it. Lu Tingting. Why didn't Tishi know Ning Che was so mean before? Who the hell wants to call him Dad? However, because Brother Mufong was standing next to her, she had to maintain her ladylike image. In the end, Lu Tingting gave up the idea of taking action. She took a deep breath, looked at Ning Che and sneered. Ha, I don't know where your confidence comes from. With Rong Kan's looks, unless he is reborn, he can't even be half as good as her brother Mufong. Ning Che, you're here. Before Lu Tingting finished her words, Rong Kan's familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. She subconsciously turned her head to look. The next moment, she just stood there in a daze. Rongsan was simply wearing casual clothes today, but because he took off his huge black-framed glasses and had a hairstyle that suited him very well, his entire face looked extremely delicate. At this moment, even though Rongkan was indoors without the benefit of light, he still exuded a youthful vigor. When Lu Tingting saw Rongkan like this, a look of amazement could be seen in her eyes. Good, so handsome. Even more handsome than the most popular young actor on TV. The most handsome man she had ever seen before was Mufong. Even today, Mufong, who was standing in the sun at the door, looked the most handsome she had ever seen. But at this moment, compared with the man who was walking slowly towards him, Mufong was directly crushed into the dust. Not only Lu Tingting, but even Mufong beside her was stunned. How could there be a man with such outstanding looks in Yuncheng? The most important thing is, why does this man's voice sound a bit like Rongkan? Under the stunned gazes of Lu Tingting and Mufong, Rongkan was walking towards this side. He tried hard not to look at Lu Tingting, but because of years of habit, he still glanced at her subconsciously. Lu Tingting felt Rongkan's gaze and her heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. Ning Che looked at Lu Tingting, who was mesmerized by her beauty, and chuckled. Cheap girl, call me daddy for a minute? Ning Che's words successfully brought Lu Tingting back to her senses. She was stunned. The next moment, she seemed to suddenly remember something and her eyes widened. You are Rongsan? Hearing Lu Tingting's question full of disbelief, even though Rongkan had already decided not to like Lu Tingting anymore, he still felt a momentary pain in his heart. After all, they had been engaged for 4 years. He just took off his glasses and changed his hairstyle, but Lu Tingting couldn't recognize him. Thinking of what he had done for Lu Tingting over the past 4 years, he suddenly felt pathetic and ridiculous. Lu Tingting looked at the expression of the young man in front of her, and then carefully examined his facial features and lines, and finally confirmed that the person in front of her was Rongkan. She was stunned for a moment, and then said with some difficulty, accepting. Did you have plastic surgery? Ning Che was speechless after hearing Lu Tingting's thoughtless words. Lu Tingting, use your pig brain and think about it, who can get a complete plastic surgery in 1 day? Besides, didn't you just say that even if Rongkan had plastic surgery, he would never be as good as your brother Mufong? Lu Tingting was choked by Ning Che. Thinking of the words she had just said with such confidence, her face ached a little. At this moment, she really had the urge to slap herself a few times. She swore that she would never talk too much again. But in order not to call Ning Che dad, she still said stubbornly. He's still not as good looking as my brother Mufong. No one can compare to the place that brother Mufong holds in my heart. Almost as she finished speaking, a clear, pleasant, yet regretful voice came from not far away. The little girl looks quite clever, but how come she is blind at such a young age? When several people heard the sound, they immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Then, a girl in a white dress with a pure temperament appeared in the sight of several people. The moment he saw the girl, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across Mufeng's eyes. Although he had seen the girl in front of him many times on TV before, this was the first time he saw her in real life. What surprised him even more was that the girl in real life was even prettier and more charming than the one on TV. Bai Han? When Lu Tingting saw the girl walking slowly towards her, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Although the girl in front of her was not very famous, Lu Tingting, as a veteran internet surfing enthusiast, naturally knew her. But Lu Tingting didn't understand how such a famous singer could suddenly appear in the small city of Yuncheng. Ning Che breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Bai Han's legs were intact. That's right, the purpose of his coming here today was to prevent Bai Han from falling off the platform. In his previous life, he was 24 years old, and he met Bai Han 4 years later. At that time, his legs had been chopped off by Wang Xinyao, and Bai Han's legs were also broken due to an accidental fall from a high platform today. Because of the angle, the broken bones were almost shattered, making it impossible for her to stand up again in her life. At that time, perhaps because Bai Han could only sit in a wheelchair like himself, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy the moment he saw Bai Han. In their subsequent interactions, the two became very good friends. Bai Han also said that she had the same feeling about him when they first met. But he knew that the feeling between him and Bai Han had nothing to do with love. After all, he was thinking about Lan Bingyan who had left him, and Bai Han also had someone he loved. The one she liked was Ken, who made Lu Tingting a popular singing star in just 2 years with his genius writing lyrics and music. It's a pity that love is unrequited, and Ken was totally devoted to Lu Tingting at that time. She was also extremely self-conscious due to her disabled legs, and even though she liked Rongsan, she did not pursue him. Until Ken committed suicide by jumping into the river after discovering the affair between Lu Tingting and Mu Feng. Bai Han, who had always kept a distance from his family, took the initiative to bow his head for the first time. In the following 3 days, the Lu family, which had already become the richest family in Yunqing, saw its market value plummet from over 100 billion to the bottom. A giant that was about to rise fell. It was also at that time that Ning found out that Bai Han, who had a cold and introverted personality, actually had an enormous family background. At this moment, all the tragedies that followed had not yet happened. Ning believed that in this life, Ken and Bai Han might have the possibility to be together. Chapter 52. A rich woman working under Mr. Shen? Ken looked at Bai Han who was walking slowly towards him, and his eyes fell on her feet. Is your foot okay? Although she caught Bai Han when he fell off the platform just now, he still sprained his ankle, but fortunately it was not serious. Ning raised his eyebrows when he heard Ken's question. He looked at Bai Han's feet, and there was a hint of smile in his eyes. He didn't expect that the first time he met Bai Han in this life, he would witness her telling a lie for the first time in her past and present life. After all, with his eyesight as a miracle doctor, he could be absolutely sure that there was nothing wrong with Bai Han's foot. When Bai Han heard Ken's caring words, a guilty smile suddenly appeared on her face. Well, thanks to your massage, I feel much better now. When she was about to fall from the platform, she had already anticipated that the least she would suffer would be breaking her legs. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to fall to the ground, she actually experienced a heroic rescue. The hero who saved him not only had a pair of strong arms, but also a face more handsome than the Prince Charming in her dreams. The moment Rongsan held her in his arms, she looked up at the man's handsome profile and felt like she was dreaming. In fact, at that moment, she actually felt that after experiencing this moment, it was worth it even if her legs were broken. So, when Rongsan wanted to let her go, she lied for the first time in her life. In order to stay in Rongsan's arms a little longer, she lied that she sprained her ankle. However, seeing Rongsan's concern for her, she felt that the lie was worth it. Lu Tingting felt the unusual atmosphere between the two of them, and her face suddenly turned ugly. Massage? From what this woman said, Ken just gave her feet a massage? Ever since he got engaged to Rongsan 4 years ago, Rongsan has never spoken a word to other women. But now, in front of her, she discovered that he had physical contact with other women. Rongsan, what does this mean? But before Lu Tingting could say anything, Mu Feng had already stepped forward with a gentle smile on his face. Ms. Bai Han, I am the young master of the Mu family, one of the organizers of this event. I came here today to say hello to you on behalf of the organizer. From what you said just now, is there something wrong with your foot? When Bai Han heard Mu Feng's words, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. Are you from the organizer? Ask your workers to check the platform in the center. The floor at the edge is unstable. I just fell directly from it. If Rongsan hadn't caught me, I would be on my way to the hospital with a broken leg. Mu Feng's face froze when he heard that. He revealed his identity in order to get closer to Bai Han, but he ended up making things worse. However, the smile on his face only paused for a moment, and then he hurriedly and nervously said, Ms. Bai Han, are you feeling unwell? If you are worried, I will take you to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. This is our fault, and we will take full responsibility for you. If Bai Han could agree to let him accompany her to the hospital, it would be a good opportunity for her to be alone. However, when Bai Han heard Mu Feng's words, his face turned even colder. Don't you understand me? I've already told you that Rongsan caught me just now. Shouldn't you immediately have someone fix the floor on the platform to prevent anyone else from falling down? Mu Feng's face froze completely when he heard this. He had clearly heard people say that although Miss Bai Han looked a little cold, she had a good personality. But this doesn't seem to be the case. The most important thing is that he saw that Bai Han was fine, so he dared to boast that he could take responsibility for Bai Han. Now Bai Han insisted on asking him to find someone to build the platform. His Mu family only invested 100,000 yuan in this art building for the sake of reputation. How could he have the qualifications to ask someone to build the platform? But even so, he naturally couldn't tell the truth in front of Bai Han. He tried hard to put on an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry. After all, you are the opening guest of our art competition. I was too worried about your health just now. Since you are okay, I will go find someone to fix it now. After saying that, he nodded to Bai Han, and then walked quickly towards the central platform. After seeing Mu Feng leave, Rongkan glanced at Ning Che and introduced him to Bai Han with a smile. Bai Han, this is Ning Che, my good friend. He was the one who called me just now and told me that you might fall off the platform and asked me to come here as soon as possible. When Bai Han heard Rongkan's words, his eyes fell on Ning Che. At first glance, she felt a sense of familiarity with Ning Che. Now that I look closely, the feeling becomes even stronger. However, she did not show it abruptly, but smiled and nodded to Ning Che. Hello, I'm Bai Han. Ning Che also smiled and said, I've seen Miss Bai Han on TV before. After seeing her today, it's true that hearing about her is worse than meeting her in person. Miss Bai Han is even prettier than on TV. When Bai Han heard Ning Che's words, the smile on his face deepened. In fact, she has heard this kind of compliment hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. If anyone else had said this, she would have been calm. But somehow, she felt that Ning Che's words made her feel a sincerity from the bottom of his heart. However, because her idol was right next to her, she didn't dare to show her affection for Ning Che too obviously. I glanced at the time and it was not yet 8 in the morning. Then, Bai Han looked at Ning Che and Rongkan and asked, Have you had breakfast? I haven't eaten yet, Ning Che, how about you? Come to think of it, the reason why Rongsan came here so quickly was that he missed the breakfast at the restaurant next door. But just as he was about to enter the store, he received a call from Ning Che and rushed here. Ning Che looked at Bai Han, hesitated for a moment and then spoke. I haven't eaten either, but I have to discuss it with the driver who brought me here first. Special Assistant Shin is still waiting outside to take me to meet my wife. Although he liked to tease Special Assistant Shin, if Special Assistant Shin really felt that he did not respect him and made things difficult for him in front of his wife, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Driver? Rongkan couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt when he heard this. Why hadn't he heard before that the Ning family had a full-time driver? On the side, Lu Tingting's eyes flashed with doubt when she heard Ning Che's words. But then she thought of Lan Bingyan, and thought that the driver Ning Che mentioned should be related to the rich woman who supported Ning Che. Ning Che had to discuss with the driver before going to have breakfast, which shows that he did not have a high status in the rich woman's heart. Suddenly, the sarcasm in Lu Tingting's eyes became even stronger when she looked at Ning Che. So what if I find a rich woman who works under Mr. Shen? It's just a dog raised by a rich woman. Doesn't it still have to wag its tail and beg for mercy in front of her? Chapter 53 Seeking Death for the Sake of Face? Thinking of this, Lu Tingting, who had just felt like a stone was blocking her heart because of Rongkan's attitude, now felt extremely happy. Let's go. Go find your driver. Although Rongkan wondered when the Ning family got a driver, he didn't ask any more questions when Ning Che didn't explain. After saying that, he was about to walk straight out the door. When Lu Tingting saw that Rongkan had completely ignored her, her face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ever since she met Rongkan at the age of 7, she had never been ignored by Rongkan like this. In the past, wherever she was, Rongkan's eyes would always be on her. In a situation like today, Rongsan would definitely ask her if she had eaten breakfast first, and then ask her if she wanted to eat out or if she wanted him to buy it and bring it back. If he goes out to eat, Rongsan will definitely choose the restaurant that is closest and has the best food. If she didn't want to move, she would go home first and let Rongsan bring it back to her. Rongsan would go to at least 3 stores and buy all the signature foods in the store. If there is still time, he will also buy milk tea and snacks after the meal. After buying everything, Rongsan would let her choose first. She would eat the delicious ones, and if she didn't like something, she would just take a bite and put it down. Even if Rongsan encounters food he doesn't like, he will finish what she leaves. She still remembered one time when Rongsan bought too much. Because she said she didn't want to waste food, Rongsan ate everything until his stomach hurt for several days. Thinking about the past and looking at Ronkan, who was about to go out for dinner without even asking her, Lu Tingting suddenly felt empty. She stared at Rongsan's back and bit her lower lip gently. Rongsan, are you trying to play hard to get? Then congratulations, you succeeded. Just when Lu Tingting was hesitating whether to follow, Mu Feng, who had gone to find someone to repair the platform, happened to come back. Seeing Bai Han about to leave, he quickly asked, "Where are you going?" The three of them paused, but none of them seemed to want to take Mu Feng with them, and they all remained silent. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Lu Tingting quickly spoke. "They are going to have breakfast. Brother Mu Feng, have you eaten yet? If not, let's go together. I haven't had breakfast either, so let's go together." As he spoke, Mu Feng looked at Bai Han and the other two, and it was obvious that he didn't just want to be with Lu Tingting. Bai Han frowned upon seeing this, and looked at Mu Feng with a look of displeasure on his face. Rongkan's handsome face also showed a bit of helplessness. Although it would be difficult for him to completely break up his feelings for Lu Tingting for the time being, he instinctively wanted to stay away from Lu Tingting at this moment. Ning glanced at the two people who seemed to be trying to make up for their shortcomings, and walked out of the building door without saying a word. Seeing this, Lu Tingting hurriedly followed. She wanted to see how humble Ning would be when negotiating with the rich woman's driver. Because there was a large parking lot in front of the building, Ning was noticed by Special Assistant Shen the moment he went out. He drove the RV directly in front of Ning and others. "Mr. Shen?" Lu Tingting was stunned when she saw Special Assistant Shen sitting in the driver's seat. The driver Ning mentioned is it Mr. Shen? He actually treated Mr. Shen as his driver. How dare he? After the car stopped, Special Assistant Shen simply ignored Lu Tingting. He first glanced at Ning and then his eyes fell on Bai Han, who was between Ning and Rongkan. Even though he claimed to have met countless wealthy ladies, his eyes still lit up when he saw Bai Han. Then, thinking of his young lady who was already on the way, Assistant Shen couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile in his eyes. "Get in the car. I'll take you wherever you want to go." Because he was worried that Bai Han and Ning would be separated and his young lady would be caught off guard, Special Assistant Shen was very proactive in offering to help. When Ning heard what Special Assistant Shen said, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't think that he could be treated so warmly by Special Assistant Shen now. There was something wrong with Special Assistant Shen's initiative today. Rongkan had never met Special Assistant Shen, and just thought that Ning Zhantian loved his son so much that he hired a new driver for him. He smiled and said to Special Assistant Shen, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you come with us for breakfast?" When Special Assistant Shen heard Rongsan's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "You guys want to go get breakfast? I happen to know a good restaurant nearby, get in the car." Ning looked at Special Assistant Shen's expression and felt that something was even more wrong. However, he didn't know what Special Assistant Shen was up to, so he didn't bother to guess and just gestured for Rongkan and Bai Han to get in the car. Rongsan nodded, "That's hard work." After saying that, he gently supported Bai Han beside him and let her go up first. Bai Han felt Rongkan touching his arm and his heart started pounding. However, Rongkan left immediately after the contact. Although Bai Han felt a little regretful, he naturally would not do anything excessive. Soon, Ning also got into the car behind the two of them. Mu Feng and Lu Tingting were left standing outside the car, looking a little embarrassed. But Mu Feng is also a character, and the discomfort on his face only flashed by for a moment. Soon, he smiled and said, "Since everyone is going to have breakfast, let's go together. It's my treat today." After saying that, he got into the car without waiting for Ning and the other two's consent. When Lu Tingting saw Mu Feng going up, she naturally followed him. After the car door closed automatically, Ning looked at Mu Feng, who got in the car shamelessly, and said with a smile, "I've been out with Master Mu a lot before, but today is the first time I've seen him be so generous. Since Master Mu wants to treat us, we won't be polite." After saying that, he looked directly at Special Assistant Shen, who was driving. "Since someone is treating us, then please take us to the most expensive restaurant around here, Mr. Shen. The food doesn't have to be delicious, but the price must be high." Special Assistant Shen. Who exactly does his young lady like? No matter how you listen to these words, they sound so rustic and nouveau. However, the store he originally wanted to take Ning to was not cheap either, so although he was speechless, he still nodded in cooperation, "Okay." Afterwards, while waiting for the traffic light, he reported his itinerary to his lady. After receiving a simple in response from the other party, Special Assistant Shin used the special app that Lan Bingyan had installed for him to take a look at Lan Bingyan's location, which was getting closer and closer to him. Then, he looked at Ning Che and Bai Han in the rearview mirror, and his heart was filled with joy. After today, if this kid still shows off in front of him, he will twist his head off and let him kick it like a ball. Mr. Shin, are you still working part-time as Ning Che's driver? Lu Tingting hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't help but ask. Although she didn't know why Mr. Shin would drive Ning Che to a breakfast, in her mind, Mr. Shin was a big shot from the master's family. I heard from the grapevine that Mr. Shin might be a direct subordinate of the eldest lady of the Lan family. Such a person is someone she can only look up to. At the same time, in her opinion, it is an indisputable fact that the rich woman who supports Ning Che is Mr. Shin's subordinate. However, Ning Che, who is of such a humble status, actually dared to say that Mr. Shin is his driver. He is simply seeking death for the sake of face. Chapter 54, Lan Wu Xiao. She wanted to see what Mr. Shin would think after he knew that Ning Che had told others that he was his driver. It would be best if Mr. Shin could vent his anger on the rich woman who supported Ning Che and let her abandon this useless Ning Che. When the time comes, she will want to see how this loser can still be so arrogant in front of her. However, what Lu Tingting never dreamed of was that after she finished speaking, Special Assistant Shin not only did not get angry, but instead looked at her with some displeasure and said, "I just received the task of picking him up and dropping him off. Being a driver is only temporary. If he wasn't worried that if he asked you to pick Ning Che up, he might kill him before he could bring him back, he wouldn't have come. But it doesn't matter. When the lady comes over later, he probably won't have to be Ning Che's driver anymore." However, Lu Tingting was stunned when she heard Assistant Shin's answer. What does it mean to receive the mission to pick up Ning Che? What does it mean to be a driver only temporarily? Is there someone in Yunqing who can give tasks to Special Assistant Shin? Moreover, being a driver is only temporary. Is this an admission that you are really being Ning Che's driver today? What's wrong with this world? About 10 minutes later, as Lu Tingting's thoughts became extremely complicated, Assistant Shin stopped in front of a private kitchen with an ancient-style decoration. Rong-san was the first to get out of the car. Looking at the name of the private kitchen door, he was immediately surprised and said, "This is the Blue Pavilion?" Mu Feng got off the car and saw the sign of the Blue House, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But he knew that the Lan Pavilion was also the property of the Lan family. He has been blacklisted by the Lan family. If he walks in today, he will most likely be kicked out. But then, thinking of how popular the Blue House was, he suppressed his worries and prayed that the Blue House was fully booked today and couldn't accommodate them. He could also suggest going to a restaurant that was not owned by the Blue family for dinner. At this time, Special Assistant Shin just got out of the car after parking it. Rongkan looked at him in confusion and asked, "You made a reservation for breakfast at the Blue House 3 months in advance?" He has always wanted to try the breakfast at the Blue House. It's a pity that this restaurant is so popular. In addition to the extremely high consumption inside, if you want to have a meal there you need to make a reservation at least 3 months in advance, otherwise you can't even get into the Blue Hall. Rong-san didn't think that Special Assistant Shin, who had decided to bring them to breakfast at the last minute, had reserved a seat for them 3 months in advance. As expected, Ning Che's driver must have just arrived in Yunqing not long ago. He only knew that the Blue House was famous, but had no idea how difficult it was to get in for a meal. Really? Just as Rong-san thought, after hearing his words, Special Assistant Shin said with a look of surprise on his face. 3 months in advance? Do we need to make reservations so far in advance? When Mu Feng heard what Special Assistant Shin said, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Rongkan also nodded helplessly. Yes, if you want to eat at the Blue Hall, you need to make a reservation at least 3 months in advance, otherwise they will not receive you. Let's go to another place today. However, what the two did not expect was that after hearing Rongsan's words, Special Assistant Shin just smiled and said, "It's okay. Reservations are for ordinary people. When my young lady came to Yunqing, I had all the Lan family's businesses in Yunqing reserve exclusive places for my young lady." The moment he finished speaking, Lu Tingting, Mu Feng and Rongkan were all stunned. "Your young lady?" Lu Tingting asked, staring at Special Assistant Shin in a daze. Being called his young lady by Mr. Shin, and having exclusive space reserved for all Lan's businesses in Yunqing. Is this person the one she guessed? Rong-san's gaze towards Special Assistant Shin changed because he realized that he seemed to have guessed wrong. This Special Assistant Shin was not the driver that Ning Zhantian hired for Ning Che, but a member of the Lan family. And Ning just happened to be related to a wealthy woman from the Lan family. Then, it is easy to imagine who Special Assistant Shin's driver is. On the side, Mu Feng was obviously at a loss when he heard what Special Assistant Shin said. What Special Assistant Shin meant by this was that he could allow them to go in and have their meal. As a result, he was very likely to be kicked out in public. What to do? Should he just leave now, or ask them to find another one? Or would you hope that the waiter inside wouldn't recognize you and take the risk to walk in? Come with me. After Special Assistant Shin finished speaking, he walked straight into the blue hall. Ning followed Special Assistant Shin without any psychological burden. Han and Rong Kan followed closely behind. Although Lu Tingting had mixed feelings, she followed him. After Mu Feng struggled with his conscience for a few seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and walked into the restaurant. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? As soon as they entered the restaurant, they saw a waitress holding a tablet computer and asked in a gentle tone. Special Assistant Shin took out a dark blue card from his pocket and said, "Take me to the room dedicated to this card." When the waitress saw Assistant Shin's card, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. It's not that I'm surprised that Special Assistant Shin can take out such a card, but that someone went in with such a card half an hour ago, and I didn't expect another group of people to come now. But she didn't say much, just smiled politely and said, "Wait a moment, I'll find our manager for you." After saying that, she started operating the tablet in her hand. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit came out. "Hello, VIP. Are we looking for the guests in the VIP lounge?" Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Shin couldn't help but show some surprise on his face. "Miss, have you arrived?" After sending the message to Lan Bingyan, he kept driving and did not pay attention to Lan Bingyan's location. However, he had reported to Lan Bingyan that he would come here, and at that time Lan Bingyan was already very close to them. If the lady drove the car herself, it would be normal for her to arrive here earlier than them. Thinking of this, Special Assistant Shin nodded to the manager. "We are indeed together, please take us there." "Okay, please follow me." Because Mu Feng was standing at the back of the group and kept his head down as much as possible, he was not noticed by the manager. So, after the manager finished speaking, he took a few people to the VIP box reserved for Lan Bingyan. Soon, the manager stopped in front of an exquisite door. He knocked on the door carefully and then pushed it open. Then, the two young men in the room appeared in everyone's sight. When Special Assistant Shin saw the two people, he was stunned. "Fifth young master? Young Master Jiang?" The two people in the room were none other than Jiang Haochen, who had just returned from the hospital. The other person was Lan Bingyan's half-brother, who was also the fifth young master of the Lan family who conspired with her third sister to drug her that day. His young lady had just ordered the arrest of young Master Lan last night, but she didn't expect to meet him here today. When Ning saw Jiang Haochen, a dark light suddenly flashed in his eyes. But that strange feeling only flashed by for a moment. Then, his eyes fell on the young man next to Jiang Haochen, who exuded an air of nobility. He looked to be in his 30s, and his facial features were somewhat similar to Lan Bingyan's. However, Lan Bingyan's face always showed an indifference that showed she was in control of everything, while his eyes revealed an arrogance that showed he didn't care about anything. While Ning, Special Assistant Shin and others were looking at the two of them, Jiang Haochen and young Master Lan in the room also looked towards the door. Chapter 55: The popular person next to Bingyan. When young Master Lan saw Special Assistant Shin, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. "The dog beside Lan Bingyan?" Special Assistant Shin, who was hesitating whether to say hello, suddenly froze in his expression. When young Master Lan saw Special Assistant Shin's expression, the smile on his face deepened. How come a dog without an owner is qualified to eat at Lan's top restaurant? He had suffered a lot at the hands of Lan Bingyan. He couldn't deal with Lan Bingyan, but he could still take out his anger on the servants around her. "Since the fifth young master is here, I won't bother you anymore." Having said that, Special Assistant Shin was ready to turn around and leave. His young lady would be here soon, so there was no need for him to come into conflict with young Master Lan at this time. But just as Special Assistant Shin turned around, Jiang Haochen suddenly spoke. "Fifth young master, Special Assistant Shin is Bingyan's most important confidant. It's inappropriate for you to say that." However, when young Master Lan heard Jiang Haochen's words, he did not restrain himself, but became even more aggressive. "Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? It's just a dog. I don't know what Lan Bingyan does for a living. She's not afraid that the dog will run over her head and shit on her. When Special Assistant Shin heard that young Master Lan Wu had already started to speak rudely to Lan Bingyan, his face darkened completely. Fifth young master, although I am only a subordinate to the young lady, I cannot be insulted by you. I think the fifth young master understands the principle that words can cause trouble. Lan Wushao heard this as if he had heard a joke. Misfortune comes from the mouth? What kind of trouble can a dog bring to me? As he said this, he smiled fearlessly. Or, what do you want to say about what Lan Bingyan can do to me? Let me tell you, Grandpa heard that Lan Bingyan rejected Brother Haochen at the banquet last night, and she is on her way here now. Do you think Lan Bingyan dares to do anything to me at this time? Originally, when he heard that his third sister had fallen into Lan Bingyan's hands and was now unknown whether she was alive or dead, he was so scared that he hid himself. But this morning he received news that his grandfather was coming over. In his opinion, no matter how lawless Lan Bingyan was, she would not ignore the old man's feelings and would never attack him at this time. So, he immediately decided not to hide anymore, and called Jiang Haochen early in the morning, invited him to a breakfast, and taught him how to behave in front of the old man so that the old man would stand on his and Jiang Haochen's side. When Special Assistant Shin heard what young Master Lan said, his expression became serious. No, he had to go inform the young lady that the old man was coming to Yunqing and ask her to be prepared when she came. However, at this moment, Jiang Haochen's eyes fell on Ning Che beside him. He saw Special Assistant Shin's actions and immediately spoke. Assistant Shin, you can go, but the person next to you, please stay and have breakfast with us. Now that he has met him, he doesn't mind getting to know Ning Che from head to see what features Lan Bingyan likes. When Special Assistant Shin heard Jiang Haochen's words, his heart suddenly began to beat faster. Although he hoped very much that Bai Han's appearance would make Ning Che fall out of favor. But Ning Che hasn't fallen out of favor yet. If something happens to Ning Che now, the young lady will never let him go. And the consequence of the lady being angry. Special Assistant Shin didn't dare to think further. Rather than let the young lady get angry, he would rather stand here and be scolded by young Master Lan all day. However, before Special Assistant Shin could come up with a way for Ning Che to escape safely, Ning Che actually smiled and spoke to Jiang Haochen. Master Jiang wants me to stay because he thinks it will be more lively with more people. The people who came with me today didn't have breakfast. How about this? We will stay together to accompany you. As for the meal money. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Feng, who was trying to reduce his presence behind him, and continued. Before Master Mu came here, he said that he would treat us to breakfast today. Our meal will be paid for by Master Mu, so it doesn't have to be charged to Master Jiang. Mu Feng's body suddenly stiffened when he heard Ning Che's words. His mind just now was on not being recognized by the manager and the waiters around him. If Ning Che hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that he had said he would treat everyone today. At this moment, he wished he could go back in time and slap himself a few times. He originally thought that Ning Che would at most choose a slightly more expensive restaurant and spend at most a few $100s on the meal. But now, this is the Blue House where a meal per person costs tens of thousands. Moreover, if Ning Che orders some expensive things later, his father might have to come and redeem him. The most terrifying thing was that he hadn't even dared to tell his father about the fact that he had lost to Ning Che in the 100-year-old medicinal herbs. At this moment, Mu Feng felt that his future was bleak. Young Master Lan glanced at Mu Feng, who looked painful. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He naturally knew that Mu Feng was tricked by Ning Che. He looked at Ning Che, his eyes full of interest. Brother Haochen, should you introduce this person to me? Jiang Haochen smiled and said, this is Bingyan's favorite. Although he comes from a small family that is not even third-rate in Yunqing, Bingyan attaches great importance to him. Yesterday, she personally gave him the only black diamond level invitation to the Lan family banquet. When young Master Lan heard this, his eyes narrowed suddenly. He only dared to curse Special Assistant Shen beside Lan Bingyan verbally. After all, this was someone who often appeared in the old man's sight. If Special Assistant Shen suddenly disappeared, not only would Lan Bingyan not let him go, he would also have a hard time explaining to the old man. But it's different for this little guy who somehow gained Lan Bingyan's attention. Even if he killed someone, it would have nothing to do with the old man. Lan Bingyan felt like she was slapped in the face, but because of the old man who was about to come, she could only swallow her anger. Thinking of this, young Master Lan's gaze towards Ning Che gradually turned cold. However, he did not attack Ning Che immediately, but looked at the manager at the door and said, he stays. I have something to tell him. As for his friends, let's get them a separate room. The only person he wants to deal with is Ning Che. If these people stay here, trouble is bound to arise. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he naturally had to clear the area. The manager responded without hesitation, "Okay, everyone please follow me." Although the Blue House was always full every day, even if he offended a few ordinary guests, he would never offend the person inside. So, after hearing Master Lan Wu's instructions, he immediately agreed. Mu Feng and Lu Tingting were naturally not stupid. Although they were curious about what Master Lan was going to do to Ning Che, they did not dare to go against Master Lan's wishes. After hearing the manager's words, the two followed the manager to the private room in the distance. Rongken did not move. He looked at young Master Lan Wu, who had an obviously unfriendly expression, and looked at Ning Che with a look full of worry. Ning Che saw that Rongken knew that young Master Lan Wu was of an extraordinary identity, but still did not choose to abandon him immediately, and the smile in his eyes became a little warmer. However, regarding today's incident, even if Rongken stayed here, it would not be of any use and he might even be implicated by him. So, he walked up to Rongsan, patted him on the shoulder, and then smiled and said, Chapter 56 Who's Leopard? Where is the owner? Where is his owner? You go first, I'll come find you after I've dealt with things here. Upon hearing this, Rongken looked at young Master Lan in the room, but he showed no intention of leaving. The smile in Ning Che's eyes deepened. Don't worry, with Special Assistant Shin here, I will be fine. When Rongken heard Ning Che's words, he looked at Special Assistant Shin, who exuded the aura of a strong man. Although he didn't know the specific strength of Special Assistant Shin, he could feel from the aura around Special Assistant Shin that Special Assistant Shin's strength was definitely extraordinary. He thought that even if he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to help much and might even become a burden to Ning Che. Rongken hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, if anything happens, call me first. After Ning Che responded okay, Rongken took Bai Han to the private room in the distance. After seeing the four people leave, Ning Che walked into the private room with Special Assistant Shen. Lan Wushao's dignified gaze rested on Ning Che for a moment before he spoke. Is this the pretty boy that Lan Bingyan keeps here? Ning Che heard the insulting words from young Master Lan Wu, but the smile that didn't reach his eyes was still on his face. Fifth Master, there's no need to say such harsh words. I'm simply Bingyan's boyfriend. When Jiang Haochen heard Ning Che's words, his face suddenly darkened. Boyfriend? He has been with Lan Bingyan for many years, and even though everyone around them thought they were a couple, he didn't dare to call himself Lan Bingyan's boyfriend. What kind of guy is this? How dare you call yourself Lan Bingyan's boyfriend? Does he deserve it? When young Master Lan heard Ning Che say in a serious tone that he was Lan Bingyan's boyfriend, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. He is just a toy that Lan Bingyan created on the spur of the moment, but she really takes herself seriously. Then, he looked at Ning Che's face, revealing a hint of cat and mouse teasing. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just say it straight. Lan Bingyan and I have never gotten along. Since you said you are Lan Bingyan's boyfriend, is it okay for me to punish you for the mistakes she made before? Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Shin quickly spoke up. Fifth young master, my young lady will be here soon. If she knew that you dared to touch Ning Che, she would never let it go. Young Master Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it coming soon? Then, he looked at Special Assistant Shin with an extremely sarcastic look. If Lan Bingyan could come, would she let you, a dog, bring this kid here? My lady will be here in 2 minutes at most. Young Master Lan Wu couldn't help but sneer when he heard Special Assistant Shin's solemn voice. Don't say that it's impossible for her to get here so soon. Even if she really came, do you think I would be afraid of her? After that, he stopped talking nonsense with Special Assistant Shin and looked directly at Ning Che and said, Kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, and I will only break your legs. If you don't kowtow. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed suddenly. If you don't kowtow, I will kill you. The moment young Master Lan finished speaking, a strong murderous intent suddenly swept towards Ning Che. The pressure released from his body caused Ning Che, who had just opened up 3 meridians, to tremble uncontrollably in his legs. If he was not a person with a strong mind, he would have probably knelt down in front of young Master Lan. But even though Ning Che's intelligence was far superior to that of ordinary people, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. At this moment, Ning Che longed for power so urgently for the first time since his rebirth. If he has already opened up the 81 meridians and become a spiritualist, young Master Lan Wu can no longer suppress him with his warrior's aura, but will be forced to kneel on the ground in front of him. But now, his strength is too weak and he can only be bullied. Seeing this, Special Assistant Shin wanted to help resist young Master Lan's suppression of Ning Che. However, the martial arts that fifth young Master Lan practiced was a technique that only the direct descendants of the Lan family could practice. This technique had the ability to suppress those who were weaker than oneself. Even though his strength was not weaker than young Master Lan Wu, he was unable to help Ning Che. However, his young lady will be here soon. As long as Ning Che holds on a little longer and waits for his young lady to arrive, the current crisis will be resolved. Under Assistant Shin's anxious anticipation, big drops of sweat gathered on Ning Che's forehead, slid down the lines of his face, and fell to the ground drop by drop. At the same time, as time went on, his legs began to tremble more and more violently. The pain he felt also changed from being pierced by a dozen silver needles in the beginning, to being pierced by dozens, hundreds, and then tens of thousands. Special Assistant Shin looked at Ning Che's condition and couldn't help but worry for him. He had no doubt that Ning Che in this state might kneel down in front of young Master Lan at any time. However, despite the extreme pain that was excruciating every second, Ning Che managed to hold on for nearly half a minute. Gradually, young Master Lan also lost his patience. He looked at Ning Che and his eyes narrowed suddenly. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished." After saying that, his right hand suddenly reached for the dagger at his waist. However, just as he threw the dagger towards Ning Che's throat, roar! A beast roar suddenly rang out. Then, a dark shadow suddenly rushed into the private room. Ah! Almost the next moment after the black shadow rushed in, a shrill scream suddenly came from the room. At this moment, Special Assistant Shin, who had been extremely nervous, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Che was also stunned for a moment by this sudden change. At this moment, under the gaze of Ning Che and Special Assistant Shin, young Master Lan's right arm, which was holding the dagger, was bitten hard by a huge black panther. What surprised Ning Che was that this black panther was the same one he saw in the Colosseum yesterday. Release. The severe pain caused young Master Lan to struggle subconsciously. However, the black panther's mouth seemed to be welded to his arm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Not only that, the panther's teeth had sunk into his flesh. Because of his struggle, streams of blood quickly soaked his light-colored shirt into a blood-red color. After realizing that he couldn't break free, young Master Lan shouted like crazy. "Whose leopard is this? Where's his owner? Where's his owner? Hurry up and get his owner to come over here. After all, he is the descendant carefully nurtured by the Lan family." The severe pain did not overwhelm his sanity. He understood that such a large beast could not appear here for no reason and must have been brought here by its owner. At this moment, he had already sworn in his heart that when he found the owner of the Black Panther, he would at least chop off his 2 arms. Jian Haochen, who was sitting next to young Master Lan, wanted to help, but when he saw Black Panther's vicious black eyes, he stopped thinking about going forward. In this situation, he couldn't do anything if he didn't help young Master Lan Wu. But if his attempt to control Black Panther caused young Master Lan to be more seriously injured, then that would be his responsibility. Just then, a waitress rushed into the room. Chapter 57 Lan Bingyan, you are such a lunatic. This. When she saw the Black Panther biting young Master Lan's arm, she was completely stunned. But she quickly came to her senses and quickly ordered the security guards behind her, "Quick, go over and make it let go." Because the owner of the Black Panther did not make an appointment, and she was worried that the Black Panther following her might hurt someone, she had no intention of letting the man and the beast in. But the Black Panther seemed to suddenly sense something and rushed in from the door. She was afraid that the Black Panther would hurt someone, so she immediately called the security guard to chase after it, but she didn't expect that she was still a step too late. "Hurry up and let her go." However, when the security guards heard what the waiter said, they not only did not move forward, but instead took a few steps back. They only earn a few thousand yuan a month, there is no need to risk their lives for such a small amount of money. Seeing this, the waitress became anxious and angry. But soon, she saw the manager who had arranged for Rong Kan, Mufong, and others to come over. She quickly explained, "Manager, the owner of the leopard didn't have a reservation. I didn't want her to come in. She forced her way in with the leopard." The manager's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. His first reaction was that the competitor had sent someone to cause trouble. He cursed in his heart, wondering why he came today to cause trouble at any other time. Moreover, the leopard injured the most distinguished guest. If this matter isn't handled well today, he will definitely be fired. Thinking of this, the manager said with an unpleasant expression, "Call the police immediately. Now tell the owner of this leopard to come here immediately. If he doesn't give a satisfactory explanation to the guests inside, my Blue House and even the entire Blue Group will never let him go." However, almost as the manager finished speaking, before the security guards could take action, a figure in a blue cheongsam slowly walked over from a distance. When the people around saw this beautiful yet oppressive figure, they stopped their actions almost at the same time. Zhang Haochen stared at Lan Bingyan, who was walking slowly towards him, and his throat rolled involuntarily. This is the woman he likes. The moment she appeared, she became the focus of everyone's attention. At the same time, Ning looked at his wife in cheongsam, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he saw Lan Bingyan wearing a cheongsam, and she looked unexpectedly beautiful. Although Lan Bingyan was looking straight ahead, her eyes were always paying attention to Ning. Seeing the change in Ning eyes, the corners of his lips seemed to rise slightly. However, when she looked at young Master Lan Wu in the room, the imperceptible arc disappeared instantly. Lan Bingyan? Young Master Lan looked at Lan Bingyan, who appeared at the door, and suddenly thought of something. Is this leopard yours? Lan Bingyan just looked at him quietly, neither admitting nor denying. The manager, who was originally planning to ask someone to control Lan Bingyan, stopped his action immediately when he heard Mr. Lan Wu shout out Lan Bingyan's name. Young Master Lan, who was in extreme pain, looked at Lan Bingyan's indifferent expression and suddenly became angry. Lan Bingyan, Grandpa is coming soon. How dare you allow this beast to hurt me? Let him go. Let this beast let me go. Young Master Lan thought that when he mentioned his grandfather for the first time, he would see obvious panic on Lan Bingyan's usually calm face. However, what he never expected was that after hearing his words, there was not even a trace of emotion in Lan Bingyan's eyes. She just looked at him indifferently, and then tilted her head slightly to look at the Black Panther. Then, Black Panther seemed to have received some instructions. Ah! The next moment, an extremely shrill roar suddenly came from young Master Lan Wu's mouth. His entire right arm was actually torn off by the Black Panther. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from where the shoulder was broken. Ah! The waitress and the security guards at the door saw the scene and screamed in fear at the same time. Zhang Haochen, who was sitting next to young Master Lan, subconsciously moved to the side. Then, his expression changed when he looked at Lan Bingyan. He saw clearly that before Black Panther tore off young Master Lan Wu's arm, Lan Bingyan gave Black Panther a look. In other words, the Black Panther tore off the man's arm entirely at the instruction of Lan Bingyan. Although he knew that Lan Bingyan was cold by nature. But young Master Lan is her biological brother. She actually cut off her own brother's arm without even blinking. Under the gazes of everyone with different expressions, young Master Lan, whose arm had been torn off, gradually regained consciousness from the extreme pain. He looked at his arm held in the Black Panther's mouth and quickly shouted to Lan Bingyan. Lan Bingyan, tell it to let go of my arm. Let go of my arm now. As long as my arm can be reattached to my shoulder, I will plead for you in front of my grandfather and ask him to be lenient with you. Otherwise. However, before young Master Lan could finish his next words, Lan Bingyan glanced at Black Panther indifferently again. The next moment. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones being chewed echoed throughout the room. As the leopard chewed, drops of blood and minced meat fell to the ground, looking extremely creepy. Zhang Haochen, who was closest to young Master Lan Wu, looked at the scene in front of him and smelled the bloody smell that wafted into his nostrils, and his scalp felt tingling. At this moment, his fear of Lan Bingyan reached an unprecedented level. Soon, under the dazed gaze of young Master Lan Wu, his arm was actually chewed to pieces by the Black Panther. Knowing that he would never have a right arm again in his lifetime, young Master Lan stared at Lan Bingyan with his red eyes, and let out a roar like a trapped beast. Madman! Lan Bingyan, you are such a lunatic. You treat me like this, aren't you just dreaming of taking the position of the head of the family? My grandfather is on his way here now. Once he knows about your brutal actions against me, you will never have the chance to become the head of the Lan family again in this lifetime. Those elders who originally disagreed with you becoming the head of the family will never agree to let you take the position of head of the family. When Lan Bingyan heard the roar of Master Lan Wu, her expression remained as indifferent as ever. Everyone thought she wanted to become the first female head of the Lan family. But in fact, she had no idea about the so-called position of head of the family. She would help with some clan affairs, but she would do it in her spare time. When Lan Wuxiao saw that Lan Bingyan's expression remained calm, he became more and more angry. Lan Bingyan, I am Grandpa's most beloved grandson. Grandpa will be here soon. When I see him, I will tell him all your atrocities. If he knew what you did to me, he would never let you go. You're done. Lan Bingyan, you're done. Lan Bingyan just looked at him indifferently until he stopped, then she asked slowly, "Are you done?" After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for young Master Lan to reply, and glanced at Black Panther again. Chapter 58, The Desire to See Treasures. The Black Panther seemed to understand her thoughts and bit young Master Lan's left arm. Feeling the piercing pain in his left arm, young Master Lan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He thought that Lan Bingyan would at most take one of his arms, so he just vented his anger unrestrainedly. But he didn't expect that Lan Bingyan was really a lunatic. No, it's not possible. He could still survive in the tribe even without an arm. But if he lost both arms, he would be a complete useless person. There is no way the Lan family would leave behind a useless person. Even his grandfather, who had always loved him, might no longer protect him. Think of the fate you might end up in. At this moment, young Master Lan was really scared. No, don't However, before he could beg for mercy. Under the gaze of everyone, his left arm was also violently torn off by the leopard's mouth. It seemed that because of having experienced this before, the body had developed a resistance to pain, and it also seemed that the extreme pain made the mind clearer. This time, after having his arm torn off again, young Master Lan was afraid that Lan Bingyan would ask Black Panther to do something to him again. He almost collapsed and shouted, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Lan Bingyan, let me go. I will tell Grandpa that I broke these two arms by accident. It has nothing to do with you. Really. I beg you, please let me go." Lan Bingyan just looked at him calmly, and waited for him to finish speaking before she spoke slowly. Dead people make people feel more at ease, don't they? Upon hearing this, young Master Lan's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented fear in his heart. He suddenly looked at Jiang Haochen beside him, as if he had grabbed the last straw, and begged in an unprecedented humble tone. "Haochen, save me. You have been with Lan Bingyan for many years, she will definitely listen to what you say. Save me. As long as I can survive, I will give you whatever you want." Jiang Haochen only came back to his senses after hearing young Master Lan's cry for help. Seeing Lan Bingyan's brutality towards her own brother, even though he claimed to have seen a lot of the world, he was still frightened. However, he thought that if young Master Lan could survive, he would definitely be useful to him in the future. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lan Bingyan and said, "Bingyan, he is your biological brother after all, otherwise." However, before Jiang Haochen could finish his words, Lan Bingyan's eyes, which contained no emotion at all, fell on him. Jiang Haochen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. At the same time, a hint of loneliness couldn't be controlled in his eyes. Although he knew that he had never been able to get into Lan Bingyan's heart, he boasted that he was one of the few people who could get close to Lan Bingyan. But at this moment, he even felt that if he continued to disobey Lan Bingyan, his fate would not be much better than that of Lan Wushao. Seeing Jiang Haochen shut up, Lan Bingyan did not tell Black Panther what to do again, but instead instructed Special Assistant Shin beside him. "Take the man away." Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Shin couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. According to his young lady's temperament, shouldn't she kill young Master Lan right here to avoid any accidents? Why let him take the person away at this time? But soon, he seemed to suddenly think of something and turned his head abruptly to look at Ning Che beside him. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. "Miss, are you doing this because you were worried about scaring Ning Che?" But before Special Assistant Shin could continue thinking, he felt Lan Bingyan's slightly cold gaze and quickly said, "Yes." After saying that, he quickly walked to the side of young Master Lan. When Black Panther saw Special Assistant Shin coming over, his human-like leopard eyes glanced at him lightly, and then he moved aside while holding young Master Lan's left arm. After Special Assistant Shin walked up to young Master Lan, he raised his hand, grabbed his neck, and dragged him out of the private room. It was the first time in young Master Lan's life that someone grabbed his neck and dragged him outside. But he was really afraid of Lan Bingyan. So even though he felt unprecedented humiliation, he did not struggle at all and obediently followed Special Assistant Shin out of the room. When Black Panther saw young Master Lan being dragged away, he spat out his left arm in disgust, raised his paw to wipe the blood off his mouth, and then walked slowly to Lan Bingyan's feet with cat steps. After lying down at Lan Bingyan's feet, he rubbed Lan Bingyan's legs with the hair on the side of his face as if asking for praise. Anyone who sees such a docile creature like a large dog would probably find it difficult to associate it with the ferocious beast just now. On the side, the manager was not paying attention to Black Panther's condition. At this moment, when he saw that the top figure in his eyes was carried away like a lamb to be slaughtered by Lan Bingyan's subordinates, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, how could he not know Lan Bingyan's identity? And what did he do when she came over? Not only did he order his bodyguard to call the police, he also threatened that if she didn't give Master Lan Wu an explanation, Lan Hall and even the entire Lan group would not let her go. At this moment, he wished he could go back and slap himself a few times just now. What? Lan Guan or even the Lan Group 1T let her go? The entire Lan group belongs to their family. Even with the ability of this person in front of him, she may even become the only female head of the Lan family in history. Thinking of the stupid thing he had just done, the manager looked at Lan Bingyan with extreme caution. He controlled his slightly twitchy face, looked at Lan Bingyan and smiled, trying not to let his voice tremble too much. Sir, this private room is dirty. How about I arrange another one for you? Lan Bingyan glanced at him indifferently, then tilted her head slightly to look at Ning Che. The manager was stunned when he saw Lan Bingyan's actions. My lord, what does this mean? Could it be that you want to hear what this young man has to say? When Jiang Haochen saw Lan Bingyan's actions, he felt an inexplicable sour feeling in his heart. He has been with Lan Bingyan for many years, but is he not as good as a pretty boy whom he has just met for a few days? What's so good about this pretty boy? In terms of appearance, ability, and family background, he believed that he was not inferior to the other party in any way. But why did Lan Bingyan not even bother to give him a glance, but was so fond of a pretty boy who was inferior to him in every way? At this moment, Jiang Haochen, who had never envied anyone since he was a child, felt jealous for the first time. But soon, Jiang Haochen woke up suddenly as if he suddenly thought of something. Wrong. He must have overlooked something. This pretty boy must have something that Lan Bingyan values. Thinking of this, Jiang Haochen took a deep breath and stopped the thought of secretly attacking Ning Che. The biggest problem now is that Lan Bingyan doesn't like him. Even if he risked being discovered by Lan Bingyan and killed Ning Che, there might be Zhao Che, Xin Che, Sun Che, Li Che. What he should do now is not to deal with Ning Che, but to find out from Ning Che the reason why Lan Bingyan fell in love with him, and transfer it to himself. He just didn't believe that with his own assets, after learning the skills that Ning Che used to attract Lan Bingyan, he couldn't make Lan Bingyan look at him a few more times. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Jiang Haochen's eyes disappeared without a trace when he looked at Ning Che. Instead, there is a desire like looking at a treasure. Chapter 59 Ning Che, I won't take any loss at all. Ning Che felt the change in Jiang Haochen's gaze and was stunned for a moment. What kind of mental journey did Jiang Haochen go through? Why did this look make him feel a little creepy? However, he didn't care about Jiang Haochen's thoughts. Facing Lan Bingyan's inquiring gaze, he didn't have the attitude of his own wife. He just smiled and asked, Honey, have you had breakfast? When Ning Che finished speaking, the manager, Jiang Haochen, the waiter, and the security guards around were all stunned. Even the Black Panther lying at Lan Bingyan's feet raised its head slightly and looked at Ning Che, with obvious vigilance revealed in its pair of dark animal eyes. At this moment, the manager's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Ning Che. Wife. Since he could become the manager of the Blue House, his ability in judging people must be extraordinary. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that Ning Che and Lan Bingyan could not be husband and wife. How could a young boy like him possibly marry such a capable and courageous woman? Didn't this kid see the miserable state of young Master Lan Wu? He actually dares to call me wife without thinking. I am afraid he is really asking for trouble. Next to the manager, Jiang Haochen, who had just decided to learn from Ning Che's shining point to attract Lan Bingyan, just froze in place. This guy has only known Bingyan for a few days, right? Is he trying to assert his sovereignty in front of him? Ha, it's true that Lan Bingyan gave this kid a little color and he wanted to open a dyeing factory. It's a pity that this kid didn't know that with Lan Bingyan's temper, if he dared to call her that, it would be tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, Jiang Haochen seemed to have seen a scene where Ning Che died even more miserably than Master Lan Wu. Even the Black Panther lying beside Lan Bingyan's dark eyes turned cold as it looked at Ning Che, as if it could pounce on him and bite off Ning Che's neck with just one look from Lan Bingyan. However, when everyone thought that Lan Bingyan was going to get angry because of Ning Che's address, she just smiled and said two simple words, not yet. Jiang Haochen, the manager, and the surrounding bodyguards and waiters were all stunned. Not yet? What's not yet? The next moment, everyone realized that Lan Bingyan was answering Ning Che's question, Wife, have you had breakfast? But shouldn't the focus be on the wife? Ning Che heard Lan Bingyan's answer, turned his head and looked at the stunned manager and said, Please arrange another private room for us. Okay. The manager nodded subconsciously and quickly raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. Ning Che nodded slightly, and then very naturally held Lan Bingyan's hand, which was slightly cool but felt like jade. Jiang Haochen stared at Lan Bingyan in a daze, as she had no intention of shaking off Ning Che's claws, and he felt completely confused. Could it be that the most attractive thing about Ning Che to Lan Bingyan is his shamelessness? He thought about it carefully. Indeed, although he had liked Lan Bingyan since the first time he saw her, he had never dared to do anything beyond the limit. If it weren't for Mr. Lan and his father who encouraged him to be bolder, he would never have done something like confessing his feelings in public yesterday. Come to think of it, he is indeed too honest. However, it was really difficult for him to call Lan Bingyan wife in public. Forget it, he should try it next time when he is alone with Lan Bingyan. Thinking of this, Jiang Haochen suddenly felt a little relieved. However, Jiang Haochen felt the atmosphere between the two people in front of him, and suddenly felt that he was a little redundant. Thinking about it carefully, he really needed some time to digest the change in Lan Bingyan's attitude towards him. He and Lan Bingyan are not in a hurry. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, then looked at Lan Bingyan and said, "Something happened at the company. I need to go deal with it. Bingyan, I'm afraid I can't accompany you today." However, before Lan Bingyan could respond, Ning Che looked at Jiang Haochen and said, "Master Jiang, just now you said that you wanted me, Bingyan's favorite, to accompany you and Master Lan Wu for dinner. Are you in such a hurry to leave now?" If Jiang Haochen hadn't said today that he was a popular figure around Lan Bingyan, there would be no need for young Master Lan to make trouble for a small figure like him. If Lan Bingyan hadn't arrived in time, he might have lost his life today. Of course, he couldn't just let this account go like this. Jiang Haochen. Ning Che, you really are the one who won't take any loss at all. Just as this thought came to his mind, he saw Lan Bingyan looking at Jiang Haochen, and her eyes seemed to be even colder. She had wanted to go back and ask Special Assistant Shen to investigate the reasons for the conflict between 5th Master Lan and Ning Che. Now it seems that there is no need to check. However, just as Jiang Haochen was feeling more and more guilty under Lan Bingyan's gaze, Special Assistant Shen suddenly ran up to Lan Bingyan and said nervously, "Miss, I just got the news that the old man is here and the 5th young master is still alive. Do you want to meet the old man first and then decide how to deal with the 5th young master?" After hearing this, Lan Bingyan turned her eyes away from Jiang Haochen and said to Special Assistant Shen, "Go back first. I've asked Dayu to drive over here. She'll be at the restaurant entrance soon. I'll take care of things here." Many people in the restaurant saw the miserable condition of young Master Lan Wu, so he had to shut them up. Ning Che looked at his wife, whom he had just seen for a few minutes. He thought that she had to go back to deal with Mr. Lan before having breakfast. He suddenly felt that his wife, who was responsible for earning money to support the family, was having a very hard time. Lan Bingyan felt Ning Che's gaze and thought he was unhappy because she left halfway. She looked at Ning Che, and her tone was actually somewhat coaxing. "I'll be with you tomorrow." Special Assistant Shen at the side. "Miss, tomorrow's entire day is already fully booked. Have you forgotten about this?" Ning Che glanced at Special Assistant Shen's extremely complicated expression and felt that there might be something he didn't know. However, he did not ask anything at this time. Instead, he looked at the manager beside him and said, "Please help me pack a breakfast." After seeing the manager nod, he looked at his wife and said with concern, "You didn't eat anything today, eat something on the way. When you have finished your work, send me a message and I will give you acupuncture." Lan Bingyan looked at Ning Che, who was obviously unhappy but still worried about her, and her eyes softened involuntarily. She nodded, stared at Ning Che for a few seconds, then walked away. Jiang Haochen also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lan Bingyan leave. Although he did not rule out the possibility that Lan Bingyan would seek revenge on him later, he was the future grandson-in-law that Grandpa Lan had chosen. Now that the old man is here, Lan Bingyan probably won't touch him for a while. However, because of the Lan family's affair with young Master Lan today, it was not appropriate for him to go there now, and he did not plan to meet old Master Lan immediately. Just when he was hesitating whether to have breakfast with Ning Che and take a look to see if he could find any shining points in him, his cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing Dr. Will on the incoming call, he quickly picked up the phone. Chapter 60. Forget it, I won't argue with idiots. Soon, Dr. Will's voice came from the other end of the phone. After listening, Jiang Haochen said with a slightly serious expression, "Okay, I'll be there right away." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Just as he was about to get up and go to the hospital, Ning Che suddenly looked at him and asked, "Master Chen's condition has worsened?" Jiang Haochen did not answer directly, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes when he looked at Ning Che. He suddenly remembered that Master Chen and his disciples mentioned Ning Che in the morning. Moreover, he heard from Ayu that Ning Che seemed to know some Chinese medicine and acupuncture. But then, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a trick to deceive people. If a few silver needles can cure diseases and save lives, what is the use of scalpels? Ning Che ignored Jiang Haochen's questioning look. He just looked at him and said calmly, "Please tell Master Chen to promise to refine pills for me for a year and give me 100-year-old herbs. I will save him. Otherwise, he won't have much time left to live." Jiang Haochen smiled when he heard this. "Thank you for your kindness, but I think it's not necessary. I have invited Dr. Will, who is ranked third in the world medical competition, to treat Master Chen Dan." "Still, do you think you can compete with Dr. Will?" Ning Che just looked at him and said, "The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have just told you that Chen Dancher's condition is not optimistic." Jiang Haochen disagreed. "Dr. Will just needs a certain amount of money to develop the medicine. He didn't say he couldn't cure Master Chen." Ning Che had no interest in arguing with Jiang Haochen. He just said calmly, "As expected, Master Chen Dan is experiencing inhuman torture. If you don't believe me, find a Chinese doctor and have him perform acupuncture on the 5 acupoints of Chen Dancher, Tinggong, Ifeng, Renning, Xisha, and Yufu. It will relieve his pain in a short time. But this method only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Without my treatment, he will still die." If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't say these things. But Jiang Haochen has a photographic memory, and he believes he can remember these acupoints. According to his memories of his previous life, Jiang Haochen urgently needs the help of Master Chen, a second-grade alchemist, to stabilize his position in the family. He believed that even if Jiang Haochen disliked him, he would still seek out a Chinese doctor to try this method for the sake of his own interests. When Jiang Haochen heard that Ning Che was still teaching him to stab randomly with silver needles, the sarcasm in his eyes became even stronger. Being too confident at a young age is not a good thing. After saying that, he was not interested in talking nonsense with Ning Che anymore and walked straight out of the restaurant. When Ning Che saw Jiang Haochen leaving, he also walked towards the private room where Rong Kan and others were. Since he couldn't have breakfast with his wife, he couldn't easily let go of Mu Feng, who was so generous as to treat him, right? Not far away, Special Assistant Shen saw the direction Ning Che was heading and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He originally thought that after his young lady came over, she would be able to see that Ning Che and Bai Han had a special relationship. Unfortunately, when his young lady came over, Bai Han had already been arranged to stay elsewhere, and the two did not meet. Now that Ning Che has gone to the private room where Bai Han is, he certainly can't give up such a good opportunity. He wants to get evidence that Ning Che has fallen out of favor with his young lady. Thinking of this, Special Assistant Shen immediately turned around and went straight to the restaurant's monitoring room. Few people know that almost all of the Lan family's industries are equipped with countless specially made pinhole cameras. Although it would be troublesome if the customer found out about this, the risk was nothing compared to the value of the countless intelligence that could be obtained. What Special Assistant Shin didn't notice was that when he walked towards the monitoring room, Ning Che turned around and glanced at his back inadvertently. At this time, Rong Kan and others were in the private room. Rong San was holding the menu, flipping through the pages, but his mind was obviously not on the menu. When Rong Kan looked towards the door for who knows how many times, Mu Feng finally couldn't help but speak. "Don't look at it. Fifth young Master Lan doesn't have a clear bad attitude towards Ning Che. If we pay too much attention to that side, not only will we not be able to help Ning Che, but we may also be angered by fifth young Master Lan." Ha ha! Ning Che actually wanted to cheat him out of his meal money. That kind of trash wants to fight him? Even if he is willing to invite, will Ning Che be able to come and eat? When Lu Tingting heard Mu Feng's words, she nodded in agreement. "Yeah. I guess Ning Che is kneeling in front of Master Lan Wu and begging for mercy. If we knew about this scene, that loser Ning Che would be too ashamed to continue living. However, for a person like young Master Lan, even if Ning Che kneels down and begs for mercy, he may not be able to save his life." Rong Kan's eyebrows gradually wrinkled into the shape of a character. Ning Che has no grudge against him, why is he targeting Ning Che? Hearing this, Lu Tingting sneered. "Why? Didn't you notice? Young Master Lan didn't want to bother with Ning Che at first. He only attacked Ning Che after Jiang Haochen said that Ning Che was a favorite of Bingyan. If nothing unexpected happens, that Bingyan is the rich old lady who supports Ning Che. And that fifth young Master Lan is probably Bingyan's rival. He knows that Ning Che is Bingyan's kept gigolo, so of course he will target him. Almost at the moment when Lu Tingting finished speaking, Ning Che walked in from the door of the private room. He stared at Lu Tingting with cold eyes. Who do you say is the old rich woman? Ning Che? Lu Tingting and Mu Feng were both stunned when they saw Ning Che was unharmed. Ronkan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Che did not seem to be injured. Ning Che, are you okay? Lu Tingting asked in shock. How is that possible? Judging from the look on young Master Lan's face when they left, it was obvious that he would not let Ning Che go easily. In her opinion, the least Ning Che suffered today was broken arms and legs. But at this moment, Ning Che didn't have even a single scar on his body. This doesn't look like he was being tortured at all. Before Lu Tingting could figure out why, Ning Che asked her again in a cold voice, I'm asking you a question. What did you just say about old rich woman? Lu Tingting curled her lips. She was not wrong. She looked Ning Che up and down, and said suspiciously. Will it really work if you kowtow to young Master Lan and beg for mercy? Ning Che heard this and looked at Lu Tingting like an idiot and asked, who said I kowtowed and begged for mercy? Lu Tingting snorted softly, how could Master Lan Wu let you go if you didn't kowtow? Do you think he will let me go if I kowtow? Lu Tingting was quite moved when she heard this and said, I originally thought that he wouldn't do that, but now it seems that young Master Lan Wu was really magnanimous and actually let you go so easily. Ning Che. He was silent for a moment, then sighed, forget it, I won't argue with idiots. After saying that, he sat down next to Rong Kan, with a meaningful smile on his face. Isn't Mr. Mu going to treat us? Have you ordered the dishes?